step loudly, I lie on my back and stare at a little cloud that sails gracefully. Quiet pine and hemlock make my canopy. Equatorially, an invention I can't fail to mention, the idea of a tree. Seems miraculous to me. The idea of a tree seems miraculous to me. I heard about a banyan in India somewhere. It's so huge, one whole village collects itself there, complete under its arms. To be safe from all. He must be some creator, or maybe he's a sheep, but who cares? His creation is something to see, perfect in every detail. Perfect in every detail. Elm, oak, and magnolia make my canopy. Perfect space just in case there are raindrops. Shade to cool the sun when it shines equatorially. An invention I can't fail to mention, the idea of a tree. Seems miraculous to me.
Acum sigur începem în 30 de secunde. We'll start, this is very last call, we'll start in 30 seconds. So please, please come in. Also, who needs translation, please don't forget to take your headphones.
connecting me to you, but I'd sure like to see you. I'd sure like to be with you. Though the spring begins and some ducks arrive to mandarins, still I'd sure like to see you. I'd sure like to be with you. Time ticks by so slowly.
Da. Bine, stimați participanți, stimați colegi, onorată asistență, excelențe, bună ziua!
So, dear participants, dear guests, my name is Adrian Lepușor. I'm the Executive Director of the Expert-Grup Center. Welcome to the EUROSFAT Forum, European Union and New Horizons. It's a forum organized for the first time in the Republic of Moldova, but for 10 years it's been held in Romania with colleagues from Europols, who are the organizers of this beautiful event. I was thinking that this event is actually reflecting the European integration of our country, Moldova. So we have the practical experience of Romania, which we will also hear about during the discussions. We have an involvement of the civil society in setting the topics for the agenda of this event. So we had a brainstorming with the largest network, the Eastern Partnership Civil Society platform, in which we define the themes. So that's not an agenda developed by us, by Europols or by Expert-Grup. That's an agenda established based on the discussions via a brainstorming format with the civil society. So actually the Republic of Moldova belongs to Europe. It is an European state, and we will talk about this way of transforming an European state into an EU member state. And obviously, for all of us, I hope we will get answers to this question. Everything depends on reforms. Reforms in the economic area, in justice, social area. That's the main objective of our today's event, to trace the reform priorities in these key areas for the European integration. Because the European integration process from now on is a full-scale one, and we hope to get good news from the European Parliament by the end of this year to start the negotiations. So actually these were the major areas for the Europeanization of our country. So we are waiting for dynamic discussions in the panel. That is why we encouraged the participants in the panel not necessarily to present long PowerPoint presentations, but rather to deliver short, punctual messages, and maybe then we have a round of discussions, lively debates in the panels, and we will also hope for the moderators to make their job, so that at the end of this event we get a list of to-dos, the key priorities for above-mentioned areas. But before we start the panel discussions, we have an introductory session, and I would like to start this event with a video introductory remark on behalf of Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission. Please.
Kinetic war, but Moldova is the subject of constant destabilization efforts against its democracy. It also suffers the consequences of the war in Ukraine. Moldova is welcoming a large number of Ukrainian refugees. Moldova is facing disruptions and blackmail related to its energy system. But like Ukraine, Moldova has undertaken significant reform efforts. For example, in the area of the judiciary, it has stepped up considerably. For example, in the area of the judiciary, it has stepped up considerably. The investigative work related to corruption and organized crime, it has made legislative changes to fight vested interests. So here too, the Commission recommends that the Council opens accession negotiations. There are some remaining measures that have to be finished, and on this basis, here too, the Council could then finalise the negotiating framework, and the Commission will report on the progress.
Distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, welcome to the 11th edition of the EUROSFAT Forum. It is truly a pleasure to be addressing this forum again, and this time in beautiful Moldova. Thank you to Europulse for this important initiative. The European Parliament is proud to be a patron of this forum. I have been fortunate enough to visit Moldova a number of times, and there I have met, spoken and listened to citizens like you, who believe in the values of democracy, of freedom and cooperation, and who are confident in the European path of their country's future. The Republic of Moldova is a proud nation with a huge heart. Even in hardship caused by Russia's war on Ukraine, the Moldovan people have showed remarkable generosity by opening their country, their homes and their hearts to hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian people. Moldovans have shown their commitment to our common principles and that their country's place is in the European Union. Granting candidate status to Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova, while also giving a clear perspective to Georgia, has been one of our most significant decisions. It sends a strong message of hope and of solidarity, and is proof of our commitment, especially during these difficult times. It also gives the Republic of Moldova a clear course for development and a historic opportunity to strengthen its democracy, empower its youth, and build a modern and resilient country, building its future to the European Union. I am proud that the European Parliament played a part in this by being the first EU institution to call for the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine to receive candidate status. Of course, every candidate country must follow its own path to EU accession. But Moldova has already made huge progress by initiating reforms in justice, in the fight against corruption and in its electoral law. It has enhanced the participation of civil society in its decision-making processes and has strengthened the protection of human rights. Even in the most challenging of times, the commitments of President Sandu, Prime Minister Recean and Speaker Grossu to Moldova's European cause have remained steadfast. And so I am convinced that Moldova is on the right track. We, the European Parliament, will continue to play its part. We have welcomed the Commission's recommendations on EU enlargement, and we remain hopeful that the European Council will open the accession negotiations with Moldova and Ukraine already this year. From our end, we stand ready to continue to provide the support that Moldova needs in order to meet the EU accession criteria. Moldova will always find friends and allies within this House. Thank you for this opportunity, and I wish you many interesting discussions ahead.
European integration process is the best guarantee that this stability will become a normality, actually. Stability, development, anchoring in the European set of values in the free world, as President Sandu would say. But this process will solely depend on the degree of mobilization and involvement of each of us. The Parliament of the Republic of Moldova has a well-defined agenda to contribute at the maximum for the process of our legislation harmonization. Undoubtedly, there is an important role for the government here. So, as for the Parliament, the degree of processing of the documents coming to the Parliament is something different versus what's the preparation phase happening at the level of the government. That is why such formative events are extremely useful to help us to see which are the gaps, which requires bigger effort, and any recommendation, any constructive criticism is not only required, but it is welcome and necessary, because thus you help us be better and altogether to deliver what we've promised based on the mandate that we have in the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, the Forum EUROSFAT. Thank you. Thank you. That was a very important message on your side. Yes, we will have to anchor on the reforms, and we will follow the experience of other countries, both the positive and the negative sides. But the key factor is our internal capacity to meet the expectations. And I am happy with your message for internal mobilization. And the Republic of Moldova is definitely not alone facing this challenging, large agenda of harmonization, of European reforms. The Republic of Moldova is receiving political, technical, financial support, and words are not enough for me to express gratitude for this multilateral support. Thus, I'd like to give the floor to Excellency Yanis Majeix, Ambassador of the European Union in the Republic of Moldova. So, dear Deputy President of the Parliament, dear Minister, dear Director of the Soros Foundation, dear representatives of the civil society and of the public authorities, dear partners, dear colleagues, good morning. I'm delighted to take part of the EUROSFAT Forum, which happens for the first time in the Republic of Moldova. And actually there couldn't be a better place chosen, more logically chosen place to hold this forum this year here in Chisinau in the Republic of Moldova, and I hope in the following years that will be the case. As you probably know, in June 2022, the European Council provided the Republic of Moldova with the status of candidate for joining the EU, and the Commission recently invited the Council to start the accession negotiations, which represents a new chapter in the relationships between Moldova and the EU, and this is probably a starting point of states. It's also about the society, a society which becomes an European society, embracing the values of EU expansion is that you shouldn't start from the scratch. There is already a substantial level of expertise and experience already acquired, learning from the countries which earlier joined the EU. And I would like to underline two important takeaways from the EU expansion, which will be of real help for the Republic of Moldova in its process of accession. First, the EU expansion is not a work which is done behind the closed doors in Brussels or in the offices of the officials from Chisinau. Since approximation to the EU could serve as a good anchor for crucial reforms, so that these desiderata should materialize in practice, the requirement is that the society as a whole to be engaged, including via strong institutions, via social support and dedicated politicians. It is also needed to have a permanent and open dialogue between the decision makers at the European level, at the national and local level, involving the representatives of the civil society, of the business environment and of the academia.
Are important. The second important lesson is on the key role that the social society plays in the EU enlargement process, in transforming and informing the society and also acting as an important advisor and corrector for decision makers. This is why we, as the European Union, pay particular attention to the role of the civil society organizations in the country. And we are proud to be a long-standing supporter for strengthening their capacity and supporting an enabling environment for civil society. And as the recent enlargement package clearly emphasizes, we are happy to see that there is important progress when it comes to the civil society role in Republica Moldova. This year, Moldova established a platform for dialogue and civic participation in the parliament's decision-making process. New consultative structures for more meaningful engagement of civil society at the governmental level. It also amended the legislation on the grant financing mechanism to strengthen the financial sustainability of civil society organizations. And more work is still ahead of you. Going forward, we will pay particular attention to the continuation of our support to CSO's involvement in better social services, social entrepreneurship and projects to promote good governance. We will continue making efforts to reach the organizations that are active at grassroots level in order to be as close as possible to citizens and local communities. I wish you a very successful discussions. Vă mulțumesc pentru atenție și vă doresc un eveniment productiv.
Thank you for your attention and I wish you a productive event hereinafter.
Remarks. În continuare, aș vrea să ofer cuvânt.
I would now give the floor to ad interim Executive Director of Soros Moldova Foundation, Elena Vakarciuk, because this event is also organized with the generous support of the Soros Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I'm honored to come with this addressation with the first edition of EUROSFAT Forum in Chisinau. It's an event which will trigger discussions about Moldova's accession to the EU. Approximation to the European standards stimulates the economic growth. It also consolidates the democratic values, the rule of law and the human rights in our country. The exchange of ideas in the framework of the EU favors sustainable development and participatory governance, contributing to higher cultural diversity. The unique heritage of the Republic of Moldova will enrich the diversity of the European Union, promoting good understanding and unity. Nevertheless, we have a series of challenges to cope with. That is why it's utmost necessary to arrange for the necessary reforms in the public administration and the judiciary in order to get closer to the European standards and to ensure sustainable development. Focusing on the human rights aspects, Moldova's integration, which will be an opportunity to raise the level of protection and promotion of fundamental human rights. While we are talking here in this forum about the transformational opportunities for Moldova, we need to emphasize the importance of collective efforts to make sure that the pathway of our country towards European integration will bring us progress, prosperity, and more important than anything, respect for the human rights. Thank you for your attention, and I hope for good discussions.
Thank you very much. So we have already completed the official part with the welcoming remarks. Now would go to the work of our panels. So the first panel would be moderated by our Europulse partners, Executive Director Tana Fuarfa. So you have the floor. Thank you so much, Adrian. And I would like to greet everybody. Good morning, a very good morning to everybody. I was absolutely full of emotion because we are just have been starting this forum and conducting for 11 years, but this is the first time in the Republic of Moldova. And thank you very much for welcoming us in Moldova, and we are so happy to see a lot of enthusiasm in the country. And we would like to say thank you and acknowledge your participation, and if you are present in this room, that means that you have chosen the European path, and you have to applaud for that choice. Also, secondly, so we've come here to the Republic of Moldova because we thought that although we had like 1 decade of EUROSFAT forum in Romania, and we have been awarded at the European level for this initiative, but nevertheless we have realized that during this this path, so we have committed like a minor mistake. We have not started earlier to do this. So we started this EUROSFAT forum when Romania has already been a member state of EU, and everything related to training, education, information about European values and incorporation of this principle appeared only in 2013 and started very timidly in Romania. So thereby, when I said that we do not want to commit the same mistake, we would like to cross the Prut River before the Republic of Moldova becomes a member state of EU. So that was my point. So this is the reason, this is the rationale behind this meeting in Moldova. So we have started this, we will start this plenary session in a couple of minutes, and we wanted to make an inventory and to have a snapshot and see what was the progress registered in the Republic of Moldova 1 year after Moldova expressed its desire to belong and to be part of the European family, and to take stock of this. But meanwhile, so we've got a very good news, because this month was the month when the European Commission, as we have heard the announcement of the chairperson, recommended to the Council to start the negotiations. And these chapters would actually pass and would represent all the topics of discussions and would be the platform for all the information discussions, debates that will be conducted by the Republic of Moldova during these following years. From the very beginning, I would like to introduce our keynote speakers, and together with the keynote speakers, we'll try to kick off and to start speaking about the objectives. And of course, all the information that would be discussed in this plenary session would then be deepened during the follow-up topics and sessions. I would like to introduce my guest speakers in this panel. I would like to welcome Mr. Andrei Spună, the Minister of Infrastructure and Regional Development in Moldova. Please, you have the floor. So also we have Daniela Morari, Ambassador of the Republic of Moldova in Brussels, the head of Moldova mission to EU online. And also would have Stella Leucă, State Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and European Integration. Also online, from online we'll go to Brussels, and we would like to welcome Mr. Tudor Constantinescu, Senior Advisor of the General Director for Energy in the European Commission. So welcome. And also, what else we are planning to discuss? First of all, we'll speak about the civil society organization contribution to this, and I would like to greet Mr. Iulian Groza, Executive Director of the European Foreign Policy Institute, IPRE. And also I would like to welcome Mr. Primož Vehar, who is the leader of the project team funded by his support for the structured political dialogue, coordination of the association agreement implementation, and the strengthening of the harmonization process in the Republic of Moldova. Please, Primoz, you have your seat. So I would start these debates by question, and I believe that you're also torturing and thinking about this question, because so we've come to this very important news that was shared by the European Commission, but here the challenges would start. So thereby, in that light, I would like to speak about the next steps, the other initiatives that would be taken by the Republic of Moldova. What can we expect from the Republic of Moldova from this moment onward? So, Mr. Minister Spina, could you share some ideas in this regard? Good day. I would like to greet everybody. Thank you very much for inviting us, for inviting me. So I believe that the most important thing that is actually happening in the Republic of Moldova in the context of the European integration, and I don't want to upset our colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but I would like to mention that the European integration process gradually becomes an internal policy subject already. It's no longer a foreign policy problem, becoming a domestic issue. And this is the main change of paradigm that is actually happening in the government of the Republic of Moldova, and not only in the government, but with effect all the state institutions in our country. So this effort of changing the paradigm of all the civil servants, of the dignitaries, would be to see the European process as an internal subject of our policy is very important, and that would change fully the efforts and the priorities that would have to be committed and undertaken by each of the institutions. And here I can give a lot of examples, very simple. I will give you just one example. If you look on the action plan of the government for 2023, compared with the action plan of the government for 2024, and here you can see a considerable increase in all the documents, policies, and acts that are planned to be adopted and enacted for the implementation and the harmonization with the acquis communautaire. I hope that I'm not mistaken, but actually when we speak about 2024, we'll have more than 50% of the actions that are included in that action plan of the government 2024 actually focusing on the actions that would bring us closer to EU. That's the most important. Should we make a schedule, then we would see that this kind of effort has not been witnessed during the previous years. That's the first. Second, all of our institutions, ministries, stakeholders, it's absolutely clear that they will have to be guided and to focus their attention on everything related to approximation with EU and its requirements. Because whenever you talk with the colleagues, with the peers, you can see that the desire and the wish is much bigger, and namely to work on those drafts and the policies that bring us closer to EU. That's the first element. Second element that I would like to mention, hereby we would need more effort and more actions, and that means that we would have to convince the entire society that this is the national idea that we have to use to go forward. And I can see a progress, and this kind of progress can be seen based on some public surveys that were conducted, that the support for EU and endorsement of EU ideas is increasing on the side of the Moldovan society. However, it has not reached the level that we want to see, I mean myself and the entire government, because I believe that our objective would be to have like a quasi-support for European integration. And that figure would be at least 80% of the society be supporting and considering that the European integration process in Moldova as a member of the European Union is the most appropriate and correct path. But indeed, in that particular action, we would have to take a particular role, and this is the government, politicians, and the parliament should play a very important role in this endeavor. But we have to be clear and absolutely direct and to say that so regardless of how much the parliament or the policymakers do this, but if you do not have any grassroots messages from CSOs, from the professional groups, if you don't have the support of the entire society, of the youth, so this threshold of 80% of support for EU family that would be very difficult to accomplish. So thereby I would like to call on everybody. That's my urge to everybody. Let's work, all of us, together in order to persuade the citizens, in order to convey this message of unity during the process of EU approximation of the Republic of Moldova. That's my message. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. This is actually the message that we have started our road. Because yesterday we were in Ungain and we brought this EUROSFAT forum and we had more than 30 participants in Ungain. And the same kind of pro-European feeling is important to have, and it's growing, and we would not stop here in Chisinau. We'll have some other two destinations afterwards from Chisinau. And now I would like to invite Madam State Secretary to see the prospect of yourself, and then we'd go online to Brussels, and then we would hear the position of Brussels, and that would be Daniela Mora. Madam State Secretary, you have the floor. Morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure for me to join you in this EUROSFAT forum, to be with you, as well as I would like to welcome everybody online. Dana, thank you very much for the work that you do in Brussels. Institutions, both governmental and non-governmental institutions, made a lot of work. We try to focus on two main group of efforts. So the first one is harmonization and approximation of national legislation to acquis in the light of those 33 chapters of the acquis communautaire. But at the same time, so what we did is that we worked very hard on complying with the requirements that are deriving from those 9 recommendations that were set up by the European Commission. And hereby I would like to highlight the work that was done by the institutions from Moldova. However, I would also like to mention the political effort in this regard. And also I would like to mention this political openness and eagerness for these very challenging and difficult reforms, because here we speak about the judicial reform. Justice is very important. All the efforts that have been taken in order to de-oligarchize the society, to improve fighting and preventing corruption. To boost this kind of fight, also we have to speak about our work on improving the human rights enforcement, as well as the situation with the human rights has to be done better. And also I would like to mention those systemic reforms from the public administration, also procurement process. This kind of processes require a lot more than just legal approximation. That would need to be also implemented. In-depth reforms are needed in these particular areas, because we know that the reluctance and resistance is very big coming from these sectors. Because if you look on the report from 8th of November, we can see like pending like a magic triangle. We have got these 3 recommendations that are still in the pipeline, but these kind of recommendations are likewise important as the previous ones, and they're very important for the next couple of months for us. And they built on the reform of justice, appointment, and first of all, foremost, it's important to go on with the vetting process in order to confirm the integrity in the justice, and then appointment to the key institutions from that sector is also very important. I would like to mention the process of recruiting the general prosecutor. That's a very important position, and also the efforts to remove the oligarchs, as we call it, de-oligarchization. This is a plan which is being assessed, evaluated. So this plan was developed by approximately 26, 27 state institutions, but now it is being revised and be approved and endorsed soon. But also it's very important to speak about implementation of that document, because the government has set up and created a working group, and task of this working group would be to implement and monitor the implementation of this plan on de-oligarchization. So that's also very important. Third issue referred to all the efforts to fight and prevent corruption, or as we call it, anti-corruption efforts. And that means that we would have to enhance and improve the capacities and skills of the prosecution, people of the country as a whole, and in particular of the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office, in order to ensure the independence of that service. Because should you ask me, my opinion is that this is the most important things to be done in the next couple of months. And it's important to do these reforms here in Moldova, but also it's important to show and to promote these kind of reforms and their implementation in Brussels as well, so that the technical experts as well as the political ones from the Commission and those from the Council be able to understand all the challenges that we face in implementing these very difficult reforms, but also to understand all the steps and the successes that we have registered. Thank you very much, because you've done a very good transition, this bridge about the synergism, about the efforts, how that has to be done in very close collaboration between the domestic national authorities as well as the ones that represent us in Brussels. Now let's move to Brussels to talk about those diplomatic efforts that have been taken, and that would be explained by Madam Ambassador of the Republic of Moldova in Brussels, Daniela Morari. And I hope that you can hear us, Daniela. Good morning. Greetings from Brussels. Can you hear me? Yes, sound is okay. Thank you. It's a great pleasure, and it's a great pleasure for me to join this discussion from Brussels. And I believe that you have chosen a very adequate, appropriate time to organize this forum, as you have already mentioned, and the colleagues, the previous speakers, that took the floor after the speech of the Commission and the decision of the Council. I mean, in this time it's very important to talk about the process as a whole, as well as to speak about the steps that are included in this process. Okay, going back to the question that you raised about the next steps, I would like to put them in a couple of directions, couple pillars. First and foremost, we have to speak about the possibility to continue and to be able to finalize all the conditionalities that have been set by the European Commission, that was mentioned by the State Secretary. And here we can speak about those three key recommendations, or three elements out of the 9 steps that have been set up by the European Commission last year. 6 of them have already been finalized and completed, whereas the other 3 elements are still on the list, and they will have to be taken and completed by the Republic of Moldova. But this is not the end of the process. But also we have to look on all the recommendations related to the negotiations chapters and how these kind of priorities are being split by chapters. This is first. Second, which is also by large a very important issue, and this is the outreach effort to enjoy the support of the EU member states for the Council meeting in December, in such a way that they would take one decision that would support the decision of the European Commission to launch this kind of negotiations as soon as possible. That's important, and to be persuasive on that. And this effort can be structured at all the levels. Madam President of the country, my son, would have to, and also people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, all the offices. We from Brussels are trying to reach all the capitals in order to get this endorsement and support, and that's the second. And third dimension would be to be ready for the next step. And this next step so would include the screening and the negotiation process, or launching the negotiation process. So last week, Mr. Minister of Foreign Affairs was in Brussels, and together with the delegation, with the colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as some other institutions like Ministry of Finance and Chancellery Office, in order to understand all the details, all the steps that are included in all the actions, in all the steps, and what would be the best option for Moldova to get ready for this process. And the other dimension that we have started working on, full-fledged, once we have got the candidate status, that would be to identify some new dimensions, as well as to identify some tools and elements by which the Republic of Moldova would be able to gradually enjoy in the future and not in the past, because already being in the situation of a candidate country, we have to see what we can do more in that direction. And I would like to give you an example, because Moldova has already had access to additional 6 programs. And here I'm together with Mr. Frost, Minister of Home Affairs, who's got a lot of meetings on the Home Affairs side in Brussels. And once that has been ratified by the Parliament and the Civil Protection Mechanism has already been ratified by the Parliament, that means that Moldova can benefit from this instrument fully, because that would make a big difference for Moldova. A series of our programs that are now being negotiated in different sectors and some other dimensions that would give like full-fledged and full access. Those would be the next steps. In the light of all the actions that need to be taken by us, by the Republic of Moldova, in such a way that we would go deeper in the process, as well as to make this cooperation path absolutely irreversible, because this is the most important objective for our country. Let's join to get this decision about the launching of negotiations. That was a very important accomplishment. And should you have any questions during the panel question answer, so I would be more than glad to do this. Yes, after this round, I would ask you actually to already think about the questions, but still we stay with the Brussels, because Madam Ambassador said that we would have to see how we are progressing, advancing in that particular procedural accession, and that's very important, because if you look on from technical point of view on this, so there are various kind of clusters that we have to make reference to, and they play a very important part in this, and they represent a very important component. And also, Madam State Secretary of the Foreign Affairs spoke about judiciary, but also we have to talk about the green agenda and everything related to sustainability. And I would like to greet Mr. Tudor Constantinescu, Senior Counselor of the General Director for Energy, European Commission. Welcome, Mr. Constantinescu. I would like to ask you, Mr. Constantinescu, how we can make sure that the energy system of the Republic of Moldova is adjusted and is better accommodated to green transition. First of all, I would like to greet you. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor for me to be part of this forum, and it's a great pleasure for me to be able to participate in this event. And also this is an event that is being organized in the Republic for the first time, and Moldova having got this candidate status, as Madam Chairperson said, Madam Ursula von der Leyen. That means that Moldova has got this integration path, and it's our duty in order to support the Republic of Moldova to work together in order to reach this objective. But indeed, this kind of objective entails the fact that the Republic of Moldova have to embrace the objectives of the European Union as well as the targets. All the objectives have to be fulfilled. And you know that we have a lot of targets that are being included in the Green Deal. And that was the most important, so to say, trademark of the von der Leyen European Commission. This is the Green Deal. What does that mean is the European continent would become the most neutral from carbon point of view continent, or zero emission continent. And that means that we would have to reach all these ambitious objectives and goals by 2030. What does that mean? That means that we should have to have more investments in upgrading our economy, in energy transition, in modernizing, upgrading the infrastructure, because these kind of investments will generate the jobs, at the same time will generate economic competitiveness, and that's very important for all the European countries as well as for the candidate countries and Moldova inclusively. So I believe that this Green Deal philosophy that has been fostered later on by the needs, unfortunately, that have been generated by the invasion of Russia in Ukraine, as well as the energy crisis that followed that particular, that made us have even bigger ambitions in the area of energy and zero emissions, as well as not to be dependent on the Russian gas, improving the energy efficiency, as well as to have more sustainable sources of energy. All these kind of objectives are kind of shared with the Republic of Moldova, and Moldova has to play its own contribution to that. Also, I would like to appreciate the effort that was taken by the Republic of Moldova during this year. The winter plan, I would like to mention, as well as So the efforts to have more gas capacity being stored, as well as diversification and to reduce the dependence on the Russian gas. And these are the vertical actions that have been taken in that particular area, including the electric vehicles, transportation, etc. At the same time, I would like to emphasize that although this winter would not be as challenging as the previous one, and that's good, and important measures have already been taken at European level, including diversification as well as to reduce the CO2 emission. But at the same time, the gas price still is a challenge, and we have to be carefully watching and forecasting. Thereby, the short-term measures have to be combined with the medium and long-term measures in this regard. We highly appreciate all the efforts that have been taken by Moldova. We would like to appreciate and recognize everything that was done in order to increase the renewable energy sources and sustainability of resources and reducing the greenhouse gas emission. And I believe that all the actions have to be built on this from legislative and financial point of view. European Union from this point of view has made available a lot of networks and a lot of funds, but it's very important for these funds to be used as good as possible and under crisis, for example, to provide the subsidies locations for the vulnerable consumers. But for the medium and the longer term, it's important to have a foreseeable framework that would be favorable and enabling for investments, attraction for the economic development of the country, as well as to diversify the energy sources, in particular reducing the dependence on the Russian gas and inclusion and the networking with the European net. And also Moldova has got an observer status under the ENSOE. And also we have the possibility to use this platform in order to buy gas on this stock. And these are some measures in order to ensure the energy sustainability and reduce the dependence, but that has to be combined with the renewable energy sources, as well as the intake of energy has to be diversified. And I believe that the fund of energy efficiency would be adopted. It's an essential sector, and we believe that this is very important for the Republic of Moldova, and a very clear step forward is that, and we would support this in the future. However, it is very important. We are looking forward to have this. It's important for all these kind of elements be anchored and included in the national plan for energy and the climate changes that would have to be adopted in the summer next year. So this is the forecast, and this plan, in order to be successful, not only in the light of European integration of Moldova, also for economic development of the country, social development of the Republic of Moldova, it's important for this plan to combine the energy policy elements, energy transition policies, climate, be combined with the economic development, industrial development, job creation, etc. So it has to be like a combination. All these elements have to be captured in that particular plan. And this plan has to ensure the implementation of the strategy or of the roadmap of zero greenhouse gas emissions for a longer term that was approved. And also we believe that it's important to continue all the efforts on ensuring the interconnection as well as the integration in the European energy market, both on gas and electricity. And it's important to diversify all the sources, but not only sources have to be diversified, but also solutions have to be more diverse. We have technologies, and we do have that Moldova would have access to more programs in EU, in research, innovation, development, as well as in the area of promoting this kind of technology and solutions. And that's important to have and integrate technical solutions for the energy system, be more efficient and beneficial for the entire chain from production, generation, transport, consumption, as well as would lead to the development and economic boost of the Republic of Moldova. That's important to be mentioned, and they have to be followed continuously, and we have to be sustainable on this path, but also we have to be carefully looking on the solutions and specificities that exist, because they have to be tailored to the Republic of Moldova situation during this transition path. In this, I might call it a very accelerated transition path for the Republic of Moldova. So that's it on my side, and I would like to thank you very much for this invitation, and I'm absolutely honored to be part of this forum. Thank you so much. And this topic would be discussed in the after-lunch session. We would have an entire session that would focus on the sustainability, as well as how we would be able to modernize and make the energy system more efficient. And also we'll speak about the climate change and environment issues in the context of that in Europe and the solutions that can be suggested. And for the Republic of Moldova, that would be in the session that would start from 2 p.m. to 2:30. And now we would like to go to another very important issue, and namely the efforts that are included a part of this process. And I would like to mention that in addition to the institutional efforts, it's very important to speak about the input of the civil society, because this country objective, as it has already been explained several times, and it's not only a political, it's also a strategic objective, a very essential, a key one objective, and the entire community has to be a part of this play. I would like to ask and invite Mr. Ilian Grozan to ask him how the civil society can support this process of negotiations, and what would be the key areas that you might suggest as a representative of a very important keynote institution in the Republic of Moldova. What would be the key issues that you would focus on in the next future?
Thank you, Tana. Thank you, dear speakers, for the messages you delivered. It is true that the civil society plays an essential role in any democracy. In the Republic of Moldova, the civil society is an engaged stakeholder. They are involved in all the reform processes, in monitorization, in raising awareness regarding the act of governance. More than that, probably you've seen really well that also based on the experience of other countries, the experience of Romania, and Europol's experience is actually a vivid example which shows how important it is to be engaged. I mean, the non-governmental organizations, the civil society organizations, all the stakeholders who are willing and able to work within the communities, but not only in the pre-accession stage, but also during the post-accession period. Because as it was said, accession to the EU is the best way for transforming a society, for modernizing a society, which is exactly what's happening in Moldova. I would mention three key functions of the civil society, which is the case for the Republic of Moldova. First, I would mention engagement. It's crucial for the local activity groups, other non-state electors, mass media also, to be engaged. First, via the information efforts, to inform the society about what the government does. From an independent perspective, they have also the role to raise awareness, to monitor the public authorities, for them to fulfill their commitment for implementing certain reforms or to show progress in certain reforms. And we saw this since the Republic of Moldova was committed to the EU integration process. Our civil society always had an important role. So you could judge by its monitoring reports, shadow reports, the recommendations they deliver, through the proposals that they formulate in the dialogue with the public authorities, governments, ministries, but also in the dialogue with the European institutions, European Commission, Member States, European Parliament. So the monitoring and information of the stakeholders is the key role for the civil society, and it contributes to the credibility of the whole process of a societal transformation. A second function, but it's actually related to engagement, it's the function of taking an active part in the decision-making processes. It's an equally important role and task, considering that the Republic of Moldova is finding itself in a full-scale EU integration process. And we need to be aware of the resources, of the capacities available, because we are a small country in transition. which takes small but steady steps on this new pathway for us. Well, coagulation of this national effort, not only at the level of public authorities, be it central or local public authorities, but also involving the non-governmental stakeholders, is essential, as an essential precondition, I would say, for a success of this European pathway. We saw that the civil society is open. We saw that the civil society works dwelling on its expertise that it shares with the public institutions. It provides consultation. It contributes to all the key moments the Republic of Moldova goes through, especially from the point of view of accession to the EU. We saw an ample involvement of non-governmental organizations, of research centers, think tanks, in formulating certain responses when we submitted our accession application after the Republic of Moldova was attributed the status of a candidate country. It was again an important role of involvement for the civil society organizations to double-check to what extent and what's the quality of the fulfillment of the 9 steps, 9 conditionalities. They also formulate reports, proposals. Well, now since we got the recommendation of the European Commission for the launchment of the accession process, we are waiting for the political approval. So the CSOs from the national platform, but also the trade unions, the employers' organizations and other stakeholders from the non-governmental sector were invited by the government to be active participants in this process, to be involved as members of the working groups created by the government, working groups which will include both civil servants, experts in the governmental area, experts from the civil society. So it's like a hand-to-hand effort in the process of proper planning of legislative measures, of requirements for implementation at the national level. And in a nutshell, it's a common effort for the European negotiation. It's a new practice for our country, but it's not something new for other candidate states. So in the Republic of Moldova, the civil society will have a twofold role. On the one hand, the CSOs will monitor to what extent the Republic of Moldova has progresses in taking these commitments, delivering shadow reports to the public institutions and to the European Commission. But on the other hand, the non-governmental experts will be delegated as members for the working groups. That's important, and that's a good sign that in the Republic of Moldova there is a lot of emphasis put for the plenary involvement of all categories of stakeholders, including civil society. And one more very important role of the civil society is that of communication, information. It's very important that every citizen of Moldova to be involved in properly communicating, informing our Moldovans at the grassroots about what is actually happening in the process of our country's European accession. Why is that important? Which are the challenges? What is the role of each of us at the level of our local neighborhood and community in this collective effort? Well, otherwise it means our involvement in communication and awareness efforts at the local level. This is exactly what we do in the framework of our civil society platform. So we have to support these communication efforts. You know, there is a campaign, Moldova is European, through which we try to get closer to the communities, to the smaller neighborhoods. And that's also what is currently happening via this forum, EUROSFAT. That is also an example of such an effort. This forum is happening all over the country. We had a discussion preliminarily in Ungheni yesterday. So there is a huge interest at the local level about European affairs. Tomorrow we go to Chadărlunga, the day after tomorrow we go to Belts in the north. That is why it's crucial for us to be aware that communication, awareness raising requires a joint effort, a sustained effort. by all those interested in everything relates to our transformation at the national level. That cannot be solely the role of the government, which is per se an important stakeholder ex office. It couldn't be solely the role of the parliament, of the local council. Actually, that should be an effort done by the entrepreneurs, NGOs. Each of us should have its contribution in this regards. Well, in a nutshell, these were the three important functions of the civil society organizations that we need to support and promote. But all of these need to be accomplished in an extended framework of a dialogue with all the involved stakeholders. That was actually the message delivered by the European Commission when they formulated that conditionality, that recommendation regarding the involvement of the civil society in all the decision-making processes. There is still a lot to be done, but the positive thing is that today the representatives of CSOs sit at the same table with our governmental officials, European officials, and they may make their voices heard, contribute in the European pathway of the Republic of Moldova. Thank you a lot, Julian. So you were speaking about a dialogue and communication, that it shouldn't be solely happening at the national level. It should happen at the transnational level as well, and that's a dimension that we would like to develop via this forum, a transnational communication. And we did a lot of effort to bring this forum here in Moldova. And it doesn't happen solely in Chisinau, the capital city. It happens in different towns of Moldova. So that's dwelling on the best practices, and we can learn a lot from the experience of other countries who went through this process. In this regard, I'm happy to mention the participation of Primož Vehar, who has a vast, rich experience in everything related to negotiations, everything related to these technicalities required to understand and implement the acquis communautaire, not only from the point of view of values, but also technically as reforms need to be implemented. So I'd like to turn to you and ask, from your perspective, it's like getting back to the initial question, which is, in your perspective, the following set of steps? And which would be the recommendations to be immediately followed by the Republic of Moldova, considering your prior experience? And I would also like to turn to our audience, so you should get ready with a set of questions. We will have a Q&A question after Mr. Vehar speaks.
Thank you, Tana, for this nice introduction. I'm just lucky that I am old enough that I was part of the whole accession process in one smaller country than Moldova in Central Europe. Process started over 30 years ago, so negotiations exactly 25 years ago. On the other side, I'm young enough that I'm still able to speak and be here in front of you, just the proper age. So, yes, I would just refer to legal approximation with the EU acquis, as you mentioned, and absolutely agree what Mr. Groza said about involvement of civil society, which is absolutely necessary, that takes part of it, but we cannot forget, and I speak this as an ancient senior civil servant, of all three branches of law in the process of EU accession. I mean here absolutely government, which by the constitution leads the process and it's responsible for the whole implementation. Parliament, which adopts legislation, laws only, because government adopts also almost half of EU legislation with the bylaws. And of course the judiciary, because judiciary has to enforce this legislation. So, and when we speak about legal approximation, it's not just simple drafting legislation. This is, for us legal drafters, the easiest part. So, crucial is proper planning in advance. So, and Moldova did a great job here, and I really congratulate, because you divided a key, as we did years ago, so this is the only proper way, on 33 chapters. And now you can deal with it. So, and then in each chapter, Moldova is now taking out all EU legislation and now compares where they are. So which is relevant legislation for Moldova, or that 95% it is, unfortunately, then which ministry institution is responsible for and when we are. And then comes what we will do, what we will approximate today, what we will approximate tomorrow, what we will approximate after tomorrow, and what we will try to fight during negotiations to postpone approximation after joining EU, so to get some transitional periods. Because why? Everything is connected with implementation capacities and costs. So we can speak about agriculture, about environment, very nicely legislation, okay, 4,000 legal acts on agriculture, 3,500 on environmental area, but efforts on chemical pollution, air, organic farming, fertilizer products, name it, food safety, are very costly and take time and money. So, and when you plan, you have to take this into account and include. And this is all in the government. This is first phase, planning. So, huge job. Then comes legal drafting. When we know what we will draft and when, then we can engage us lawyers, let's see, include also colleagues from civil society in the discussion, have public discussions and all that, and see and prepare a draft. Then it goes to Parliament if it's a law, and here it's super important role of Parliament, because it's not just adopting. Parliament is not a voting machine, so Parliament is above all a discussion forum where also position and opposition members of the Parliament has to ask critical questions also about this legislation. It happens in our Parliament as well, where position members of Parliament ask, but how this law will enter into force in 15 days, how our factories will adapt to this environmental. How is this possible? Dear Minister, could you explain? And then, yes, it's EU requirement. Okay, so EU requires in 15 days you have to adopt this law. Well, not exactly, but we want to show our readiness and so on. So what was the result of the discussion? The Committee for EU Affairs in the Parliament adopted an amendment that law enters into force 1st of January. And it was, I think, May or June. So, half a year vacatio legis, which helps a lot to the industry to prepare. Just because of simple reason, it was not enough discussion in this hurry. So, and Parliament, of course, has to breathe on the neck of the government and, of course, ask and call what is going on in the process, how the backlogs will be removed, what are the problems, why something is not achieved. So, like this progress enlargement report, which came out 2 weeks ago. So, in our cases, in Central Europe and all that, Parliament, European Affairs Committee, call the ministers, whole government, and they discuss and go chapter by chapter. So, agriculture, food safety, transport, energy, why it's here, what you plan, what will be done. So, this is the role of Parliament, and then comes implementation in practice. You will have to establish some new agencies, employ new people, again government, and enforcement. You will have to enforce. So, inspections will have to go, inspections will have to check. This is not written in the directives and regulations. It's just written, member state should take the necessary measures to properly enforce this directive. What is legal approximation? You cannot put Moldova will take necessary measures and implement this law. So you have to put task, exactly. I don't know, for police, for inspection, for all that. And then comes judiciary. Because in case of disputes, in case of appeals, and suits and everything come to the courts. And then, and this will be also checked during negotiations. Not only do you have laws, okay, we know that. I mean, we are not interested, we read it. We are interested how many cases you have on that, how many inspection controls you did. Can we go to see the laboratories and the results, how it works, and then court decisions, how many cases on this, and so on. All that will go through the negotiations, because negotiations will be with member states. not with the Commission. Commission will lead the process, and therefore I hope Moldova will use this geostrategic opportunity which you have now. You're in the best way to join the other countries which are in process of negotiations in Western Balkans, so you will join this club, and I think it's healthy. Like we were 10 of us at that time, and it was a kind of regatta, so we also compete a little bit among us and check each other, all that. So you will have the same opportunity now, and it's an excellent opportunity to be joined, with some countries are a little bit advanced, some are somewhere here, some has much bigger political problems than you have, so it's not a bad situation at all. And the process will become, how to say, less political, because all political boosts you got now due to geostrategic, which is excellent. And one great advantage you have, a big one, which was already mentioned, because Romania did the job for you, and you have all acquis translated to Romanian. So complete Eurolex and everything exists. Romanian is official language of EU. It's such an advantage. You cannot imagine that you can read in your mother tongue everything, but unfortunately just a half a job, because during negotiations and now you will have to put your draft laws, your legislation, all the meetings and all that, majority will be in English. So it still needs to properly organize translation unit. So maybe so much for start. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your vast insight and experience. O să trecem la partea de întrebări. Eu am un microfon aici lângă mine și
We will now switch to a Q&A session. I have a mobile mic for you. Let us see whether there are questions in the audience. But please, if you ask a question, please let us know to whom the question is addressed. We will try to collect a bunch of questions, and then we will proceed with the answers. Because time is over, and let me see who wants to break the ice with the first question. Maybe you are curious about something, and you will be paid back because a 15 minutes coffee break is following, and we will be able to talk informally about impressions. But until we break for coffee, maybe you have questions regarding this first plenary session, which, as I said, is opening a long day of today, and it's actually breaking the ice for the further really topical sessions planned according to the program. Let us see. Anybody curious about something? Anybody has a question to ask? Here we go, an icebreaker. Good morning. I will not nominate anybody to whom I address the question. It's just a general question. I represent MCHAM Moldova. So the question generally is, based on your experience, based on what you said, and we have more than 30 years of independence, what would you say about the role of the business communities? What would be the support on behalf of the business community in the process of integration in the EU space? And how can we contribute for a faster process?
Which might be negatively impacting if they are put on fast forward, or not considered as impact. So how would you see those elements playing along with the European integration process? And maybe that would be also the întrebare ar fi și către domnul ministru.
And the question is also to the minister, to the state secretary. Sorry, Julian. Okay, let me see whether there are some other questions in the room from the audience. No, then let's start with this one. I will partially answer the question, then probably Primož will reply. What is extremely important is that during this 1.5 years of efforts, while we were working on all kind of plans, all kind of contributions for the extension reports, all kind of analysis, every time we organized public consultations. So an extremely important role I would mention here, the business communities, the way in which you work with the line ministries, with the specialized institutions. Because as Primož said also, every time the practical enforcement of the EU requirement, adjustment of the national legislation to the EU standards will definitely entail some costs, and you will also have to bear the costs. The competition-related policies is the first example that strikes my mind. This is one of the most difficult policies. It's one of the most harsh chapters for being negotiated from the experience of all the countries which became EU member states. That is why it's crucial for you as representatives of business community to be active participants in all the public consultations that we launch, either at the level of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or at the level of other stakeholder institutions. But at the same time, you should also feel free to come with your own initiatives, because the role of the civil society, and in this case for us, you will also be considered as kind of civil society, so your role is also to contribute proactively with your expertise, which the government is missing. So, should you have any initiatives, should you have any ideas, please feel free to share with us. So this should be like a preemptive exercise rather than just responding to some negative impact after some legislative changes happen. Primož?
Yeah, also to add just briefly, as I said before, joining EU has influence, of course, on business community. Mostly positive, but sometimes also different costs will be connected, because many of investors came to Moldova also because of cheaper labor force, of less demanded environmental standards and such things, which will change, so will request adaptation, but it will not happen toward the night. As Ms. Leuca said, it's crucial that you are included in the process of public discussions when legislation is adopted. You can influence on some transitional periods, or to hurry up with certain legislation, or maybe not to hurry up with certain legislation and all that. And I will just mention our example in our core negotiating team, which has 11 members. One of them was deputy head of Chamber of Trade and Industry, which was included just because of that, because
Thank you, Minister. I will shortly refer to what I said at the very beginning, that the European policy should become our internal policy. And to me, the most important thing that the business environment could do is to understand this idea. And probably altogether we need to be aware that the changes that we will have to jointly implement, these are not done for the sake of EU. These are the changes that we need to do for the sake of our business environment. But this definitely will entail costs. This will entail costs for the whole of society, and I mean mainly the painful costs in the short term. And you know, getting closer to some EU requirements, that's a costly thing. On our side as a government, so I see our role first to analyze, understand which are the costs, what's realistic today, what's realistic tomorrow, what's realistic in a 5 years perspective. Our expectation on the side of the government is to see that the business environment is open to the changes and regards these changes not like some whim, some caprice of the government, but like something beneficial for you, for the business environment. And already have very good examples visible in the previous period of time, which clearly demonstrate how important is for us to produce the changes as fast as possible. Let me give the example with the plums. I've read recently that for dozens of years we used to have an issue with exports of plums. And this year, finally, I read a report that the Republic of Moldova is like in the top 3 exporters at the global level of plums. And definitely that required a lot of pain and effort. They needed to change things in their practices. It's not only about plums, it's also the wine industry and others. So only altogether we need to be aware of what should be enforced, how it should be enforced, and the business environment should understand, as I say, I repeat, that's not something to be done against you. That's not something to kill you or to bother you. Actually, these are to be regarded as an internal reform mechanism, which is demanded on the side of the business community, similarly as we have these demands on behalf of the government. Let us see maybe some reactions in online. Ambassador, maybe Mr. Constantinescu, if you want to comment. I may comment. Yes, please, feel free. What I would like to say is that I fully support what has already been mentioned. And also the colleagues from the institution, from the business environment, should work hardly on figures and statistics, because that will help you negotiate in a justified manner. This will help you require for certain transition periods of time, some exceptions. You may only require that if you have sound arguments and figures. And we know that in many branches, they just start the process of developing statistics and sets of figures. And I would encourage the business environment to start building this narrative already today. Please do your homework. Please make sure you have your sets of data statistics ready to defend your priorities. Thank you as well. Unless there are no more reactions or questions, I suggest we should break now. We are really well on time, so we will break for a coffee and we'll reconvene in 15 minutes. The following session will refer to European values, democracy, good governance and rule of law. And it will start with an interesting message on behalf of Laura Codruța-Covesci, Chief Attorney of the European Prosecution Office. That is why you are all invited for some networking during the coffee break. On behalf of Europol's, the European Expertise Center, I'd like to thank you for your participation and for hosting us in Chișinău.
That this world is too much with us late and soon goes right. His words are worth repeating anytime a cloud obscures the light. My power, that's the moment I retreat with you. Consider recluses, so what? 'Cause I don't care, do you? Let's stay on the twist and shout. We can say the power's out. It doesn't matter what we do. I just want to spend the day with you. Let's call it sick like others do. Say we don't want to catch the flu. said this word only appears to be a land of dreams. Sailing straight for truth, unless the dream is starting you and me. Still, my drug of choice, my heart rejoices every time I see image of your face as it comes in sway. Proximity, let's stay on the twisted shine. We can say the power doesn't matter what we do. Just wanna spend the day. It's going sick like others do. See, we wanna catch the flu. I really don't care what we do. Just wanna spend the day. Let's stay on the twisted shine. You can see the patterns out. Doesn't matter what we do. I just wanna spend the day with you. Let's call it sick like others do. See, we wanna catch the flu. We can work, we do. I just wanna spend the day. Every weekend while at college, I frequented a little club to listen to jazz. Near a beach that was called Hermosa, a name in cursive, throbbed in blue. Viva and shine. Viva. to Izzy. The guy behind the bar said it's a tribute to Dizzy. What a time it was, why did it ever have to end? All those cats are gone, and now the bebop and shops flow. Now the bebop head shops flow. Distant stars, four hemispheres. You're the last I must learn. I must see inside your heart. It seems so harmless when you first misplace it. Once it's lost, it's awful hard to trace it. Before you know it, you've forgotten where you hid the truth. We learn our Lincoln, but we do not heed it. So draw a treasure map in case you need it. The path's a jungle which can sure obscure where you hid the truth. Why not recherche your temps perdu? And hope that you can find the clue to where you hid the truth. Who of us can cast the first stone? Certainly not me. But at least I Friend, you can rely upon. It seems so hard when you first misplace it. Once it's lost, it's before you know it, you forgot where you hit the truth. In case you need it, past the jungle which can sure obscure where you hit the truth. Have you forgotten where you hid the? Have
Bună
you
dimineața!
forgotten where forgotten?
Doamnelor și domnilor, în 2 minute începem discuțiile în cadrul celor de-al doilea panel. Vă rog frumos.
So I would like to invite everybody to take your seats and we would go to the second panel.
I like to stay up late at night reading in a one-half Lotus past midnight in my bed. I like to walk out early in the morning in the scented woods and listen to music in my head. Music in my head. Please don't misunderstand me. I promise you I'm not crazy. When I get the blues, I wait for my muse to turn up the sound and save me. I like to listen to the sounds of August when a thunderstorm drums distant timpani. With the cicadas droning just like sitars in a raga which the wind accompanies. are truly all watched over by machine of loving grace. Then please explain.
Doamnelor și domnilor, vă rugăm să vă ocupați locurile în sală pentru a începe discuțiile.
Cries obscene. Can't we turn the brightness down?
Bună dimineața încă o dată. Aș vrea să invit în scenă
So I would like to invite the keynote speakers for this panel. I would like to invite Madam Ramona Strugariu, member of the European Parliament, Group Renew Europe. Ramona, please take your seat. Also, I would like to invite Mr. Ion Manoli, who is the Executive Director of Promolex. Veronica Mikhailov-Moraru would join us a bit later, Minister of Justice. Also, I would like to invite Mr. Vladislav Gribince, Program Director from the Legal Resource Center from Moldova. Mr. Gribince, you're welcome. So I'd like to invite Ramona Strugariu, member of the European Parliament, the Renew Europe Group. Having said that, I would like to start the discussion under this panel. So Madam Minister Veronica Mikhailov-Moraru will join us a bit later. In this panel, we'll speak about democracy, state of law, good governance, as a precondition to progress on the European path. Out of the 9 recommendations of the European Commission, as we have said, most of them refer to the reform of justice as well as fighting corruption. The European Commission report published in November shows that the Republic of Moldova has progressed and showed a lot of progress in the area of justice reform as well as fighting corruption. However, the same kind of report shows that the Republic of Moldova managed to reach a certain level of result. So this is some level of preparation has already been reached. So thereby it's important to speak about accomplishments as well as challenges as well as how we would be able to boost and to have progress on the fight against corruption and rule of law and good governance. Because in order to have genuine democracy, it's important to have free and accurate and fair elections about the enforcement of the human rights. So that would be the topic of our panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of this panel, I would like to invite you to listen to the online speech of Madam Laura Kudryshakova, a head attorney prosecutor under the European Prosecution Office. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this EUROSFAT 2023 forum. Congratulations for this initiative to organize this event in the Republic of Moldova. In my message, I would like to share from my experience as a prosecutor, representative of the European Prosecution Office, as well as a citizen of European Union originating from Romania. Actually, I belong to a generation that wanted to see Romania integrated in the European family, and we had this chance to see it implemented. During the last 30 years, I have known more about the country. I saw how Romania transformed into a European country because we Romanians wanted to be part of the European family. But I saw this transformation from the point of view of justice. It's indeed that speaking about fighting corruption means that we would have to prevent and sanction. It's about education, but this is not the ultimate point. We have to speak about courage, desire and courage. And the idea would be to gain the trust of the people. And this is the key of success. Today it might be more difficult compared with a couple of years ago, because our societies, our democratic societies are actually affected by disinformation campaign. The biggest challenges not for this campaign are broadcasting these lies and misleading information on a broader scale, but they're trying to undermine the capacity, our possibility to make the difference between the right things and the lies. This undermines our capacity to see a difference between good and bad. At that moment, nobody cares to know what is right and what is wrong. But whenever we speak about corruption, it's very difficult to make people believe and understand how corruption can affect their life. In reality, corruption used to be and is still being tolerated everywhere. There is no place, there is no clean country, there is no country without corruption. Why? Because the majority of the people don't see any direct impact of corruption over their lives. That's one. Secondly, since we have this kind of trend, believing that the financial fraud and corruption offences are not considered as being very dangerous for the society. That's another problem, which is even more concerning, that is that for many years actually the real level of corruption has been ignored and the financial fraud was not known. And there's no linkage with this security, because there are no two separate criminals of the bad criminals that sell, for example, trafficking in human beings or drugs, and there's no difference between the people who are committing financial frauds by laundering the money and corrupting the officials. The organized crime, high corruption, cannot exist without any financial proceeds. In the investigation that we do in the European prosecution, we see that the complex fraud cases on VAT are being funded in order to commit some other crimes. So thereby corruption and money laundering in the majority of the cases is part of this offense. Moreover, the same kind of perpetrators are laundering money from VAT fraud and they're taking it from other crimes. As an illustration, I can give you a couple of information from our cases. Drug trafficking is considered too risky due to the high sanctions and imprisonment rate. Thereby, the members of the organized crime groups believe that the tax fraud might be clean, easier way, because there's no risk. Just important to find a very good lawyer, an accountant, and somebody who is a good speaker, and then you would be able to gain a lot of money. So there is a consensus among the practitioners that one of the biggest gain advantage of the big organized group with regard to the judiciary and the process are the money. So thereby our strategy should be built on paralyzing their financial capacity to gain money. So the tendency to violate laws would constantly exist and they would constantly have challenges and struggles, but the fight for what is correct and does never stop, and we have to continue this kind of fight. It's a continuous fight. So thereby, we have to start working very hard in order to fight it, in order to gain their lives and the souls and the hearts of the people. And to have this reality, people should have trust and confidence that the law is applied to everybody and that the right and laws is tangible. From what I learned as a prosecutor is that only by efficient and diligent work you will be able to gain the trust of the people. And the constant work is the only possibility and path to preserve and to maintain this. In these slides, I would like to remind you what I said 1 year ago when I visited Chisinau. So Moldova would get considerable funding from the European Union budget next year, and it's the responsibility, our joint responsibility, to pursue and to prosecute the fraudsters, the swindlers within the limit of our competence. We have to dedicate and investigate all the frauds that bring detriment to the financial budget, as well as to share information as stakeholders. At the same time, it's important to initiate the process of approximating the Moldovan laws with the European laws, namely the legislation on preventing corruption as well as the fraud have to be brought to in compliance with the interests of EU. The EU process is being presented only in technical things, negotiation of chapters, alignment to European standards, structural reforms, but this way of approach has to be changed by the Moldovan people, because everything that you do in order to become members of European Union, do it for yourself, not for somebody, for the fact that you would like to be next to Europeans, but because you believe yourself as being Europeans. That's the most important thing. So that was the message of Laura Kudryashvili, and during our discussion maybe we'll get back to what Madam Laura said. Now I'd like to invite Ramona Strugariu, who is the member of the European Parliament. She is a very good friend, dedicated friend of the Republic of Moldova, as well as a supportive European course. So, Madam Strugariu, what would be the messages for the government as well as for the Moldovan society at large at this historical moment for our country, as well as on the eve of the European Council decision on starting the negotiation of Moldova's accession to EU? Good morning to everybody. Good morning, dear friends. Because you know that from my place to Chisinau, it's actually very close if I were in Romania, because I can drink then coffee in Chisinau and then go back to Romania, because I was born very close to Moldova. But unfortunately, I'm not very often, I don't have this possibility to go to Romania very often times. But this is finding we're very close, Romania and Moldova very close, but this kind of political barriers, as well as some other type of impediments, are more like some things that have to be overcome, they have to be lifted stage by stage, and then we have to get them integrated in our minds, in our actions, in our deeds. We have to be close in our behavior towards the others. That's very important part of European integration, as well as of the progress as a whole. That's the most important thing. So what I would like to know, that maybe very few of you understand what important steps have been taken by the Republic of Moldova in a very short and challenging time, with a lot of unforeseeable events, and nobody could have actually been expecting to have such kind of events, neither in EU or worldwide or Romania or Moldova. Nobody could have expected such challenges. Actually, in war situation almost, there were some unprecedented decisions taken. We could never think that this succession rhythm would take place or would have to be accelerated so quickly. And indeed, that meant a very important, a big pressure that was put on the Republic of Moldova to deliver on this commitment, as well as to do a lot of things in a good way, quick way, as well as with limited resources that were available, as well as there was no that quietness or peace in order to take some well-lit and well-structured decision that would be important decisions for a longer term, like a couple of months decisions, but for a longer term. So that was another issue. Also, there were a lot of conditionalities that were listed for the Republic of Moldova. All these kind of conditionalities were very complex. Some of them could have been delivered quicker, the others would have entailed a longer time for them to be delivered. Fighting corruption as well as justice reform are not something that can be just put on paper. They cannot be just tick of a box. This is a very important finality for the state of law that has to take place every day, similar to fighting and gaining democracy and values in the country. So these are processes that are not fully irreversible because they might go up and down. They might have different configuration even for those countries who are very ambitious, who are in the process of accession. So this kind of problem might appear. They might go through less fortunate time. And I absolutely agree with Madam Laura Kudrusakova. And this should happen not because we would like to join the European Union or that there is another process in mind, but it should be realized that this is important for the citizens of the country because that would generate decency, prosperity, dignity, because nobody would get into your pocket and lift the pockets or steal something, because they do have this right to live in a country and to have an institutional framework that would be able to deliver on these priorities. That's a national priority first and foremost. That's a national commitment. In addition to some other things, that's a national priority. And what is important is that it has to be, and it is part of the European agenda. So the people in Brussels have a very good opinion about you, about the Moldovans. And so my great pleasure is that every time when I meet with my colleagues or whenever we discuss in different kind of forums, so we talk what Moldova has done or what is the way for Moldova to go. So unlike some years ago, not so many years ago, but now people are actually smiling. They have a different image because they say that Moldova is doing better. They're smiling. It's absolutely evident that Moldova did a very big progress. It's evident that Moldova has to be supported. And we can see all these kind of efforts that have been taken by Moldova like in a miraculous manner. And you had the possibility to do it, and you are doing that in continuation, and my congratulations go to you for that. However, having said that, yes, you can do this kind of reforms. You do reforms with the people, with a legal framework that has to be solid, should not be changing so often times, and also you need money for that. 3 elements that are important. And to make these kind of reforms continuous, so the things and the efforts that you do has to be supported and endorsed by a support from other sides in such a way that the human resource be built, be developed, as well as money be challenged, channeled for those things in order to implement the reforms. And thereby it's very important to speak about that from the sustainability point of view, because we cannot rely only on European money, but we have to rely on the economic prosperity and the capacity of a country to get developed and grow. And that's also the case of the Republic of Moldova, to grow, to be developed, as well as not to be dependent on any source of funding, because that's very important to be accomplished. Also, speaking about the justice field, indeed, the legal framework has to be appropriately updated. And those people have to make sure that this legal framework is applied. They have to be trained, they have to get necessary capacity. Those people that are already part of the system, they're working in the system, but they don't understand how it has to be implemented, or might have some problems with integrity or other issues. Maybe, so those people have to be encouraged, and they have to be explained, and have to make sure and understand that the Republic of Moldova is now facing absolutely different stage of its development. That particular path, the European path, is a compulsory, is mandatory in such a way that their kids and kids of their kids feel in a safe and live in a safe environment in a country that they are not scared to live. And that would not happen in days or weeks or months. It would happen only in years that all this would be implemented. I know that anti-corruption files and cases on fighting corruption is important because people are constantly saying that we would like to see the corrupt officials and the bribed ones in the jails. And for the sanctions be applied. Yes, it's important to have results, but at the same time, these kind of cases have to be well investigated, not just for the sake of having certain number of people in the prisons or have a certain number of population, the prison population, or for example, for the sake of ticking the boxes and say that we have done that, etc. And the reasons are actually the same, and I already mentioned these kind of reasons, because once a file or case is not complete or is not so well documented, or maybe being pressured to have this case finalized, that kind of case or file is vulnerable. The human being or people have been working on investigating are also vulnerable, and then there might be some kind of tools in the judiciary, and you should have this access to remedies. Remedies that would help you understand that maybe something was done in a rush or was not documented correctly. It could have been done better if it had been part of a more solid and accurate and fair process. That's important. Then second, speaking about fighting corruption doesn't mean like number of convictions. Because fighting corruption means to have a prevention framework, a deterrent framework, which is the most important and should include something very simple. So transparency of the public people, as well as the possibility to trace them back. And these are the most important instruments and tools that we have in order to prevent. Public tenders that have to be organized based on rules without any preferential treatment. Second, very simple and plain mechanism of monitoring how money is spent. That's second. Also some integrity structures, and this is the integrity agency from Romania, likewise in Romania, that would have to check and see whether there is conflict of interest or not. Do we have any kind of rules that would prevent this kind of revolving doors, and we have it in the EU? And I'm looking very carefully there because I'm the report of the European Parliament on the anti-corruption proposal. This is the first one that we do on European level in order to harmonize the anti-corruption framework in the EU, and I know how important these aspects are. And we are also looking very carefully on this, on prevention. This is a very important thing so to be taken in mind. Because when we speak about anti-corruption, that also deals with an economic framework that has to be functional in such a way that you would be able to find the efficient tool of fighting corruption. Because you have to understand that fighting corruption means good salary and payroll for the civil servants. That means people are motivated, and in order to keep their integrity and work properly in the system, they should not feel the pressure or temptation or a threat in a certain way. They're being paid, respected in their work, and not to have anybody with a sword on top of their head. Although they should understand that it is important to be integral and to be, as well as should understand how things have to be delivered on, but not with a sword. A lot of aspects need to be discussed here, but I would stop here because I know that the other colleagues would have their own ideas, their own presentation, then would go back to questions. However, so this desire to do something good for the people and to take care of them, as well as to make sure all of us together that they have this kind of dignity, they are protected in the country, and this is the most important actually value, the most important engine that would help us fighting against corruption as well as protecting the rule of law and the state of law. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Strugariu, Ramona. Yes, because we speak about the justice reform case. That's a very complex issue, and we have to work very hard in order to make it better. I would like to invite Madam Veronica Mikhailov-Moraru, Minister of Justice from the Republic of Moldova. Madam Moraru, please take the floor, Madam Minister. You are invited. Because in this panel, we are talking about justice reform and fighting corruption. I know that Madam Minister has a very important mission and very challenging, very difficult one, because the citizens of the Republic of Moldova, as well as the development partners, everybody is looking forward, expecting to see progress and tangible results be achieved, as well as quick results. But we know that any type of reform requires measures and efficient interventions and actions that cannot be seen, results cannot be seen overnight. I would like to ask you how you're able to cope with this kind of task, the immediate priorities in fighting this evil of corruption. And the grand corruption is the biggest issue. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. I would like to congratulate you for this dialogue platform, which is a very important and a very useful platform that would help us inform the society in a better way what we do in justice and fighting corruption, as well as what is our state of play in terms of implementing the recommendations. And I've saluted this kind of events because I understood that they are being organized outside of Chisinau, and this is very important because it's important to inform the society in a correct manner about the real situation. Indeed, in the context of preparation for joining EU, so we have to do a lot of home tasks, assignments, and we've done a lot along with the government, with the parliament, and with the society. And the reform of justice is the most important as well as the most complicated action, because a complex of measures was envisaged from the very outset. These kind of measures cannot be expected to deliver upon overnight, because their complexity requires a lot of work, diligence, as well as a lot of attention, quality, paid time, in such a way that the results be sustainable for a longer term, because we want these reforms, these extraordinary reforms, to generate the effect and to be sustainable in time in such a way that the system be a functional system. So when we speak about the justice reform and fighting corruption, it's very important to be clear that here we speak about recommendation number 1 and 3 out of the 9 measures set up by the European Union for Moldova. Although all these kind of measures have not been 100% accomplished, so this is the term that we use in the reports, but nevertheless we can see some dynamics, some progress on that, and I can tell you that we have seen a very good tangible progress on this path. For example, on the justice reform, we know, and everybody knows that we are now in the process of finalizing the pre-vetting process, and then so the vetting of the Supreme Court of Justice is underway. And in parallel, what we do is that we are preparing for the vetting of 3rd stage, and that would be the extraordinary assessment of the prosecutors and the judges from the key position. So why it was important to have such an ambitious reform? It was important so that the self-regulatory bodies from the prosecutors and the judiciary to start from scratch and to regain their confidence, and the system be able to regain its independence, trust, confidence, and be able to function on its own from inside. Because we know that we had a lot of cases or data that showed that the system was not okay, so thereby we had to undergo this extraordinary path of reforming the justice. The question was about the fighting against corruption, particularly about the grand corruption, and this is actually referring to recommendation number 3 of the measures, but it doesn't mean that there was no commitment at the country level to fight this grand corruption. That was a commitment of our government. What does this recommendation include? First of all, to have powerful, strong institutions that would have the power and competence and be able to fight corruption, be resilient in such a way as be able to investigate, prosecute, as well as indict, as well as what is also very important is to recover all the assets, because justice would not have any kind of finality if the recovery of assets is not possible. And thereby our attention was focused mainly on a couple of draft laws, because from the point of the Minister of Justice, the biggest and the most important powers would be through creating some of the tools and powers be granted to those institutions in such a way that they would be able to fulfill their duties and competence. So first of all, we try to clearly delimit the competences between the National Anti-Corruption Center and the Corruption Prosecution Office, because there were several recommendations and studies showed there was no clarity about the powers and the duties of the NEC and the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office. So thereby the grand corruption would be of the Corruption Prosecution Office, and grand corruption means that the corruption that is being committed by the officials of the country, MPs, as well as so if if the harm that is being generated is very big to the public as well as to the state. This delimitation allowed us to make a clarity, because once this kind of powers of the two institutions was clearer, so that meant that we should have separated that two bodies. And that means that they are not working together in criminal investigation field, and that National Anti-Corruption Center would have the possibility to investigate the cases together with the district prosecutorial office. That was first. Second is now in the process of implementing this step, and we have the anti-corruption platform opened by the Ministry of Justice together with the other institutions. So the purpose would be to enhance the anti-corruption prosecution office, providing technical equipment, premises, offices, and once the new powers would come into effect, then the Corruption Prosecution Office would be able to fulfill all the duties in terms of the subjects of the crimes and the prosecution that has to be conducted. Recommendation number 3 is a very practical recommendation, and that means that we have to deliver results on the corruption cases. I mean, it's not suffice to create the legal frameworks or tools. It's important to generate and show specific results. Yes, we did have obstacles. Maybe they should not be called obstacles. We might have had some difficulties in this period, but I believe that we are sufficient, we are perseverant, and we are eager to overcome challenges that we had at the beginning. So these kind of challenges were related to the insufficiency of the legal norms that would give sufficient possibilities and powers for investigating the case. And what we did is that we revised the laws on special investigation measures, and also we have tried to provide broader competence, powers and tools in special investigation. Also, the criminal procedural legislation was revised regarding the investigation, prosecution, as well as how electoral, for example, corruption can be qualified and considered, because it's also another issue important. Also, the criminal procedure was revised in terms of making the criminal cases examined in a timely manner, in a quicker manner, in order to avoid any suspension, renewal, as well as re-examination, some procedures that would delay and protract the entire process of examination and prosecution. And also we have explicitly stipulated several times that in addition to the minor cases as well as the person who are arrested, so the corruption cases have to be treated with a priority. I mean, should be a priority, because some of the statistics show that on corruption cases there were a lot of delays, postponements, and if the hearings and the trials were actually protracted for a long period of time and rescheduled several times. When I meet with the judges and the prosecutors from the field offices, we are trying to motivate and to show to everybody from the judiciary that fighting corruption is our joint commitment of everybody, because the Minister of Justice provided all the necessary legal instruments and tools for the law enforcement bodies that have these powers. But now it's your duty, the responsibility of the law enforcement bodies, and according to the powers they have, the function of prosecution, investigating, indicting the people, as well as the court examination shall be under their power, and then do the other action. Thereby, it's extremely important for the stakeholders from the judiciary be vigilant, be perseverant, and for this kind of cases be finalized as quick as possible, because the society, quick as possible doesn't mean that the quality shall be undermined, but because delaying and postponement might also impact the quality of the justice, as well as the possibility to recover all the harm that is being caused. So thereby, it's very important to maintain this quality of the case examination, as well as be quick and timely in such a way that that particular judiciary be not delayed.
As for the fight against corruption, the reform on this chapter includes a series of measures for the improvement of the legal work and of the mechanisms for preventing and fighting against money laundering, combating the oligarchization phenomenon. From the point of view of the vision adopted by the government and by the parliament, is clear that there are some steps to be taken for this mechanism to be implemented, but it also requires the courage on behalf of the directly responsible stakeholders, courage and being daring to attain real practical results in this process of fighting against corruption. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Undoubtedly, the Republic of Moldova has considerable progress in the legislative framework. Now the legislative measures should also be genuinely applied in practice so that we could all feel them. We, I mean the citizens of Moldova. We have one more friend of the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Cristi Danilets, judge in the Court of Law Cluj. Mr. Danilets, you are connected remotely. We are very grateful for you having accepted the invitation for this forum. Mr. Danilets is an old friend of the Republic of Moldova, and I remember the first editions of the European Integration Forum, where we traditionally used to talk about the justice sector reform and fight against corruption. Mr. Danilets, how do you see our Moldovan justice sector reform there in Romania? And what would you suggest for our governance and our civil society to do in order to have more progress in this regards? And what is, in your opinion, the role of professional associations of judges and prosecutors in this process? Thank you. Thank you, and thank you once again for the invitation. I'm so jealous I cannot be there in the room, but my activity in the Court of Law makes it impossible for me to join your event physically. I would like to first say hello Moldova, hello Europe, because you are already on a pathway that you are committed for a period of time, but only this year it became more certain that the Republic of Moldova will be part of the big European family, same as Romania is part of this family as of 2007. Now Romania is the border of the EU, and I'm happy that now it's your turn. Well, all the European family is glancing at you, at the Republic of Moldova, and the investments will be enormous for your support from the point of view of capital investment, but also the demand will be highest for the institutional reforms. One of the key reforms is the one related to justice and the rule of law. Why? Because justice, if you wish, is a factor of balance for every democratic society. We have three branches of power in a state: legislative, executive, and judicial. And these are equal. There is no hierarchy between these three. And without justice, all this democratic landscape would just collapse. When I speak about justice, I do not solely mean the judges, as it is wrongly understood usually in the Republic of Moldova. Justice involves all the participants in the Justice Administration Act. Obviously, the judge has a key role, but without the involvement of prosecutors, without a proper contribution of the defense lawyers, without a proper action of the police officers, investigators, proper justice may not be administered. So if we speak about justice, we mean the whole institutional framework, this diversity of structures that I've enumerated. And what's actually the expectation on the society side? So they would expect convictions of perpetrators, disincentivizing punishments for abuse, corruption, and of course the society expects fairness, correctness on behalf of magistrates. And you should know that this is a very high level of demand, and that's something about guaranteeing the independence of justice. Every political class, every politician which gets in power in any state will try sooner or later to control justice. Every one of those who are in power have the tendency to try at least to abuse justice. That is why it is needed for justice to be protected, defended from the political factor. This is what we call independence. If the society and the politicians grant independence to justice, so what should be the expectation from justice? First, fairness and correctness, which means unbiased, correct, impartial judges, courageous, daring judges, and I'm not afraid to say that, because fighting against grand corruption, when fighting against strong, powerful, dangerous perpetrators, organized crime, so the investigative authorities, the prosecutors, the judges should have certain types of features, certain type of personality, and this doesn't happen overnight. As the minister said earlier, these changes require a certain change of culture in the profession. The culture of this profession should start with discussions. I don't know how many judges are present in your room, but I know that usually the judges would refrain from talking in public, from participating in debates, to meet politicians, to give interviews for mass media. There is a certain wrong opinion that the role of the judges is only to solve cases in court. But in Europe, this was overcome already. The judges are not only to stay in a court of law. The judges should get out into the middle of the society. The judges should be the ones which direct the society in a certain direction. Well, this is the case about Romania as well. Before accession, the judges were scared to get into public. We had hidden meetings. We would give interviews without being very happy to have these open discussions with mass media. But finally we understood that the key word is transparency, and if you wish, that's my takeaway for the citizens of the Republic of Moldova, but mainly for the practitioners in the court of law. So leave the wars aside, so stay aside of those battles. Start thinking of how can you join your efforts to reconstruct Moldova altogether, because judges are part of the state, judges are not against the state. Justice shouldn't be regarded as being on the other part of the barricade, fighting against the state. And since the justice is one of the branches of power, it should also contribute to taking your country in a correct and European direction. So the judges who are leaders, they need to be encouraged, they need to be invited for debates. Their voices need to be heard. And of course, the magistrates cannot comment the cases, cannot have businesses, cannot run politics, but we need to have an idea about what does democracy mean, what the rule of law means. So I think the opinion of judges should be heard on these topics. To finalize, I just want to say that fighting against corruption is not solely the task of justice. Fighting against corruption starts with each of you. Do not give bribes. I know it's very hard. It's also very hard in Romania. Yes, we have a very good anti-corruption fight, and then we see a decline. But I would encourage the citizens of Moldova, stop giving bribes. Denunciate those who ask bribes from you, starting with teachers, professors, doctors, judges. Because it is incorrect that the persons who are already paid from the money of the taxpayers, the persons who already have their salary, it's incorrect for you to give them this bonus via bribes. So I'd like to congratulate the correct journalists who, for years, emphasized the unlawfulness in the public institutions, unlawful use of public money, abuse admitted in the public system. Third, the fight against corruption is also a mission of politicians. Without a proper legal framework delivered by the Minister of Justice and by the Parliament, there is no possibility to fight against corruption. And in the fourth, the fight against corruption is the mission of the system of justice. But here we mainly speak about fighting against corruption in the judiciary. It's impossible to fight against corruption beyond, outside the judiciary system in the society if corruption is present in the justice system. That is why we should have correct and fair, integral, uncorrupt prosecutors, policemen, judges. There are huge expectations on your side. Of course, we understand it's all about higher salaries, and I am the supporter of these ideas, but it is not enough, because integrity in the long run is a value. Well, you may be provided by law the independence, but integrity is something to be developed by education. Only thus you will have this virtue, this noble feeling like integrity. And to conclude, if we allow corruption to prosper, the society is like prone to failure. It's about poverty. Justice makes the poorest ones even poorer. Money will come massively to the Republic of Moldova, but there will also be massive theft if corruption is in place. That is why a rapid, highly performant intervention against corruption is required, which would convict as an example to all those who use abusively the resources of the state of Moldova. Moldova is now undergoing a process of transformation. That is why all the social components should support this transformation. And justice, as also in the Republic of Moldova, should be regarded as a key factor for transformation of the Republic of Moldova, so that the Republic of Moldova would join the map of the European Union. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you a lot, Mr. Danilets, for this message, for this discourse full of takeaways. What I noted as a general conclusion is that a genuine democracy may not exist beyond the separation of the powers in state, and judges, prosecutors should be part of the justice sector reform. At the beginning of this panel, I said that a genuine democracy may not also exist without free and fair elections, without the human rights protection. That is why I give the floor to Ion Manoli, Executive Director Promolex. It's an organization which is closely monitoring the electoral processes in the Republic of Moldova. It's an organization which is also known for the monitoring of human rights observance in the secessionist Transnistrian region. Well, Mr. Manoli, considering the report of the International Monitoring Observation Mission OSCE ODIHR regarding the general elections, well, the restrictions under the threats to the national security, threats to the freedom of expression, freedom of association, and the right to take part in the elections. So one of the conclusions of the report is that this had a negative impact on the electoral process. You remember there was an abolition of the registration of all candidates on behalf of the party Shansa, which limited the elections, and there was only one candidate in some smaller villages because of this annulment of the candidates. The broadcasters, according to that report, provided sufficient information, diverse information, but at the same time suspension of the license for broadcasting for other broadcasters represented a disproportionate restriction against the freedom of expression. This decision, actually this happened via a decision of the Commission for Exceptional Situations, which did not actually provide an efficient legal remedy. So in your opinion, to what extent there are these deviations from the international standards could be justified? I mean the standards of OSCE, considering the security-related situation in our country and in the region. And since we speak about the Transnistrian region, how could you comment the declarations, official statements that the Republic of Moldova may integrate in the European Union also without Transnistrian region at the first phase? What do you think are the implications on the region and on the process of the resolution of this conflict? Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Such a long question consisting of many other questions. I think it's complicated in this small time slot to provide you answers, but I will try. So you are right. It was for the first time in the Republic of Moldova that the national elections, general elections, happened in a very complicated circumstances due to the war in Ukraine. Plus, we also had a hybrid war on the territory of the Republic of Moldova, and we witnessed it, starting with disinformation, ending with illegal financing. What OSCE said may not be ignored, but there cannot be also ignored the fact that in the country we have national observers who were deployed throughout the country. So the organization I represent did exactly that, and our conclusions, our findings also deserve being analyzed attentively by the society, but especially by the authorities. We are now in a process of negotiations and EU approximation, but these are also conditions to make sure that the democracy in the Republic of Moldova survives also in the following years, regardless even of the result of the goal for 2030. It could happen sooner or, or later. For us, it's very important right now to understand that the appreciation by Promolex in the framework of the Coalition for Free and Fair Elections. So our mark for those elections was like these were partially free and partially correct. That's not a good mark. That's, in my opinion, a bad mark. But we should understand what was the geopolitical context, the security background when these elections happened. So the society, the international community, international partners could somehow reduce a bit the criticism. But I think let's leave it as it is. We need to be very aware of what happens. And as Judge Cristi Danilet said, everyone who gets into power will sooner or later try to abusively use the administrative resources, as it happened in this example of elections. Yes, there are some risks, and we as civil society, we need to prevent these risks. If we allow this risk happening today, tomorrow they will get power and more intensity. Well, that's exactly about the role of civil society. And I'm so happy that in Moldova we have very good, robust civil society organizations. And it's not only about monitoring elections. We have very critical CSOs, and they are critical not because they used to wish to get in power in the government. No, that's because we would like to have stability in our society, rule of law, democracy, and democratic conditions. But we may not ensure and guarantee all these desiderata without us, ourselves, being compliant to the norms and procedures. Because this is actually the object of negotiations with the European Union. Yesterday we went to Ungheni, and you know the expectations of the citizens in the territory are so high. And when the expectations are very high, there are risks that the disappointments will also be painful. That is why we need to properly communicate with the citizens. And I would like to congratulate the organizers for their initiative and for accepting also going in the territory. I would like us also to be able to go to Tiraspol, but I'm aware that's impossible right now. But being smart and daring, we will sooner or later do that as well. It's just important to abstain from saying we cannot do anything. Because I've heard this when we started our activity on the left bank of Dniester River. I remember any response from the authorities was very clearly formulated, like a copy-paste response every time. All the state institutions will say, we cannot interfere into this issue until we see a peaceful resolution of the Transnistrian issue. So it's like you should wait painfully. But no, that's not the way. The state has certain obligations, and there are European Court of Human Rights conventions. At this page we have 56 ECHR decisions. The victims try to defend their rights, and they proved that their rights are being violated. And these are not figures only. It's important. These are human lives. The institutions of the state should understand which is their level of responsibility. And as we have this opportunity right now and we are unable to use them to obtain what we are willing to obtain for our citizens, it's a pity. You know, to a great extent, the citizens on the left bank of Dniester River are also citizens of Moldova, so we have no right to abandon them and to lose them like they are on a different part of the barricade. Without an effort on our side, without any strive and attempt to integrate them as well, without involving them in our processes, including in the processes of European integration. So you saw the results at the parliamentary and presidential elections, because as for the local elections, they may not participate. The results in the voting sections for the left bank of Dniester River were better than in many other areas on the right bank, which is a clear sign that the citizens there, they have the same rights as we do, and they are even more pro-European than the rest. And nobody gives us the right to ignore them or to postpone them. Let's recall the Transnistrian region, if we speak about the rule of law and fighting against corruption, let's recall that that territory is very well known at the international level as a hot spot, as an important source of corruption, not only corruption generated from the Republic of Moldova, but also for the whole Black Sea basin, including Romania, but mainly it's about Ukraine. So they were always there, they had access to the port in Odessa and so on and so forth. So without resolving the Transnistrian issue, corruption will never be eradicated in the Republic of Moldova. And I remember what Cristi Danilets said, and he's right. Whoever comes in power in Chisinau will have this temptation to control the justice. And we should not admit that. What I would like to say regarding the Transnistrian region, probably many are tired already to hear about Transnistria, human rights, but that doesn't help us. If just nothing happens there, if we don't understand what's the situation, it doesn't help us. If we send a wrong message to Brussels, yes, that message could be accepted, taken over by Brussels, but this doesn't mean that the problem disappeared. And one important idea, something that I forgot to mention, since we speak about the European integration and the declarations of our officials regarding the partial integration of the Republic of Moldova without the Transnistrian region, did anyone try to analyze what would that mean, what would happen, and where the border would be laid? What if Ukraine also, I hope there is peace soon and Ukraine is also integrated. Then, in the framework of the EU, we will have a gray area, our Transnistria having no democracy, no beginning, no end, and no clear border. And now have a look what happens with Schengen area. There is a huge strive to obtain the right for freedom of circulation for Romania and Bulgaria. And you see how much opposition and resistance are there on behalf of certain member states. And this is a member state for more than 10 years already. So now, can you imagine how will European states vote for the accession of Moldova and the EU and Ukraine into the EU? If we don't have clarity with Transnistria, we have no clarity as for the free movement of goods, persons. These are things which cannot be ignored. And in our opinion, rapid and efficient and smart actions are required. Proper communication with the persons from the left bank are needed. We need to invite them to Chisinau for such fora, such debates. We need to try to involve them in these processes. We will have no stability, no calmness, no security without them. The EU will never help us with that. It all depends on us. Yes, the EU supports us, our partners provide help to us, but if we don't do our homework, we will not have the expected results, or at least the results will not be sustainable. Thank you a lot, Mr. Manoli. I will now give the floor to Vladislav Gribincha, Program Director for Legal Resource Center in Moldova, an organization which supported the justice sector reform processes. Mr. Gribincha, how do you see the situation from the point of view of the civil society, and what should be done in order to improve it? Thank you, Anna. I would like to speak less about what has been done already. I would rather speak about what should else be done further on. I will start by saying that justice sector reform is not an art, it's a science. It is something that could be very well calculated, well organized. It's no need for super talents involving 1 or 2 or 3 persons only. Justice sector reform, I assure you, will be the segment which will be the biggest headache for us in the process of European integration. So we cannot get rid of proper quality level here, especially after the previous experience of the latest EU member states. There is no shortcut in this process. And when we start a long pathway, we should not forget what's our destination, because there will be plenty of factors to deviate us from our goal. As I said, there are no shortcuts, no half measures in justice. These are like non-effective, which was demonstrated in many countries. Courage is required to disrupt some already deeply rooted practices in this area. We cannot avoid interinstitutional misunderstandings, and very few are willing to get rid of their personal comfort. We must admit that. That is why I see we need to be courageous and daring. Those who are leading these reforms need to be courageous and daring. I frequently hear that a compromise is required for certain reforms. Yes, it is, but the question is, can we have a compromise considering the principles? Well, that's an open question. Justice sector reform, as Mrs. Strugariu mentioned, as the other previous speaker said, it's not only about laws. It's about the way in which justice is being performed. It's about changing habits, and maybe it's also about changing the mindset of the people. That's the most complex change required. So we need vision, planning, coordination, and communication. So these are as important as purely political will. In the era of post-truth, the trust that change of justice is possible is more important than ever. So having this confidence, it's required both in the frame of the justice stakeholders, but also in the general society. Frank, proactive, convincing communication using good examples would be the best remedy for attaining that. The reforms come and go, you know, but what we are interested in is sustainability of the good things achieved in justice. And again, it all depends on people. So the former bosses in justice are gone. Now the question is, who comes to replace them? That's a legitimate question. And leaving this aspect as a destiny of hazard, that's a big mistake. In my opinion, it's easier to educate someone new than to re-educate a compromised civil servant or high official. But anyway, what will be the new blood in the system if they still do not have models to learn from? and the old habits are still there. On the other hand, the judges, prosecutors are not just made of stone. They're also humans. That is why the tough part of the reform may not last forever. First, there are human aspects, and the duration of the reform is related to the electoral cycles. And we see already the effects of the delays. How can we accelerate these reforms so that in 2.5 years, maybe to finalize the hardest part of the reform? Again, it's an open question. Justice sector reform is not a goal as such. It is actually an element of a mechanism for ensuring welfare for everyone. Thus, it cannot be disconnected from all the other reforms, like public transparency, ensuring independence of mass media, political consensus, public funds, sufficient public funds. And I will give you an example here. We want to have good justice, but we have the worst salaries for our magistrates, even worse than in Armenia or Azerbaijan or Georgia. It's not just worse than, it's shamefully worse. Without the consolidation of the public service, without combating corruption, and combating corruption with no exception, and especially in the grand corruption, so we should be the models. Zero tolerance is really zero tolerance. Without that, we will fail. And this puzzle is so complex and rich, and it cannot be solved easily. But there is a French saying, we should be realistic, but we should claim for the impossible. Thank you, Mr. Gribincha. Yes, these were key important messages that you mentioned in order to promote the justice sector reform. Regretfully, we are short on time, but we cannot close this without at least 1 or 2 questions from the audience, considering the importance of this topic, and usually this triggers a lot of debates in the society. So maybe we will collect 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Good morning. I'm the expert from the Europols. I have a question to Ramona Strugariu. And I would like to go backward a bit, because we spoke about institutions, about the possibilities of laws being implemented in order to fight corruption. But taking into account the geographic and cultural environment of the Republic of Moldova, we have a very big diversity, ethnical and another type of diversity. From our experience, I would like to ask you how we can make sure that this European integration be done in a fair manner for all the people from the Moldovan society. I'm not sure how much time do I have to answer this question, because it's a very comprehensive, because European integration means that stage by stage we have to do things, but eventually the decision is like a political decision, but stage by stage, so it has to be based on rights, duties, responsibilities. People have to be involved. And everybody has to be integrated step by step in such a way that, for example, when the political decision is taken, that's already a formality. And also we are in a very complicated, politically very complicated context, and strategically it's a very complicated. But it does not impede, it does not create any hurdles, because it's possible for us, for all the institutions, for everybody, civil society, non-governmental organizations, it's possible for all of us to function as a team on the one side, but also be able to get the support and to be sure about this support in terms of sectoral and country-level support in order to ensure this integration, because these rights have to be enforced not because you want to be integrated, but because it's like an essential. It's very important in order to ensure the evolution, because if you want to evolve in a state of law society, you have to make sure that this is being done. You don't do these reforms for the sake of like ticking the box, because they're important for the development and for the genuine development of the country. Gender equality and some other categories, be it cultural, linguistic, is not just one item or conditionality in the agenda, but this is like an integral part of a society which wants to make this step forward and wants to achieve. Because people, when they hear about EU, and that's true for Moldova and Romania as well as for the other countries, they are not thinking about negotiation chapters. They are not thinking about conditionalities. So it doesn't ring the bell when I say like a key commentary. But what we have to learn, and also we have to deliver on this, that means to have better roads, that means cleaner houses and safer houses, hospitals, and also a cultural system, an educational system that would teach them to act well and to be good and fair, and not to take bribes. And that should be done step by step. And they have to be correct and fair with the others and care about the terrorists and be as a community and learn how to be a community. Yes, indeed, it's important to have companies grow, jobs created, as well as to have the possibility to stay in the country, because nobody wants to go. They're just seeking and they're looking for a better life. This is what is Europe for them to have the possibility to move around, to be educated, and that has to be understood by everybody who wants to be part of EU, and people understand what are the benefits of the Europe approach, because the EU also is facing the problems, and there is a kind of an increase of the appetite for sovereignty. But then if you go quick, then we would fail, we would not have transparency, trust, and we would lose openness of the people and eagerness. It's important to be open with regard to the people as well as be fair with the population, because lack of transparency and trust costs a lot. So please, every time when think about integration benefits and all of these things that look so abstract in the mind of the people, first and foremost we have to think how this is being felt at the grassroots and how they're being translated into something that is safer, better for the people. That's indeed something about, this is about integration, and it's possible for the entire society to reach and to get into this European family, the big European family that is helping us. And frankly speaking, actually would be absolutely lost if we did not have the support of this big family. Thank you, Madam Strugariu. I believe that we can take some other questions from the audience, from the public. If there are no questions, no, we have one from Mr. Isak. But there is no. Okay. Recently, the Chisinau government created this European Integration Bureau. Do you think that this Romanian model that was used before Romania joined the EU, can it also be implemented in the Republic of Moldova, or would that be too much, too big of an institution for the Moldovan civil service? Would that be too much and too much of a burden? I'm not sure. I cannot answer this question. I would explain why. Because first of all, I have to see what are the powers and what are the duties, what they have to do, to make an analysis, and then to have an impact analysis of. Maybe it would be useful, but frankly speaking, I cannot give you any idea about the functions and the powers of such an agency bureau, because I'm sure it was not done randomly, because people have to understand what they're doing and how they have to function, and maybe they've come to the conclusion that it is necessary, and for that office to be created, I'm sure. But to be able to answer your question, I should have more details and resources, what is being done, and how it is correlated. Because should you ask me, it's very important, and it has to be important. And then the ministries should also be sure about what are they doing, and if there are some entities that would deal with this kind of coordination and make it efficient, of course, then I think it's an excellent idea. Madam Strigariu, thank you, and I would like to thank all the keynote speakers once again, and I would like to wish all of us success in this very difficult, very challenging reform of justice, fighting corruption. That is an ambitious agenda of the European reform of Moldova. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If I am to draw some conclusions, I would say that we cannot have a reform of justice if you're not able to have a strengthened public service, if you don't have an independent media, if you're not able to have zero tolerance to corruption. That's important. Now everybody is invited to lunch, and let's be back at 1 p.m. so that we can go with the next panel.
Then begins the slow connection. In some H2O affection. Very serpentine, how your parts combine and agree on one direction. Iguazu, is it true? You were once an April shower. A few crystal beads on a bamboo reed. Do you still believe you're strongest? That your river runs the longest? Wait till you release in a sea of peace with a love you longed for longest. Some say the odds are against us. Some pray our love at first sight will not last. We know the past cannot harm us as long as we're both together. Sometimes the wind tries to break us. Sometimes we walk right into friendly fire. But our desire won't forsake us as long as we're both together. It may be cliche to say our love is stronger than Gibraltar, deeper than the deep blue sea. But me, I believe it. If you read the history that tells the tale of you and me, we conquer all adversity together, as long as we're both together. Now we are here in this moment, and although no one avoids every minor key, every crazy concerto, we play through the song together. Inside these beautiful mountains, with the sky as our blue periphery, the path leads us forward as long as we're both together. If I exaggerate, I do, because the love I feel for you continues to proliferate inside me. The lyricists I quote with admiration both invoke me to express the joy I feel with you beside me, as long as we're both together. As long as we're both together. something was all wrong. No buzz, whatever, from my lap sang Suchong. The world appeared in weird, distorted Wi-Fi. And suddenly everything was very sci-fi. The clones were all acquainted, their brains synonymous, and all of them seemed painted by Bosch Hieronymus. It seemed to say in Philip dictation, it's now a sci-fi nation. Was my hallucination real, and how? The inmates are in charge of the asylum now. Pure chaos seemed to be the prime directive. I guess their DNA was all defective. Like a screenplay with Philip K. narration. Suddenly, we're living in a sci-fi nation. Was my hallucination real, and how? The inmates are in charge of the asylum now. Step loudly, I lie on my back and stare at a little cloud that sails gracefully, like a wife fleur-de-lis. By beauty I'm surrounded, too beautiful to say. Then in full throat the thrush just blows me away with a song so pristine, much like Leonard Bernstein. just in case there are raindrops. Shade to cool the sun when it shines equatorially. An invention I can't fail to mention, the idea of a tree. Seems miraculous to me. The idea of a tree. Seems miraculous to me. I heard about a banyan in India somewhere. It's so huge one whole village collects itself there completely under its arms. To be safe from all harm. He must be some creator, or maybe he's a she, but who cares? His creation is something to see, perfect in every detail. Perfect in every detail. Elm, oak, and magnolia make my canopy. Perfect space just in case there are raindrops. Shade to cool the sun when it shines equatorially. An invention I can't fail to mention, the idea of a tree. Seems miraculous to me. The idea of a tree. Seems miraculous to me. The idea of a tree. 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 Connecting me to you, but I'd sure like to see you. I'd sure like to be with you. Though the spring begins and some ducks arrive to mandarins, still I'd sure like to see you. I'd sure like to be with you. Time ticks by so slowly. Whenever you're not near, little wren convinced me I should write this song so you'd never forget how I love you, so you'd never forget how I love you. The Phoebe's eggs are laid, and the spotted fawn sleeps in the shade, but I'd sure like to see you. I'd sure like to be with you. Swan and dolphin shine at night, fireflies like candlelight, but I'd sure like to see you. I'd sure like to be with you. Time ticks by so slowly whenever you're not here. A little wren convinced me I should write this song so you'd never forget how I love you, so you'd never forget how I love you. So you never forget how I love you. Whoever said this world is too much with us late and soon was right. His words are worth repeating anytime a cloud obscures the light. When blue invades my cloud, then that's the moment I retreat with you. If we're considered recluses, so what? 'Cause I don't care, do you? Let's stay home, we'll twist and shout. We can say the power's out. It doesn't matter what we do. I just wanna spend the day with you. Let's call it sick like others do. Say we don't wanna catch the flu. I really don't care what we do. I just wanna spend the day with you. set this world only appears to be a land of dreams. We're sailing straight for truth, unless the dream is starring you and me. Love still my drug of choice. My heart rejoices at the time I see the image of your face as it comes near in sweet proximity. Let's stay on, we'll twist and shout. We can say the power's out. It doesn't matter what we do. I just wanna spend the day with you. Let's call it sick like others do. Say we don't wanna catch the flu. I really don't care what we do. I just wanna spend the day with you. Let's stay on, we'll twist and shout. We can say the power's out. It doesn't matter what we do. I just wanna spend the day with you. Let's call it sick like others do. Say we don't wanna catch the flu. I really don't care what we do. I just wanna spend the day with you. Every weekend while in college, I frequented a little club to listen to jazz. Near a beach that was called Hermosa, the name in cursive neon throbbed in blue. Bebop head shop, where the bebop players play. Nothing could compare with all the crazy things they'd say. Saxophonally, be shop, down at the Bebop Head Shop, down at the Bebop Head Shop. Bebop Head Shop, down at the Bebop Head Shop, Bebop Head Shop, down at the Bebop Head Shop. This was back in the 1960s. Everyone's lapels were narrow, Handsome Jack was the prez. Bebop Head Shop, down at the Bebop Head Shop. The cat who coined the phrase, someone asked who is he? The guy behind the bar said it's attributed to Dizzy. What a time it was, why did it ever have to end? All those cats are gone, and now the Bebop Head Shops close. Now the Bebop Head Shops close. Bebop Head Shop, down at the Bebop Head Shop, Bebop Head Shop, down at the Bebop Head Shop. You and I, like distant stars, whole hemispheres apart. You're the lesson I must learn, and I'm the seed inside your heart. It seems so harmless when you first misplace it, but once it's lost it's awful hard to trace it. Before you know it, you've forgotten where you hid the truth. We learn our Lincoln, but we do not heed it. So draw a treasure map in case you need it. The past's a jungle which can sure obscure where you hid the truth. Why not recherche your temps perdu? And hope that you can find the clue to where you hid the truth. shares your tongue Purdue. And hope that you can find the clue to where you hid the truth. Who of us can cast the first stone? Certainly not me. But at least I know deceit's no friend you can rely upon. It seems so harmless when you first misplace it, but once it's lost it's awful hard to trace it. Before you know it, you've forgotten where you hid the truth. We learn our Lincoln, but we do not heed it. So draw a treasure map in case you need it. The past's a jungle which can sure obscure where you hid the truth. Have you forgotten where you hid the? Have you forgotten where you hid the? Have you forgotten where you hid the truth? Have you forgotten where you hid the? Have you forgotten where you hid the? Have you forgotten where you hid the truth?
Și la Chișinău, pentru că vorbim de democrație. Consolidată, puternică și constructivă, extrem de relevantă, utilă și importantă pentru a da o voce mai puternică pentru Republica Moldova la nivel european. Mulțumesc și felicitări!
I like to stay up late at night reading in a one-half lowless past midnight in my bed.
Dar acestor sesiuni de discuții și de informare de la Chișinău este Este central pentru noi să discutăm despre Europa și la București și la Chișinău, pentru că
turn up the sound and say stone drums, distant timpani. With the cicadas droning just like sitars in a raga which the wind accompanies. Birdsong stereophonic creates an ear elation. The wind chime plays pentatonic, fills me with inspiration. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-dee-da-da-da. Ba-dee-ba-da, dee-ba-da, dee-ba-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-dee-da-da-da. Ba-dee-ba-da, dee-ba-da, dee-ba-da. Now it seems we are truly all watched over by machines of loving grace. Then please explain why we feel so battered by the hurricanes on this sea of stress. I close the door behind me. I'm analog, I know. Can the world still notify me? No. I'm here with you in candle glow. The grind's obscene. Can't we turn the brightness down upon the screen? And the sound too. The famous fool who said love is uncool, we can disprove, I know. In candle glow, we close the door behind us. Outside the river flows. Can the world
De discuții și de informare
our peace here? No. When we're bathed in candle glow. feels like it was painted in the Renaissance. Light dial down, safe inside the circle of ourselves. We make the time go slow. In candle glow, we close the door behind us. Outside the river flows. Can the world disturb our peace here? No. When we're bathed in candle glow. Waterfall, I recall, you were born inside a raindrop. When the drop slipped out of an orchid's mouth. You were much too small to tumble. You could neither roar nor rumble. Not a cymbal crash. You could barely splash. Over little stones you stumble. The slow connection. In some H2O affection. Very serpentine. How your parts combine. And agree on one direction. Iguazu, is it true? You were once an April shower. A few crystal beads. bamboo reed. Do you still believe you're strongest? That your river runs the longest? Wait till you release in a sea of peace with a love you longed for longest. Some say the odds are against us. Some pray our love at first sight will not last. We know the past cannot harm us as long as we're both together. Sometimes the wind tries to break us. Sometimes we walk right into friendly fire. But our desire won't forsake us as long as we're both together. It may be cliche to say our love is stronger than Gibraltar, deeper than the deep blue sea. But me, I believe it. If you read the hit story that tells the tale of you and me, we conquer all adversity together, as long as we're both together. To say our love is stronger than Gibraltar, deeper than the deep blue sea. But me, I believe it. If you read the hit story that tells the tale of you and me, we conquer all adversity together, as long as we're both together. Now we are here in this moment, and although no one avoids every minor key, every crazy concerto, we play through the song together. Inside these
Bună ziua! Aș vrea să invit pe cei care vor să participe la forum să ia loc în sală și invitații care urmează să vorbească în acest panel pot să ia loc.
I would like to invite all those people who would participate in the second panel and also the guest speakers, please take your seats in the front row.
Era doar un microfon. Bună ziua din nou! Cred că am putea să începem. Cei care urmează să vină acum sunt...
So I would like to invite people to join us who would start a very important panel. My name is Vitaly Kozhokar. I'm the journalist from the Euronews Romania. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to moderate this panel, and we'll have very important keynote speakers who talk about the current situation of the Moldovan economy in the context of European Union accession, and this is the economy of a candidate country, development of entrepreneurship and financial market. So the presentations that we have listened until today are very interesting. So we would continue with the same discussions and very informative. So we would go on with the same interest and rhythm in the second panel. I would like to say that I went to Romania in 2006. At that time, Romania did not join the European Union yet. So this kind of accession should have taken place afterwards. And I saw what happened to the Romanian economy. And Romanian economy enjoyed a lot of support during this accession. And that was a very advantageous effect, in particular, of the European funds. From the European funds, and maybe this is a subjective, a personal impression, but before giving the floor to to the invitees, to the guest speakers, I would like to tell you the following. So this is like a subjective as well as an objective point of view. 1989, so the revolution year. So Romania has a GDP up to $50 billion. And these are the figures of the World Bank. In 2001, 22, 2003, 4. So prior to this year, the GDP was approximately 50 billion, did not increase so much. But until 2005, so the GDP of Romania doubled, was about $100 billion. Do you know what happened in 2005? Because on 25th of April, Romania signed the accession treaty to European Union. So these are very important figures, and they showed that the European funds helped a lot in the Romanian accession to EU. On January 1st, 2007, Romania joined EU, and in 2008, so the GDP Romania doubled again, so was $200 billion. And also the World Bank at the same time mentioned the following, that so last year was 300 billion, so that's an increase of about 6 times compared with the pre-accession period. What does that mean? That means that Romania enjoyed and received a lot of European funds, and European Union also helped a lot in the development of the Romanian entrepreneurship. And I wanted to say that in 2023, another very important thing happened in Romania, because Romania managed to surpass Hungary in its development, because Romania has got a GDP per capita calculated according to the purchase power parity, 7.7 of the average of European, whereas 76.7 is Romanian, 74.6 Hungary. So this showed once again that Romania managed to use the European money to full capacity. There are still some challenges and problems, and today we will speak about these issues. I mean, more should have been done, and Romania could have attracted more funds and used more funds. And I would like to invite the keynote speakers to tell us. And first of all, I would like to invite Mr. Petru Rotaru, who is the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Moldova. And I would like to start by asking him until 2030. So the Republic of Moldova by that time should harmonize about 1,700 documents in terms of approximation and harmonization. Half of these documents relate to tax, customs, administration. So thereby I'm very curious, because we have this comparison with Romania, and Romania still has a problem with digitalization. And I would like to ask how Moldova would ensure that the customs services are put on the digital platform. I would be able to harmonize the Moldova legislation, brought it in line with the European legislation. How would that be done? Thank you very much for the question. Good day to everybody. So this is the question that we have been analyzing for a longer time, and together with the colleagues from the tax and from the customs service administration, because this is the most important issues. Yes, indeed, we would have to transpose more than 1,700 documents, acts and policies of the European Union. Of course, we did not expect that we'd receive this candidate status so quick, but we have started working on this act for a longer time. So we have the new customs code developed, and it would come into effect on January 1st, 2024. And very many of the European directives have already been transposed into the customs code, new draft. And also we have to speak about the tax service, because we would also have to transpose some of the direct. Ministry of Finance tries to have a very comprehensive approach towards harmonization of European legislation like key. Now we're working on a new concept of the tax code of Moldova, so that in parallel would be able to harmonize the legislation and would ensure that the European legislation be transposed into the Moldovan instructions, and in such a way that the new draft of the tax code would be fully in line with the European legislation. This is our intent. And first of all, we have to speak about the most important directives about indirect taxes, and VAT should be the first one that be transposed. This is directive number 112, and together with the peers and colleagues from Romania, I would like to recognize that here we have a big advantage over the Romanian neighbors, because all of the directives have already been translated into the Romanian language, and that makes it easier. Sharing the experience, knowledge of the Ministry of Finance from Moldova and with the Ministry of Finance from Romania is very useful and beneficial. So thereby now we're in an active process of digesting, assimilating, as well as understanding the essence and the rationale of this directive in such a way that they be tailored to the Republic of Moldova situation. But we have to do it in a very quick fashion. We have to acknowledge that we don't have sufficient human resources. We have to train, educate, inform people in such a way that we'd be able to understand all the provisions that have to be transposed into the Moldovan legislation. And we are trying to work in a very alert format in such a way that in a short time we'd be able to start implementing the European directives in that field. To this end, I would like to thank my colleagues as well as to the experts, because we have two platforms that we are using in this regard. This is the screening platform, and another one through which we're trying to encourage the foreign experts to help us in the transposition of these directives into the Moldovan documents. Of course, this is not an easy process. It's a rather complicated one, and we need to work very diligently hard on this deadline that looks very long, but at the same time is very short and ambitious deadline that we have before us. Being a very small country, but we have to harmonize the entire legislation and be transposed into our Moldovan legislation. And we have about 300 people working in the Ministry of Finance and having 1,700 documents that have to be harmonized. That's kind of a big burden, but I'm sure that with the diligence and timeliness and with the support of the foreign experts, we would be able to do this. So we might have questions to each of the presentation, after each of the presentation, and we have some mics in the conference room. What I would like to tell you that Moldova has a very good image, because when we speak about digitalization, the image of the Republic of Moldova is much better compared with the Romania at that time. And we will speak about this with the representative of the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization. My question is, would you be able to digitalize everything from the point of view of the citizens and to put all the text information on the digital platforms and make it electronical? Okay, I will take each service separately, because in the customs service we're still at a very advanced form, so we are not receiving any kind of reports on paper from the taxpayers. Also, legal entities and individuals have the same manner, but so for individuals, the filings can be done electronically, but still there are some persons and citizens that don't have access to internet. So thereby, via our territorial subdivisions, we make sure that everything is being filed on paper, and then they automatically put on digital and make electronic in such a way that we have more authentic, correct information in the database, and in a short while we might have access to this information. And also we try to make all the services digitalized. From this year, we started implementing broadly the electronic registry for monitoring of the sales, and we have very connected, and we have the payment points, because initially certain kind of transactions, financial transactions, were digitalized, and through the reports all this kind of information would have been sent to the tax service, but now we have more than 4,000 payment points, and they're being connected to the information system, and as soon as you buy a coffee from a coffee shop, trader who is connected to the electronic sale monitoring registry, immediately this transaction is being registered in the tax service digital platform. And another innovation is that we have this electronic invoice and receipts, so that means that they can be already issued on paper with a QR code, and you can check whether that particular transaction has been registered with the tax service or not. So all of them have to be connected to the electronic monitoring system, and on the telephone or email you have the link to the electronic invoice and receipt. These are some tools that would encourage and ensure that all the transactions be done in a transparent manner. Also, we have the electronic invoice, e-invoice. And from 2014, so when we started implementing this information system, out of 914 taxpayers, so about 914 transactions are being registered online, and we're encouraging using this electronic system, because if you had some supplies or purchase by invoice, we make the VAT reimbursement electronically without the presentation of the policy of the papers. Thus, through digital tools, you put some pressure on the informal economy, but at the same time, we create some alternatives so that these economic entrepreneurs get developed quicker. So the tax service tries to be closer to the taxpayers, but what is even more important is that the information is being submitted online. So that's part of the digitalization. Out of 18 services that we provide, 11 are already digitalized. It's about 65% of the services already on digital platform, but indeed, this is not the highest point, the record, because we will try to make sure that majority of the services be digitalized. I mean, services of tax service and the customs be put on the digital platform. I was actually smiling listening to this presentation, because it is very impressive to hear about so many accomplishments, so many services put electronically. That's another proof that the Republic of Moldova has been able to digitalize all the services. Yes, indeed, the advantage is that Moldova is smaller than Romania, but nevertheless, once again, confirms that this is a very good example for the tax service from Romania. Okay, so if you have some questions, we can go on. But since we're still talking about digitalization and digital agenda, I would like to invite Viorel Garas, State Secretary from the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization of the Republic of Moldova. I would like to start with a general question. So what are the steps and what are your what would you like to accomplish before Moldova joins EU? But also I have a personal interest in that because I'm coming from Romania and I would like to know for sure when and what would be the roaming tariffs, like at home tariffs, when we'll be able to have the same kind of roaming tariffs at home. And I don't have this kind of a difference. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this platform discussion. Your question is what are we doing at the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization in such a way that would create a friendly, enabling environment for the economic entrepreneurs so that they would feel like with roaming in Europe with their businesses. Because even starting this and getting on this panel, I've been talking with my colleagues from another press agency. And I was asked, what do we do for the economic entrepreneurs of Moldova so that they feel like at home and feel comfortable in the European community? And how would they be able to compete with the other producers and the other companies that are already part of European families? Yes, indeed, we would have this transition, adjustment time. During this, we would have to create and build the skills in such a way that once we join, the European Union family would be able to be on an equal footing and with the other companies from the EU countries. So in this light, in addition to the digitalization that would continue developing and ensure it in a shorter time, and I will talk about this a bit later. So what we try to do is we try to lift and remove all the bureaucratic hurdles and all the impediments for the economic entrepreneurs of Moldova in their business, and in particular in their relationship with the state agencies and authorities. Why this is important to be, because if you have like papers and some reports that have to be submitted, that would generate some additional costs and also would be an impediment for the business and a problem that might, or problem or a difficulty that might be solved by somebody. And that's a tool, that's an instrument to generate a corruption and to have this briberies. Through digitalization and simplification of all the processes, we are trying to do our best to remove and lift and to fight this phenomenon of corruption in the relationship between the civil service and the economic entrepreneurs.
In addition to what the Minister said, I'd like to mention that even without being an EU member state, we are aware already which are the barriers encountered by a Moldovan producer in trying to do some export to the EU member states. And I'm glad with the fact that recently, it seems to be like end of October or beginning of November, I attended an event in the framework of which the Customs Service announced becoming a member of an agreement based on which the transit declarations became much more accessible, digitized. It's like a distance of a click. So for the Republic of Moldova, through a click, you may do the paperwork for transiting the goods to Portugal or whatever, Norway. It's also our customs colleagues who said that paper-based customs declarations will soon disappear. That's one more page for simplifying, digitizing the public service. Currently, like 50% of our public services are digitalized fully. I speak now about services provided for business operators, and our desideratum is that by the end of the next year we will have at least 75% of services digitized, and by the end of 2025, 100% of services to be digitized. And again, this is not purely our personal ambition. It's not just because it's trendy elsewhere in the world, but this is also in order to fight against bureaucracy, red tape, and to cut the costs of business operators who will very soon have to compete with other business operators from the European Community market. At the same time, as for the taxation system, The fiscal service of the Republic of Moldova apparently was one of the most open and cooperating service in the relationship with us, attempting to simplify all the interaction with the public environment. And as the Minister mentioned, all the fiscal reports are now received exclusively in an electronic format. And the principle that we follow, and we try to impose all the other subordinated institutions, is that the information was at least once found in a public system. It should not be requested repeatedly by another institution. Thus, we try to arrange for an adequate communication and data transfer from one institution to the other, for the sake of simplifying the reporting requirements. We also reduced plenty of numerous reports from the National Bureau of Statistics, because many of the sets of data could be just extracted from the other reports. Well, thus, as I said, we encourage all the business operators to apply at the maximum the digital solutions, because this cuts down their costs, it allows for higher transparency, and it makes them more competitive compared to other business operators elsewhere. Should you have any questions, please feel free to ask. But to continue, regarding the roaming tariffs, what's going to happen as of the January 1st next year? Is there any clarity, any good news? Yes, we are, well, that's not my area of competence in the ministry, but to my knowledge, we are very close to finalize a process. So as of 2024, we will benefit of preferential tariffs for roaming. I cannot promise right now that it will be the same tariffs as we have at home, but undoubtedly this will be much better. We will not feel the pain in the roaming when we travel in the European community. Yes, thank you. That's definitely a good news. Well, good luck further on. We are looking forward to see all these promises to happen in real life. Let's proceed with the other guests in this panel. And since we speak about economy, we definitely speak about money, of course. It's all about money. So I will now give the floor to Octavian Armashu, Governor of the Central Bank of Moldova. I have an important question to you. Romania, 20 years already, is unable to adopt euro currency. So I'd like to turn to you asking, maybe it's a too daring question. Montenegro, for example, adopted euro currency, but it's a different story there. Is there an initiative, or what do you think will happen with the Moldovan leu after accession of the Republic of Moldova to the European Union? Thank you for your question. Believe me, you're not the first one who keeps asking same questions. Well, considering the perspective of EU accession, it's reasonable to have also the question, shall we also join the euro currency zone? Well, speaking purely from the economic and technical point of view, yes, it would be efficient for us also to become part of the euro currency only when our economy is fully synchronized with the European economy, on the one hand, and when we have a high level of convergence of our economies. You know, it's us to get to a much higher economic level of development, getting much closer to the EU level of economy, so that the monetary policies promoted by the Central European Bank to be for the benefit of our economy. So our economy needs to become much better developed, more robust and synchronized. So there is a long way until there. But let's admit that it's not an immediate objective for Moldova to immediately join the euro zone. No, the immediate objective would be convergence, and convergence means that We need to attain in the Republic of Moldova an economic growth which is higher than the economic growth in the EU, so as to catch up with this gap. So the big question is, how do we do this? Yes, I can speak from the macro level. How do I see this? In order to attain this convergence, in order to attain this higher economic growth, we need to work on growing the potential of our economy. What is potential of an economy? None of economies work at 100% of its capacity. It depends on the internal gaps and inefficiencies, like inefficiencies, gaps on the labor market, energy market, infrastructure, bureaucracy, justice, long lines and queuing at the border crossing points, and many other factors which diminish our potential. And we should also think about the potential of economic growth due to investments. In order to increase this potential of growth for our economy, we require structural reforms and we require investments. We need to industrialize the Republic of Moldova as well. And I frequently hear, and that is wrong, that we try to stimulate economic growth via the monetary and fiscal measures. The monetary and fiscal measures are good only to manage some economic cycles. But if we try to preserve a higher level of economic growth with the help of monetary instruments, we obtain nothing else than merely inflation. And the inflation will just destroy this potential of growth. So the biggest challenge we encounter as an economy is for us to eliminate these inefficiencies. And that was also discussed at the previous session. How crucial is the justice sector reform, and I'm confident nobody doubts any longer that justice sector and efficiency is the biggest obstacle in economic growth and investment attraction for the Republic of Moldova. As soon as we overcome these obstacles, we have all the chances to have a higher economic growth. Better integration into the EU opens access to markets. Investments will help us become more competitive, will help us grow the productivity of work, for us to become more efficient, more competitive, increasing the GDP per capita. That's exactly what I mean by attaining the convergence with the European economies. Well, to answer your question, that was my feedback. Just to mention that the Central Bank of Moldova is already an active actor in this European integration effort. We performed an ample full-scale banking reform 2016-2020 with the support of International Monetary Fund, with the support of the EU via the twinning project as well that we had with the National Bank of Romania and the Central Bank of the Netherlands. It was a successful project actually, and we succeeded in bringing a turnaround in the banking sector. So we implemented the Basel III package of principles. And our normative framework is currently really close to the European directive. So in the banking sector, I must admit that we are very close to the European requirements. And the following exercise we plan is to evaluate the degree of equivalence with the European Central Bank Authority so as to see which are the gaps. I'm confident there are not so numerous gaps, but still we need to work to eliminate them so as to have full equivalence as for the banking sector regulations. A lot of things were done in the area of AML, new legislation was implemented, secondary normative framework was developed. Recently, a new AML software was commissioned, which was implemented with the support of USAID. That's something unique in this region. I must admit, for a central bank, and I hope that will contribute to raising the trust of our partners for the banking sector, for the transparency of the banking sector. We are very actively moving regarding the payment system improvement. We've implemented the European PSD2 directive, and we are now almost ready to submit our dossier to adhere to the European payment system, SEPA. I think there are just a couple of technicalities to be fixed with that. And recently, the Moldovan Central Bank embraced some new areas like insurance and the non-banking financial institutions. As for the area of insurance, we have an ongoing big project, a twinning financed by the EU. The twinning is with the supervisory authorities from Romania. It's the Central Bank of Romania and the Romanian Financial Supervision Authority, the ones from the Netherlands and from Lithuania. So it's not only about advancing on our efforts for being included in the payment system, but it's also for insolvency aspects in case of insurance, which will also guarantee us a higher level of equivalence with the European Union. So all these achievements also will contribute to a better quality of services in the banking sector. It will help us ensure a higher level of resilience of the banking and financial system. And actually it proved to be really resilient, surviving through this recent multiple crises. But the last but not the least, it's all about providing secure and qualitative services to our citizens. Well, thus we are paving our way for EU accession, at least from the point of view of the banking and financial sector. That is very interesting. And since you mentioned the Central Bank of Romania, I have a question about that. So the governor of the Central Bank of Romania, when they are being asked about accession to the euro currency area, he says that Bucharest is already in the euro currency space, but there is some minor things missing. You know, it's like this soap opera, Las Fierbinți, a very low-level standard of living. So that's their local joke. But for Chișinău, do you think the standards of living in Chișinău could be comparable to the standards of living at the European level? Is it a comparable situation to what happens in Romania? And to move forward, like a village, Cuizăuca, my village of origin, is Chișinău already there? Is that village already there? Well, you know, it's exactly what I was talking about during my first part of intervention. You see, Romania doubled its GDP after accession. We will have to triple it or to increase it many folds in order to catch back with the gap, in order to have that level of convergence with the European level of economy, in order for us to ever be able to join the euro area. So that it should be for mutual benefit, both for Moldova and the current EU member states. So there is plenty of work to be done. And we have to work much harder than the Romanians. Yes, Chișinău and the villages from Moldova. Well, good luck for you. And thank you a lot for the explanations. But let's proceed according to the program. And I think I will now give the floor to Tana Foarfă, Executive Director of Europol's European Expertise Center. Actually, she is one of the reasons why we are here at this event in Chișinău. That's very interesting, and I hope that's not the last event of this time. Actually, there is a lot of enthusiasm for the European integration. You heard this in Ungheni. Ceadărlungă is to go next. My question to you is about the European funds. When we turn to Romania, we see that European funds helped them a lot, and still there is space for improvement. What can the Republic of Moldova learn from the example of Romania? How to avoid stepping on the same obstacles, repeating the same mistakes? Thank you. That's a very good question, and it is directly related to the previous speakers. Analyzing the figures, and you are right saying that GDP in Romania registered a spectacular growth. It was like a boost economically. Yes, Romania benefited undoubtedly of its membership status. The European funds rushed into Romania. Nevertheless, if we have a look from a different perspective, certain zones, certain regions from Romania are still currently among the poorest ones at the level of the EU. We see a big disbalance, discrepancy, and that is due to the fact that it's not enough to have a look at the economic growth only from the point of view of GDP. We need also to analyze the standards of living, the level of welfare in the society in general. Yes, undoubtedly we have a huge dynamic, a huge evolution. We cannot even compare with the previous things, but obviously it could have been done better. I mean the economic measures, the projects implemented through the national and the EU funds, so the impact to be visible in the pocket of every citizen. Well, in this regard, a very important takeaway is that in our mentality about the projects with European funds is that we should always implement this social impact component. So as long as we turn to European funds, we need to think how to make sure that there will also be a positive social impact. There are plenty of discussions about that at the European level, and definitely there is a difference of interpretations, of definitions. What does the social impact actually mean? What it is all about? Nevertheless, that's a message. Otherwise, we wake up having apparently useful projects, but they do not necessarily directly improve the life of the citizens everywhere. Well, we speak about infrastructure, for example, playgrounds, sport grounds, some parks in areas with no population. So who will enjoy these products? We do not have a clear strategy, and this is the result we sometimes see happening in reality. Again, it's not enough to write European projects in order to pump the money from Brussels without considering also the priorities set by Brussels, which means that as we have this opportunity, as we choose through the European programs providing funds to us, we also need to double-check with the strategy of the European Union in general. And we need to think, why is it important for us to invest in everything related to green technologies and everything related to sustainability? Why it is important for us to have an industrialization strategy, a competitiveness strategy? I must say that, regretfully, but in Romania, the industrialization strategy is like missing. And the competitiveness-related strategy also, it was adopted through shadowy pathways, and the business environment hardly had time to read this document of hundreds of pages, somehow promoted. And well, I'd rather stop a bit, and I would insist on ensuring this interconnection. As we write projects, as we benefit of European funds, we also need to be interested of the strategies set at the European level. And if our projects are not correlated to the EU trends, to the EU strategies, then regardless of our efforts, we will always lag behind. And the last thought on my side for this question. It is very important to understand how this absorption part of the European funds works. Absorption of European funds is a debated every time topic. We are lagging behind with absorption of European funds. Checking with the figures, with the digits, or the percentages in a nutshell. Since we joined the EU until the end of the last year, we received like 80 billion euros, and we offered back, like every member state should contribute with a certain amount. So we came back 27 billion. So we received 80, we paid back 27. Obviously, that's a very nice profit. But absorption in general, So per the current framework, which is ended almost. So it's 75% rate of absorption. That's not very bad. That's not very shameful. But for our capacity, for our needs we have in Romania, well, obviously we could have done better. Yes, and one more last thing, since we speak about absorption of European funds. We speak about classic funds, but we should also think about new instruments. I don't know how many of you are aware of that, but after the pandemic, a new financial instrument was created. In Romania, we call it National Plan for Redressing and Resilience. That's a unique instrument. Like for the first time at the level of the EU, the investments are no longer done just to tick some boxes, to tick some indicators, to get some money from Brussels. But no way, this now has to be correlated with some reforms. Well, that's exactly where Romania encountered huge difficulties in understanding why exactly we need to correlate the investments with the reforms. That's exactly what I was saying above. There is meaningless doing the reforms if we do not correlate them with the European strategies. And Mr. Kojokari, you are right, saying we have plenty of things to be done. We are really lagging behind, even in Romania, at the national level. Thank you, thanks a lot. It's important to say that Deloitte said in their analysis that Romania gets funds higher than other EU member states. That's due to their size, that's due to their level of development, which is very important. And still, since you spoke about this resilience and redressing national strategy, would you please provide us some specific examples in which areas do you think the Republic of Moldova could more efficiently attract European funds? I will give you examples from Romania to make it easier. Well, Romania has a huge issue with road infrastructures. So the European funds which had to come to build roads, highways, well, these are a priority, and we see this is an issue. Neither now, after Romania joined the EU, they do not have a highway which would, in a linear manner, cross the country from one to the other side. Well, this causes issues for economy. Well, for Moldova, which would be the concrete examples where the European funds could be used as a priority? Okay, but let us ask the people. I think it's not me to answer this question. Let's brainstorm with the audience. What would you say to be a priority? What should we do with the European funds? What do we start with? Exactly, that's what we also said in Romania. I would think about the medical system as well. Public health system in general, it could benefit of a lot of European funds. Because we think not only about infrastructure, it's not only about building hospitals as such, but we also think about ways of using new technologies, new modern equipment. So it's like modernizing the existing medical system for the benefit of the patients, and also to increase the efficiency of costs. The infrastructure-related part is a systemic issue everywhere. It's not only about the road infrastructure, we also should speak about the railway infrastructure. Speaking about the sustainability, connectivity is not only road traffic. What about the railways? They should also benefit of a massive modernization which would facilitate the transport corridors, not only passenger, but also for cargo. Thank you. Should you have other questions, or maybe you have examples? We are making notes. Until then, we'll give the floor to Adrian Lopușor, Executive Director, Expert-Grup. Actually, they are the organizers and hosts of this event on behalf of the Republic of Moldova, and we are very grateful for that. Before I give you the floor, I will anticipate asking a question to you. You know, there is no economy without politics. And there is such a situation in Romania. 1995, June 21, when the political parties who had very different views in Romania, they joined the efforts. It was like 14 political parties who had a meeting in a villa on the Lake Snagov, and they signed a very important document for Romania, based on which the political parties decided, regardless who comes in power, they will not change the European and NATO-oriented pathway. Is it possible in Moldova, something like that?
Thank you for the question. I will not answer as an expert, but more like a citizen. I would like to have this happening in Moldova, to have such a document signed for Moldova, because I can say that in the Republic of Moldova, although we have different parties that do not fully support the European path, some of the parties do make this in declarations, and others have anti-European agendas declared officially. Nevertheless, what I can say that when we applied for European Union accession, we did not have any protests, neither on streets or some other places. Everybody silently accepted this. And by the way, both local and parliamentary elections in the previous period, there were no rhetorics. There were no anti-European rhetorics. There were discussions and debates about corruption. I mean, corruption was constantly on the agenda. But the issue about EU versus something else was never included in our agenda. And that would confirm once again that our political class, by and large, is more likely to be a pro-European rather than pro-East. So thereby, even if we have some political changes, we do not have any other place to go. I mean, should we accept the worst situation? No, that's not an alternative. Maybe would go slower with some of the reforms, but nevertheless, the European path would be continued, because Communist Party started this European path in 2003 as a paradox, and the European vector was promoted by all the political parties, sometimes slower, quicker, but nevertheless, I'm more optimistic from that point of view. That's my answer, making an analysis. But let me go back to the economic development and economic situation of Moldova. I would like to highlight a point which is important in my mind. I would frankly believe that we are not going to EU or would not start this kind of negotiation only to get the funds. I don't want to believe that my country, the Republic of Moldova, did it only for the purpose of having money and tackling the European funds as a priority. I mean, the funds would have to be built on something or derive from something. They would have to derive from reforms or be used for reforms or maybe for the improvement of the governance, etc., but not vice versa. Maybe I would tell you something important, but once we start a negotiation, doesn't mean that money would come immediately, because there's certain budgetary planning process at the European level for a medium and longer term, and this is a more rigid process than we believe it to be. And of course, money out of EU funds, IPA and others, pre-accession funds, they would come in a couple of years. They would not come overnight. I mean, they would not come immediately in 2024. What can we do? And meanwhile, is to prepare some project, because even yesterday, when we were going to Ungain, so we had the same EUROSFAT forum, so we've been discussing that issue. So we thought that should be a priority. I mean, drafting, preparing these kind of projects, to prepare in such a way that when we start eligible and be eligible for these European pre-accession funds, then we should know how to spend this money and have already projects prepared. And we should know for what kind of projects do we need money, be it like infrastructure or public health, education, etc. So we should have pre-feasibility, feasibility, cost estimated, and we should have all the packages ready and be eligible, be the first one to join it, because we'll have to compete with Ukraine and we'll have to compete with the other countries that are on the same stage. They are also in the process of, and I would say that the competition would be even more difficult than it is now. Because if you compare with Belarus or Azerbaijan, where Ukraine is at war, but then we would be put in a different category, we'll put in a different group of countries, and we would have to be competitive, and the quality of projects would be very important. As a country, we have this national development strategy until 2030 approved by the government, and that's like a paper which includes a lot of specific projects. And that should be like a starting point, and they have to be built on some impact analysis, impact assessment, and also feasibility. Pre-feasibility studies have to be developed, and then we have to calculate what would be the outcome, output, and the impact. Now, a couple of words about economic development. I might say that we start the accession negotiation after 9 years of implementing the DCFTA. And this is very useful because our economy is already part of European platform, so the trade is almost liberalized. And except for some of the regions, so the majority of the country is just based on this European economy. We would need just to make it formal. However, I would like to tell you that we've done the impact analysis of the DCFTA, and there is one lesson that we have to learn it. Even taking the example of Romania, that's a very good lesson, because the benefits from trading with the EU, as well as the future benefits from trading with EU, have to be distributed in a more uniform manner, because as part of the association agreement, the most important benefits were gained by the companies that were already part of EU, the big corporations, companies that have their presence in EU, that have good channels and good outlets for distributing their goods. Some bigger companies from the industrial field. And here we also might have some question marks, but the European Union integration benefits until now have not been distributed in a uniform manner. And this is like one factor which is feeding this Euroscepticism in Moldova, as well as in Romania, by the way, has the same kind of attitude. Which can be felt. So thereby, we have to put focus on the small medium enterprise, empowering the SMEs, because they have actually the biggest problem is their access to know-how, to capital, to European market access. So these are some of the challenges for them. What does that mean? That means that SMEs and the development agents have to be empowered, and they have to capitalize on what they have already got, be supported financially, politically, logistically, in such a way that they would play a more active role in empowering the small and medium enterprises, using the funds or via some preferential funding or training, mentoring, coaching, be organized for the SMEs, as well as to facilitate the networking with the peering companies from EU. So the same things that are being done by the ODA, by the Development Organization Agency in Moldova, the former ODIM, and it has to be like the support of the government in terms of empowering the small and medium enterprises. In conclusion, I would like to mention a couple of statements that derive from the report of the European Commission at the start of the negotiations, and what are the most important priorities that actually belong to the essential or fundamental chapters for negotiation with the European. On top of the empowering the SMEs, we should not forget about the state-owned enterprises. The European Commission gave its opinion, a very clear opinion, that the Republic of Moldova shall put the state-owned enterprise reform as a priority reform, and for that we need to improve the transparency, and the corporate governance has to be improved in this sector, as well as information about the state-owned has to be digitalized into the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization. The public property public property agency are working in this regard, and our expert group is providing technical expertise. Maybe the reform has to be continued, but maybe in a more expedited manner, in such a way that we'll be able to implement this public property strategy that has been already approved, and also some other measures on that pillar should represent a genuine priority. Also, statistically speaking, and that might be a surprise for some of you, but statistics is part of that cluster of fundamental chapters to be ensured. by the Republic of Moldova. Madam Ambassador, said the following, Daniela said the following, that we have to be ready for negotiation and we should have figures. And the quality of statistics is very important. How qualitative the figures are, that would generate some impact. But the National Statistics Bureau in Moldova is still an institution that is not sufficiently developed. And the governance and the politicians pay little attention to this area. Statistics is not regarded as a priority. So thereby, we have to rethink it and to put more emphasis on the quality of statistics. So Madam State Secretary said that we have to remove and to eliminate many reports that have to be submitted to the Statistics Bureau. Yes, indeed, we have to reduce the burden, but we should not forget about the quality of statistical data. Somebody said that there is a reduced number of reports that might be found somewhere in the register, but nevertheless, the National Statistics Bureau has a problem in having access to these registries, including to the tax registries. That's a burden, that's a challenge, and that's something that we have to work on. That was mentioned by the National Bureau of Statistics, so thereby we need to improve the cooperation between the registry holders, including the tax, public service agency, and to cooperate better with the National Bureau of Statistics, because if you reduce the burden on the entrepreneurs, we have to think about the second aspect, and this is the quality of statistics and how we would be able to improve access to registries. That's it. Mr. Minister would like to have a reply to this. Yes, indeed. Speaking about how we'll be able to optimize the reports, including the statistics report, as a former director of the Tax State Service, I was part of this working group, and we talked about the exchange of information between the tax office and the National Statistics Bureau. And we developed a concept which is M-Connect, by which all the institutions would have to deliver and put the data on this platform, and then they would be used by the authorities. I mean, once you have the legal framework and you need this kind of data, you might have access to this, including the National Statistics Bureau has access to that platform, and then would be able to have access to all the data that is being held by the State Tax Office. Another issue is about how we'll be able to optimize the reports submitted and the statistical data. First of all, we have to think about optimizing as well as avoiding overlapping the data between different kinds of reports, and that was the basis of all the data. We understand the statistics as well as the use of this kind of data for decision-making process is very important element, a fundamental principle. And from what I know, there is now a reform of statistics taking place in Moldova, and of course there will be some projects and there will be some actions will be taken in order to make their salaries more attractive and to have to do it in a comprehensive manner. Yes, you know that the journalists are constantly coming with bad news, because recently I was in the European Parliament and everybody is talking about the Republic of Moldova as a diligent student, a diligent person or country. But when we speak about the Republic of Moldova, actually there's never been such a wave in European integration since 2013, but it doesn't mean that we have to be complacent about that. A lot of reforms need to be realized, and the economy has to be integrated. And since we are talking about entrepreneurship as well as the company's importance, I would like to invite Mr. Alexandru Buzun, who is the president of MCHAM, and he will speak about the cooperation in this network. My question is, from your point of view, what would be something from the Romanian economy that would be like successful? Yes, we have the Moldovan wine, and also that has already reached the European Union, and in Romania we have a lot of wine. I remember when the wine was destroyed by the Russian bulldozers, and the Russians used to say that you would never have a chance to get with the Moldovan wine to European Union market, and that proved absolutely incorrect. Those that managed to be resistant, and now they've become profitable. Can you give us some other examples that would be on the same line of ideas? Shall I start with the presentation, or shall I start with answering your question? Thank you very much, Vitalia. Just to go back to what Adrian as a secretary, being a secretary of that working group, yes, I would like to confirm once again that Mr. Minister indeed insisted on the fact that the quality of the statistics would be not hampered, would not be affected when this kind of reports would be submitted on the digital. Okay, getting back to your question. First of all, we have to speak about the export of services in terms of IT and support services, logistical. So we have seen a very big increase. Recording increase. The export of services being the only element out of the trade balance of Moldova, which is still positive. And also speaking about that, the context that was created for that purpose, and this is based on the tax framework, and I hope that would not affect the development of IT industry in Romania, because we saw a lot of Moldovan companies that are now part of the IT market of Romania. We hope it would not be affected. That's just another example from the services. And also business support services, because I was analyzing some of the industry growth parameters, like thousands of people that have already joined this sector, and the figures increased a lot of times. And since the country is still thinking about enlarging the IT park regime, and maybe for this kind of services we might see another dynamics. So that's my answer. Uncle, can you help me with the website, with the presentation? I wanted to make it very succinct, and I believe that I would have to make it very succinct, although I prepared a longer presentation, but I would like to make some emphasis and to speak from the point of view of the business community that I represent. So actually, what is the current state of play starting from the November decision and the expected decision in December, in this period of time? What shall we do? And what I would like to emphasize in these slides is the importance and the relevance of the dialogue with the private community, with entrepreneurs as part of the accession process and the candidacy process. And this is what I would like. I would like to convey the message that it's very important for the private entities be part of this platform, be part of these discussions. And I will explain why the entities should be part of this. That's a survey where we had about 100 CEOs from MCHM companies, and in this survey we try to see what is the perception of the business community of the Republic of Moldova before the support platform starts being implemented here. And you can see a couple of figures, because I believe that these kind of figures are very representative for the discussion that we have. You can see that the expectation of economic growth is 42% for moderate improvement. However, when we speak about the industry or company level, then we can see a very big increase. I mean, this optimism is built on the industry or company sector. Now, mentioning some of the risks, that the most representative top 3 risk is geopolitical instability, including this question that was from Vitaly to Adrian, is part of this. First of all, we have the insufficiency of the workforce, inflation, drop of consumption. I mean, several kinds of risks that can be mentioned, and are representative and characteristic to so many countries from this region, as well as felt by the business of the Republic of Moldova. And when we try to analyze the regulatory framework as well as the business climate, what does that include? So here we can see that the 29% of the respondents perceive it as positive, perceive that the normative framework is relevant or is positive or is useful for the development of this business. I did not include so many slides from the initial presentation, but on that slide you can see the opinion about attraction of new investments, and you can see that this is a neutral or positive. Tax climate, it's 80% as being positive, both from the point of view of interaction with the tax services as well as from the point of view of fairness between or balance between the profitability of their business and the tax burden. So it's a good situation. The cost of the workforce is perceived as okay. The quality of the workforce being less okay. Quality of infrastructure, you can see the figures. I will not even give you figures because the situation is rather bad, as said. Also, resilience of the logistic chains, digital infrastructure quality is perceived as positive one, but on the cybersecurity, we still have to work on improving, enhancing cybersecurity. Maybe there's little information about that because should we know about the risk, maybe this perception would have been even more negative in cybersecurity. But following all this questions, and the question, would you like to invest into the Republic? Out of 100 companies, 52 of the companies said that they would increase the investments in the companies. 40-something% would say that they would think, but they would have some investments, and 7 would not. I mean, still there are some challenges, and it's important to see how we'd be able to overcome these challenges and to create some enabling environment to overcoming these challenges. Financing costs, 1/3 believes that there would be an increase in the financing cost. So these are some anticipations. We hope that this expectation of the companies would not come true. And what is so what is the direction of the companies? Where do they want to go in the future? Most of them go to the Western, look on the Western market, Germany, Romania, and Ukraine. So you can see some of the potential markets as export destination. So preponderantly, this is a European market, and this is the orientation of our companies in order to get to these markets and ensuring this convergence that was mentioned by Mr. Governor of the National Bank of Moldova. So what is important is to have a good dialogue with the state authorities, with the public authorities, and you can see what kind of subjects and areas of support would they seek. First of all, they would be interested in such issues as so the business expects that these kind of issues be solved by the authorities, some tax, infrastructure development, financial, etc. On the second chart, you can see the issues where the private companies have more trust in terms of advocacy and promotion of their interests, and to what extent the issues and ideas are being heard by the authorities. And you can see that the majority of the companies believe that yes, their voices are being heard and their opinions are taken into account. Now, if we try to make a connection between this and the EU accession on advocacy, this is a snapshot of what we have in our discussions with the public institutions and MCHAM as elements of advocacy. Out of all the advocacy topics that are currently, so we have like 148 of such topics of advocacy. And you can see on the screen that 44% of these topics are represented by institutions that are here in the panel: National Bank, so Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Economy, and the other institutions. So they're mentioned on the screen. But their relevance to EU key transposition can be seen on that chart to your left. So it's a big percentage of topics that are very relevant in terms of EU key transposition. That's the lesson, that's the conclusion. I would like to reveal and highlight a couple of ways or possibilities that would help us be integrated in a more efficient manner. And also in terms of the business community as well as the impact of integration on the business community development. And here we can see a more synergy and support to the business community during this succession, but that should be thought from the very beginning when we just start doing this. We should have like a matrix of actions with the impact assessment being done, identifying and assessing all the impacts that might appear later on, maybe in a couple of years. And for example, the chapters and the issues that are relevant today might not be accepted for negotiations in full immediately in order not to stop from the development, and they have to be discussed, have to be understood and debated from all points of view, and not to be in a rush in order to avoid this counter effect from transposition of certain kind of policies into action. That's important to avoid these kind of mistakes. And then together, and that was mentioned in the first panel, and the legal harmonization and approximation and as well as implementation of all the laws is very important. And we have got examples, positive examples. For example, what was mentioned by anti-money laundering and the secondary legislation, and how this is being done further on, interaction with the reporting entities and how they informed about anti-money laundering in order to comply with the fourth directive on anti-money laundering, as well as the custom code and enforcement of the customs code, and all the public authorities be trained and prepared for its transposition, as well as the companies be trained to work and to apply the new provisions of the tax code. Also, IFRS 17, that's insurance, Solvency II, that was mentioned by the governor. I mean, a lot of issues that have to be transposed, and it's important for them to be adopted, but also for the companies to be prepared, to be trained. Everything has to be transposed, adopted, but that has to be done in such a way that business be helped and adjusted. I mean, the business leaders should have the expectation that so we can wait for a couple of years and then we would see what happens. No, that should be like a joint effort from the authorities and the companies. The other areas can be like business-driven in terms of undertaking and committing to the European standards and how to make them more efficient. That's the answer to the sustainable progress given by the MCHAM. 33% of the energy efficiency result. Also, we have services and goods that are climate-friendly ones. I mean, these are the green investments and the results from the green. Even today, so we have a workshop organized on ESG, and that was like a novice for me to see that our company is already thinking about sustainability as well as how these standards can be transposed. And in order to maintain the integration in the community market chain. Yes, the business can also be a driving force in such kind of areas and also has the necessary experience and expertise that might be helpful and might expedite, help us understand all the lessons and draw some conclusions from the experience of the other countries. In conclusion, I would like to mention just one thing. A couple of weeks ago, I had a discussion with a colleague from the European Commission who's come to Moldova for a discussion, and he said the following, that EU integration is like a franchising in order to construct a prosperous economy. That would be my end point. I absolutely agree. And we have to understand that this model has to be implemented in such a way that it becomes profitable and not just create some side effects from its implementation. Thank you very much for these very interesting figures. I know that we went beyond the time of this panel, but I wanted to make a short comment. Because in my previous presentation, I just covered one component out of all the commitments and the tasks of the Ministry of Economic Development, digitalization. I did not cover all of them. And then Mr. Marshall also made two very important statements, and we somehow follow the same path with the national, and also mentioned by Jean Lupchor a bit later. Mr. Marshall said the following, that we cannot afford an economic growth that is attested by the European Union member countries, because that's not possible. And another very important component that would help us accomplish this kind of growth is industrialization, and unfortunately we are not part of this industrial movement and industrial growth. And also Mr. Lupashor mentioned that we cannot expect to have these funds that would come immediately to the Republic of Moldova. Even maybe next year they would not come immediately. Thereby, the ministry, along with the other authorities, have undertaken some efforts in order to encourage this economic growth. As an example would be the following. At the current stage, the economic entities and the companies that want to reinvest their profit, they are exempted from the profit tax payment. So that's a facilitation, that's an instrument that would encourage them to reinvest in the national economy and not take money out of the country. Second very important tool that we are now in the process of kicking off of launching, it's just being discussed in the government, and this is the industrialization program. And here I would like to make a connection with the question that you raised a bit earlier. And you asked what would be the other areas or industries where the Republic of Moldova could be considered competitive on Romanian market or European or the European community markets. I would like to tell you that we've done a study to measure this competitiveness, and one of the most important elements that we've analyzed is the human resource that the Republic of Moldova's got. And we are all sure that the Republic of Moldova does not have and cannot be any longer treated as a country with an excess of cheap and numerous labor force. And we understand that we don't have a lot of labor force. I mean, we are limited in that, and it's not the cheapest one. So thereby we would have to develop some industries that would need and would require and demand some skilled workforce. So thereby we are trying to liberalize the labor market, and thereby we say that not any country that would supply cheap and a lot, but would get those, would provide skilled labor for the industries. And we've made a study what we can provide in that, and we've identified a couple of bigger universities that would educate engineers in mechanical engineering, as well as in programming, electronics, as well as in medicine. And once we identify these resources that we have available, but unfortunately these kind of human resources are then being used on the other markets, but then we've developed this industrialization program, and one of the components includes the state aid. And this kind of state aid would focus on 6 areas, and these 6 areas we have identified so where these investments have to be provided, what kind of companies, areas, and then the investors would get some subsidies or deferral of the taxes or waivers of taxes. That would be like kind of help and state aid in encouraging and motivating the national economy via the industrialization, so that we would develop some industries where we might have this skill and capacities to develop further on. What would be these areas that you wanted to mention?
We speak about the agricultural industrial products, we speak about medicine and pharmaceutics, we could also speak here about the chemical industry, about the automotive industry, which represents an important part of the industry in Moldova. And we do not speak about cheap components, we speak about much more complex, complicated components which involve processing of metals, injected plastics. We speak about the component of electronics, the processing part of textiles and wood industry, furniture, textiles, which is a traditional industry for Moldova. Wine industry, well, wines are in the category of agri-food industry. So it's still a priority for us. Yes, thank you. Thank you as well. Mr. Lupashor, please. I'd like to get back to what the governor mentioned about the potential, and then I will refer to the intervention of Mr. Garas. Yes, we have to think of ways to grow our economic potential, but at the same time, you see, in my opinion, we have two major sources for increasing the potential of our economy. First, yes, it's true, it's about labor force. And here I speak not necessarily about this hurrying up for liberalizing the labor market. Yes, there are discussions about this as well. But the social realities in our country make me think that we are hurrying up. I think we should rather focus on integrating the active population, which is currently economically inactive, because the Republic of Moldova is in the top position in Europe on this. Well, the majority of our active population do not work formally. Well, as soon as we solve this issue, then we will get back to the issue of deficit of labor force. Me as an economist, I understand if there is a deficit, the price will do its corrections. If the companies encounter this issue of absence of labor force, they should increase salaries. That's an obvious solution, you know. In Expert-Grup, we have a problem. If we have a problem in finding a person, we rethink the salary politics. And I think that's obviously to be applied at the country economy level. And we shouldn't hurry up with other solutions like liberalizing. It's not about the liberalization which Mr. Graz referred to, but I know there are voices about a more ambitious liberalization of labor force. So we need to be careful and analyzing carefully this option. In automotive, for example, in textiles, other companies which work on loan, they do not generate so much revenue. They import raw material, they do something here, a bit of processing, then they do the re-exporting it, mainly towards Romania. So the employees get very small salaries. And besides small salaries, also, let's see, very doubtful working conditions. I know cases when the workers work with these cables, which is processed with anti-rodents, chemicals, you know. It's also about the security at the working place. So let's not forget about the social agenda as well. And I would reiterate here the importance of reforms launched by the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection regarding the labor inspection. And the National Employment Agency should also have a more active role, mainly in economic empowerment of the ones who are now economically excluded. It's also about trainings. So the National Employment Agency should have an active role in also helping these persons to find a job. Speaking about labor force, I think we need to bring more balance in our discussion, and let's think also about the social aspects. And to conclude, another major source of potential is the banking sector. In our banking sector, we have an excess of liquidities, which is a chronic, structural one. Since I've been monitoring the National Bank, they keep on striving with this excess of liquidities. Yes, I understand the banks speak about bad quality of business plans, whatever. They don't believe in business plans. And it's true. It's a need to invest in the quality, it's a need to invest in quality of the business plans. A better planning in general is required. But we should probably also think from the point of view of banks, because now the banks have a very strange system of incentives. Well, it's good when during the crisis the banks have profits. That is good. That's about capitalizing of a banking system. A well-capitalized banking system is the basis for the macro-financial stability. But we should also think, how do we stimulate this financial intermediation? What we can do to incentivize the banks to be more open to give loans. Those restrictions which were imposed regarding the responsible loan offering also raises question marks for me. It's like the banks become ultra-conservative. That's good during the crisis, but that's bad for economic growth. Well, that's just a food for thought, a reflection on my side, and I hope the National Bank of Moldova will discuss about this, because we have potential that could be built upon here. Thank you a lot, Mr. Loposhor. Mr. Guzun, very shortly, I'd like to say that punctuality is the best quality of a good speaker. Very quickly. I totally agree to what Adrian said. I just want to say that we should regard this set of measures for retention and attraction of human capital hand in hand with valuing what we currently have, the net aspect. Considering the fact that the majority of the companies represent not only the AmCham community, well, we see a chronic deficit of both skilled and unskilled human capital. It's a wide issue, and it's not always that you have the flexibility and availability to increase the salary and at the same time to preserve your competitiveness on the market, including on external markets. So probably what is needed is a set of more complex measures, maybe sometimes risky measures, but this should be a priority for the government. Thank you a lot for these interventions. Thank you for the aspects you mentioned. I'm happy with the final debate, and I'm happy that the EU problematics is imported into the EU at the same time with the European funds, which you are looking forward to get. So I'd like to thank our panelists. Yes, the economy of the Republic of Moldova will require this injection of European funds, everything that EU means. So you are invited for the following panel, which theoretically should start right now. But let us see about the following moderator. So 5 minutes technical break until we switch the speakers, and then we will start.
I knew when that day dawned, something was all wrong. No buzz, whatever from my lapsang Suchong. The world appeared in weird, distorted Wi-Fi. Suddenly, everything was very sci-fi. The clones were all acquainted, their brains synonymous, and all of them seemed painted by Bosch Hieronymus. It seemed to say in Philip dictation, it's now a sci-fi nation. Was my hallucination real, and how? The inmates are in charge of the asylum now. Pure chaos seemed to be the prime directive. I guess their DNA was all defective. Like a screenplay with Philip K. narration. Suddenly we're living in a sci-fi nation. Was my hallucination real, and how the inmates are in charge of the asylum now? Step loudly, I lie on my back and stare at a little cloud that sails gracefully, like a white fleur-de-lis. By beauty I'm surrounded, too beautiful to say. Then in full throat the thrush just blows me away with his song so pristine, much like Leonard Bernstein. Ash, white pine and hemlock make my canopy. Perfect space just in case there are raindrops. Shade to cool the sun when it shines equatorially. An invention I can't fail to mention, the idea of a tree. Seems miraculous to me. The idea of a tree. Seems miraculous to me. I heard about a banyan in India somewhere that's so huge one whole village collects itself there completely under its arms to be safe from all harm. He must be some creator, or maybe he's a she, but who cares? His creation is something to see, perfect in every detail. Perfect in every detail. Elm, oak, and magnolia make my canopy. Perfect space just in case there are raindrops. Shade to cool the sun when it shines equatorially. An invention I can't fail to mention, the idea of a tree. Seems miraculous to me. The idea of a tree. Seems miraculous to me. Ba-da-dee, ba-da-da, idea of a tree. The idea of a tree. The idea of a tree. The idea of a tree. Bluebird blue keeps connecting me to you, but I'd sure like to see you. I'd sure like to be with you. Though the spring begins and some ducks arrive to mandarins, still I'd sure like to see you. I'd sure like to be with you. Time ticks by so slowly. Whenever you're not near.
Nu arată.
A little wren convinced me I should write this song so you'd never forget how I love you. So you never forget how I love you. The Phoebe's eggs are laid, and the spotted fawn sleeps in the shade. But I'd sure like to see you. I'd sure like to be with you. Swan and dolphin shine at night, fireflies like candlelight. But I'd sure like to see you. I'd sure like to be with you. Time ticks by so slowly. Whenever you're not here. A little wren convinced me I should write this song so you'd never forget how I love you. So you never forget how I love you. so you never forget how I love you.
Invit în sală toți participanții la EUROSFAT. Vă rugăm, pentru că în scurt timp începem panelul. Așa, o să vă rugăm pe cei din sală să luăm loc și în câteva clipe începem. Continuăm forumul nostru, EUROSFAT.
So let's proceed our forum, EUROSFAT 2023, the European Union, New Horizons. I'm Lilia Kurki, Executive Director for the Association of Environmental Journalists, and today I will be the moderator for panel 3 with a symbolical important name, the pathway to sustainability, the future of the environment and of the energy system in Moldova. We have a panel with plenty of speakers who will show us where we find ourselves in this situation. Our panelists are Iordanka Rodica-Iordanov, Minister of Environment, Konstantin Borosan, State Secretary, Ministry of Energy of Moldova, José Luis Gomez Pascual, President of Premier Energy and of YEBA Moldova, Alexandru Santulescu, High Counselor of the European Union in the area of energy, Mission of High Counselors of the EU in the Republic of Moldova, Denis Tomoruk, Senior Energy Expert, Energy Community Secretariat, and Kalin Negura, Program Director, Expert-Grup. Welcome in this panel. And thank you a lot for your availability to tackle the topic environmental protection and sustainable energy. Climate, environment, sustainable energy is an irreplaceable trio in the public discourse for the Republic of Moldova, because it used to be for a long period of time mentioned at the level of the EU as well. We all would like to breathe clean air. We all would like to have healthy forests, waters which are of proper quantity and quality in the Republic of Moldova. And at the same time, we wish we had energetically efficient buildings, clean energy, energy security, and zero energy poverty. All of these are possible due to our European pathway efforts, but there are also challenges in this process. The European Union provides a series of success stories, and we have things to learn in the area of environmental protection, climate, sustainable energy sector. I would like us to discuss today what can we take the best of the best from the EU models, the models which are viable here at the national level, models which would help us cope with the challenges, which would meet the expectations of the citizens of Moldova. We will first start with a round of contributions from the panelists, and my general question to you is: how do we guarantee a protected environment and also a sustainable energy and energy security? And I will ask each of you to answer from your point of view. The Minister, please, let's start with you. Thank you a lot. I'm happy I'm happy to be part of this event and having the possibility to emphasize once again the need for environmental protection, the need for a well-balanced use of natural resources, and what does it seem in practice, like this principle, the polluter pays. In general, the European integration process and the impact of this process is on the environment, we should first get rid of the Soviet system, which we still have per multitude of environmental components, both for the monitoring, taxation, recovery of harm, the process of calculating the fines and payments. We are still in a process of reorganization. Why is this reorganization process important? First, it's because we need to align both to the requirements at the EU level for us to be compatible with different activities performed there. At the same time, we need to be compatible to the verification and presentation of environmental data, so that this data could be comparable at the level of different countries, helping us understand what is exactly the level of pollution in the Republic of Moldova per the diversity of components like air, water, how to correctly manage the waste, how to reduce the amounts of waste, and how to make sure that we all live in a healthy environment. So as I said, we need to get rid of the Soviet system, and this would require change of approach which we have at the level of economic activity and our day-to-day activity as citizens, because the citizens are also direct pollutants. What does it mean in practice? How do we do the alienation of the economic activity? First, we need to understand that the area of environment is not an area which stands for the accumulation of payments, taxes, all kind of amounts. It's not business, it's not huge amounts of money accumulated to the state budget from these taxes. Actually, it's not the purpose to acquire huge amounts and to generate revenues to the budget. No, in the environmental area, the purpose of the taxes and fees is to reduce the appetite for pollution, is to facilitate the opportunities for investing in environmentally friendly economic activities, investing in environmentally friendly technologies. Well, everything related to the changes in the taxes area on the one hand. There are taxes, payments that must be adequate. There must be payments which need to reflect the real costs and expenditures. And on the other hand, we need to have a policy for facilitating the activity of those business operators who invest in environmentally friendly technologies. Well, that's the balance we are seeking to find. That is why we are open for the dialogue we have with the business environment. On the other hand, we need to understand this principle. The pollutant pays. Those who have an economic activity that exceeds the limits stipulated in the legislation regarding the pollutants in the water, air and soil, so they will have to pay the harm, pay the damages. Why do I insist on getting rid of old practices? Until now, we regarded this pollutants pay as an intermediary form of excusing certain types of activities. But since we want to do the integration in the, well, the pollutant pays is a form of accountability and liability. That is why changes are required at the level of normative acts, policies generated by our ministry. And we have an example already this year. We managed to approve the changes for the law on payments for environmental pollution. We changed that double payment. Obviously, there are some other aspects which need to be improved. Well, here we are in a process to make sure that nobody stays outside the process, to make sure that everyone who is open for the process of European integration, for ensuring the quality of the environment, will find its role. And the state, via its policies, will provide support for this kind of activities, for this kind of methods of developing in the area of environmental protection. We all would like to live in a clean environment. That's something clear. It's not a dogma, it's something uncontested. All of us want to have access to clean waters, to breathe clean air, to live in an environment where there is no waste or trash at every corner, unauthorized dust, unauthorized dumps. So this requires a permanent openness for cooperation, and we do not only speak about the business activity, but we also speak here about the local public authorities, speaking about the energy aspects. Yes, we tend to have the synergy between the environment and the energy security areas. I must admit there is a high complexity domain, and it should be regarded from a multitude of perspectives. Speaking about energy systems for every consumer, but at the same time we must be aware that production of energy is one of the most pollutant activities if it is not well thought from the very beginning, if it does not follow the principles of sustainable use, and if it is not following certain methods and conditions of producing of this energy. So we are now in the process of communication, debates with our colleagues from the Ministry of Energy. We have a very good process of discussions with them. We managed to develop together with them 2 documents, which we already approved. I mean the National Program for Adaptation to Climate Changes, which has an energy component, and we also approved the National Program for the Development of Low Emissions, which also has a component of transportation, construction energy elements, which are tightly interconnected, and these programs recommend the steps, the actions to be taken by the business operators in order to get better aligned to the conditions established for diminishing the harmful reductions. And probably the colleagues from the Ministry of Energy will say more about that, but we are now in the process, in the process of strategic assessment of the National Integrated Program on Climate and Energy. So again, there is one more area of synergy between these aspects, where we establish the key priorities for activities. What does energy efficiency mean? What do renewable energy aspects mean? How can we better coordinate them, both from the point of view of economic development, but maybe the most important for us, and I hope it will be also important for the others, I mean the environmental aspects. Thank you a lot. So you mentioned some essential points, and I would like to turn to the representatives of the energy sector. Yes, the synergy is very important. The protection of environment versus energy security is crucial, and I would also ask about clean energy aspects. We are now really lagging behind, speaking about the use of traditional sources of energy, because these are the biggest generators of GHGs, these are the biggest pollutants. But I guess Mr. Borosan will speak on this area. Could you please tell us how do we do with this transition to green energy, clean energy, and at the same time ensuring the energy security of the Republic of Moldova? And I would like to encourage the other colleagues as well to think about these aspects: energy, environment. How do we ensure an efficient coordination, development, protecting and promoting the environment, but also preserving the available resources? Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank you for having invited us at this forum. I'm happy of the chance to participate in this panel, and I would like to pass the compliments on behalf of the Minister of Energy, Viktor Parlikov. And as for your question, that is true. Today, the energy and the environment go hand in hand, and that's something normal. They have to go hand in hand. And you said that we are lagging behind. Well, I would say that as for the energy, we are among the leaders regarding the progress attained in the previous years regarding the improvements in the energy sector. I will bring you a couple of examples. So the annual implementation report of the European Energy Community says that the Republic of Moldova last year was among the leaders in implementing the European acquis. And it's also due to the increase of energy security of our country. The National Agency of Financial Risks, Moody's, increased our country rating based on the better energy security. Another international organization, the Global Energy Council, also raised the scoring for our country regarding the energy security, like plus 20 positions. So that's that reflects a considerable effort and enormous workload of our colleagues from the energy sector who work on this day by day. I would like to make a connection again with the climate, environment, and economy. Well, things happen like that. Things are correlated in our pathway towards the EU. Altogether, we are part of the cluster for green energy and mobility in the process of negotiations on the European integration chapters. So the Minister of Environment mentioned already the National Integrated Plan on Energy and Climate, which is a policy document that each EU member state has such a document. Well, our country should also have it, and probably it's for the first time that this vision, the development direction in the energy area and climate are tightly interconnection, which is clearly important.
And also now we have this particular occasion to highlight our direction for the next 10 years of development, including sustainable energy, renewable energy, as well as sustainable energy, because by and large everything that is taking place in the energy field, and not only in energy but also in all these sectors, is due to a major process that took place or started many years ago, maybe 100 years ago, and this is the climate change and global warming. And we have a very clear answer to this. And it's clear that energy is actually part of this, of the solution, because energy can also set up and has the big potential to be transformed into a solution, as well as reduce the impact on the environment, and this solution not a problem for environment. And I would like to give you just one example. During the last couple of years, our country has gone through an energy crisis. And even if you look on the winter plan, the winter plan included some actions to substitute the fossil fuel with renewables in order to overcome the crisis. And also, similar to the EU, Republic of Moldova is committed voluntarily to reduce the consumption of energy in their countries by 15%, and the same was done by the Republic of Moldova, had the same commitment. Energy efficiency and renewable energy sources, they represent part of the solution in the energy transition. And also due to the measures that were implemented, the consumption of gas and of the electricity, because it's difficult to actually reduce the electricity, reduced by 10%. How? So it's the result of the careful attentive attitude to the environment, to use efficiently and to use diligently. And I'll also a couple of words about renewables. Because this is another important effort that has been undertaken by our country to unlock, untie this sector as well as to make it more dynamic. Looking on the figures for the last couple of years in terms of investments in renewable energy sources. So first of all, the consumers are the biggest and the most important investors. And actually this net metering system has led to a lot of private investments, but the countries managed to create an environment for the renewables. And we have actually subsidized the electricity has been generated from the fossil fuel, because now we have our own local energy. We have generated and created new jobs, and also there is a good circulation of money in the economy, increase in growth of economy, and this is actually the energy sector is part of the solution or part of the problem. And energy efficiency during the last couple of years, the government has done a lot of efforts in order to mobilize some financial resources that would be targeted on energy efficiency. And energy efficiency is understood and realized as a sector that is opening a lot of benefits. So thereby, this is the second priority in the action plan of the government, European Moldova 2030. Energy efficiency opens a lot of potential to create new jobs in our country. That's a generator of jobs, as well as construction materials, construction workers, and we generate a lot of money in the economy. And as a result of that, so we can see a reduction in the energy consumption as well as the green gas emission drops, and a lot of other benefits. So thereby, the government of the Republic of Moldova Ministry is investing a lot of efforts in order to strengthen all the EU entities, all the institutions, as well as to develop some financial tools for the potential beneficiaries that would be then be able to invest into these areas in renewable energy sources and energy efficiency project that would generate benefits to the entire society. Thank you very much. Actually, I have a question referring to the previous slide, because you spoke about this interest for solar, for renewables. I would ask you to go back to these examples. What might the Republic of Moldova gain if it had started in making these investments earlier and not wait or expect for a crisis to start? That would push us forward in such a way that we start implementing these programs, and maybe would have gained more in terms of climate resilience, climate change, in terms of business support. And let's think about that if we had started earlier, because these kind of aspects might also be touched upon by Luis Jose Pascual, who is the chairperson of the Premier Energy and the chairperson of the EBA Moldova, because now we're talking about renewables. And I know that recently, so we started talking about solar, but also you can tell us what is your position about investing into this segment. And also I would like to ask you, what is your vision from the business point of view? And namely, is it sufficient what the government of the Republic of Moldova doing in order to have this energy security? Thank you very much for the invitation. First of all, I would like to go back to the first question and to answer. And if that initiative on energy efficiency and sustainable energy sources, it would have been much better, of course, if we started earlier. And I believe that Mr. Boroshan also thinks about that. We should have started much earlier. This perception is absolutely true. But the law was adopted in 2016. But until now, yeah, it's a very good law and it's being implemented. Well, but this law opens for some other mechanisms that can be used that have not been yet applied and put into actions. I mean, it's never too late. But nevertheless, we have to be quick and agile in order to take advantage of all the possibilities that can be used by Moldova in this regard. And
many years ago. Okay. Okay. Yes, I will try to be brief. Sorry, I changed to English. Okay, mai bine pentru mine dacă eu vorbesc în limba engleză. We met an EVA, European Business Association, with we have a group, a commission for renewables and energy transition, and to give our view of what, how do we think that the country is going into sustainability. But sustainability not just green energy, adică sustainability pentru securitatea energetică, pentru tot, pentru diversificare, pentru care este for an independent energy system. And we came up with this. We identified, I think it's 19 points, and we kind of, each one of us assess what is how are we moving, how the energy authorities are leading the path towards a really sustainable sector, energy sector. Again, not just in energy efficiency, clean energy, but also in terms of pure security of supply, diversification, and energy independence. No? And Mr. State Secretary was mentioning that the energy community gave us a very good appraisal, no? Valuation. We also did. I mean, the average of all these points is 74% out of 100, which I believe is quite good. And of course, we always battle, we always complain of things, the private sector. But let me highlight the most important, the most positive, and maybe those areas that need to improve. Positive, the highest point, the green color, is security of supply for gas. It's incredible what the country, led by the authorities and the regulators and companies like Energocom have done in the last year. I mean, in the last more than 1 year, almost 2 years with the crisis. We have new ways to bring the gas. Indeed, Moldova Right Bank is independent from the gas point of view from Russian gas. So that's the first green color. Second green color, very similar, is the integration with Europe. I mean, we are connected with NSOE. Indeed, since a few days ago, we are Moldanetic's observer member of the NSOE. That's very important. Not only that, and we have talked before about that, the interconnections. There is already one interconnection going. There are 2 others interconnections. No, Vulcaneski is now ongoing, and then we have it's Balz, Suceava, and then I think it's Ias Strasen. So that's very good. We have plans, concrete plans for the first time that are in motion. Okay. So that's very important for truly energy sustainability and energy independence or less dependence of Russian fossil fuels. No? Then energy efficiency, yes, maybe it has moved a little slow, but I mean there was a reorganization of the energy efficiency agency. As you have seen, there has been the eco-vouchers has been launched, the Rabla project. That's very important. I remember in my country, the similar equivalent Rabla project was very successful to reduce unproductive energy consumption. So that's very good. Also, I have to say, on the control of prices, I mean, we have a price, $66 megawatt hour, that is the best in the region. Yes, of course, it's an interim transition, but in the dilemma, where shall I go? Have lower prices for the people or go straight for pure EU integration? As of now, I think the government made the right decision. We think, it's not only mine, the green color is not me, it's the whole commission. So we think that I mean, you have to be ready to make a big battle. You have to prepare, and the country needs time to prepare to escape from the dominance or dependence on in that case with English. So that's the good things. There are many other things: diversification, brave decision of the government to go into liberalized market. I'm talking about some components that are in the draft law 107. Okay, and what are the things that need to be improved? Just to not to take all the time. Okay, we think that, I mean, by the way, renewables, just to go into that, as I mentioned, net metering is going incredible. It's every month we have 5-6 more megawatts only in Premier Energy plus Formis Energy or maybe 2-3 more. So it's and the feed-in tariff was successful, was very successful last year. It was 100 megawatts awarded extra to what was envisioned. But at the same time, the international capital, the international investment, has not come to Moldova to make, to collaborate in the energy transition. It has not been here because it has not been called. Or let's say it has been called, but then once you are there, the tenders have delay. Okay, we have many companies in the, several in the EVA that come, wait, and then they leave because the tenders are not there. Hopefully they are going to be by the beginning of next year, first quarter, I think. But that's important because at the end we believe that the feed-in tariff project, small capacities, sorry to talk about so specific, maybe I hope that many of you are knowledgeable on the specific. The feed-in tariff, it's called the fixed price, the fixed tariff, is not making the change. It's 1 megawatt, but the ones who make the change is truly the big projects and especially the wind projects, no? So, and then another thing that needs to be improved is the engagement of the private sector. Goes in line to what I'm saying. When, I mean, the relation with the authorities is good. We have open dialogue, we discuss, we are listened to, and sometimes they act quite often on taking our suggestion into account. So we cannot complain as CBA that, or primarily that we are not being listened, that there is not a proper forum for discussions. But at the same time, as I was saying, conditions are not created so that the willingness of investors to invest, whether it's in renewable or in generation capacity, which is there, okay, inclusive for balancing and for flexibility. There are investors there, I know at least 3 of them that were to heavily invest in Moldova for flexibility, but then conditions are not there. Legal framework, the environment for the regulatory matters are not there. And that's a pity because when the money knocks at the door of Moldova and if Moldova does not open the door, the money leaves to Romania or to other countries. That's it. Sorry, thank you.
Mulțumesc foarte mult, domnul Pascual.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pascual. Maybe Mr. Borosan or the other speakers maybe would be able to get some answers to the questions that were raised by Mr. Pascual, as well as the concerns that were mentioned, because when we hear about these complaints as if the system is not so flexible and we need to have this balancing system in the energy sector. For example, we generate a lot of wind or solar, but what can be done during the night time, off-peak hours, because we don't have any storage capacity. So these are the big challenges, and we have to be ready as the state, right, Mr. Borosan, and we have to be able to cope with these challenges as well as to show an interest and to help the business entrepreneurs that are interested to do this. So now that you might leave soon, I would like to ask you whether the company Premier Energy that you represent, Mr. Pascual, do you think that there are some obstacles for investing into renewable energy sources or in more solar energy, or maybe to have this fed into the pipes, into the network? So do you have something in mind? Do you plan something in this regard?
Barriers, no, it's stumbling blocks. It's maybe that the possibilities, they develop very slow. As I said, I mean, we are constructing, by the end of December we'll have 10 megawatts installed in solar, okay. But maybe one is 6 megawatts, I mean, one is in Badul Voda, maybe it's the biggest in the country, but 6 megawatts is nothing. I mean, and we have to do it in the open market. That is we cannot go to feed-in tariff because for solars is on the ground is exhausted, and it's maximum 1 megawatt for solar. We cannot go to the tenders because the tenders are not there yet. So the only thing is the open market, which is okay, no? But and we are doing that. But this because we are here, we know Moldova. I know State Secretary Constantin Borosan. I can call him. I know. I mean, we know the environment. But I don't see that an international investor knew that is thinking, shall I invest in Bulgaria or in Romania or in Moldova? Will come for open market when he can get other promotional mechanisms in other countries, even in Romania. In Romania, their renewables is booming, no? So this is the thing. And yes, we are investing, given the possibility, but we know what are the options here. But international investor not being familiar with Moldova, it will be more difficult. And they want to put not 1 million euro, they want to put 50 million euro, or I mean, a biggest amount with the help of the banks, no?
Mersi foarte mult. Trecem încet la domnul Săbulescu.
Yes, thank you very much. I would go to Mr. Alexandru Sândulescu, and I would like us to go on with the same issue, with the same subject. How we'll be able to diversify the energy sources in order to ensure the energy security. Because we've been talking about this for a longer time, but we've never had the possibility or maybe courage to embark on this, or maybe we did not have that force to take this change. And since we knew that we were insured with the gas, and maybe we're so fortunate, or now under the challenges that we have got before us, and in the perspective of joining the EU, as well as we have another challenge to meet all the targets that are being set at European level, because we have these voluntary targets that have been undertaken by the Republic of Moldova. What can we do this here? Also, some of the city halls and mayoralities, they have taken these commitments on the wind. So being part of the European Convention for the Mayors, building on these steps, on all this accomplishment, what is necessary to be done here in such a way that would be able to foster, to ensure the diversification of the sources of energy sources, as well as to ensure the security on the market? Thank you very much for the question. I would go back to the first question that you raised at the beginning, namely, what can European Union do? And what does the European Union bring to this area? And I would like to highlight 3 elements. So first of all is mechanism, funds, and rigorousness, because it's related to the requirements that have been set. At the European Union level, there are some targets that have been committed and undertook by the entire European Union family in terms of the share of renewable energy sources, in terms of reducing the energy through energy efficiency measures. Also, there are some commitments on reducing the green gas emissions ratios. And there were some targets for 2020. Also, there are some targets already set up for 2030, and they are compulsory targets for all the European Union countries. Then they're being split and shared by the European Union member countries, and also Moldova joined this system of targets, and these targets are mandatory for the Republic of Moldova, because should Moldova not be able to accomplish this kind of targets, that can be considered as an infringement. Of course, it's less painful for Moldova compared with the European Union countries, because in European Union countries they would have to get some penalties, unlike the Republic of Moldova. Nevertheless, these kind of targets have to be real, accomplishable, in order to avoid any potential sanctioning penalties or financial problems that can be imposed on the country. And also getting back to these targets, in order to reach these targets for Moldova and the European Union, there used to be some national plans on promoting renewable energy sources, on energy efficiency plans. Also, there were plans to reduce greenhouse gas emissions GGEs. And what the EU did, and the Republic of Moldova also did, decided to unite it and combine it in one plan. And this is the integrated plan on energy and climate change. And now the ministry is looking into a draft. So this is an internal document among the two ministries, and that would be an integrated plan on energy and climate change until 2030. It's a very voluminous, more than 330 pages, and thereby should be ready for a reading exercise. I mean, it will be also discussed with the public, and that showed that there is a synergy between the two ministries, the Environment and the Ministry of Energy, and only in this particular synergy would be able to accomplish the targets. Also, by the way, if you talk about the European Union, so European Union is trying to provide solutions because the new law on energy, on renewable energy, as well as the net metering, and as well as the fixed feeding tariff. So these are some mechanisms that are being used by European Union. They have been taken by the Republic of Moldova. They have been verified and used by the EU member countries. And eventually, the third element so are the European funds. I know that the Energy Efficiency Agency as well as the Energy Efficiency Fund since 2020. So they were developed with the financial support of European Union, and we should not forget about the Energy Biomass Program. And also soon we would get the Residential Fund for Energy Efficiency, and also there will be some grants provided by EU. So that means that the financial support would also be provided to support the implementation of these requirements. And also you mentioned the targets for 2030. What should be done in order to accomplish these targets? So these targets were negotiated by the Moldovan party with the European Union as well as with the Energy Committee Secretariat, and that was in 2022. And during these negotiations, indeed, the Moldovan party provided some specific concrete data. So there was a simulation program called TIMES, by which Moldova showed what could be the targets that would be feasible for the Republic of Moldova, by which the energy consumption through energy efficiency measures could be reduced, as well as the greenhouse gas emission can be reduced. All of this have been simulated, and what can be really achieved by 2030. So this is how these kind of targets were calculated. So the measures are already included in this integrated plan on energy and climate change in order to accomplish these kind of targets. But in addition to the targets, it's very important for the actions to be also real, accomplishable, and by and large they have to lead and bring to accomplishing these kind of targets. That's important. I would like to mention a couple of elements that might lead us to the possibility to accomplish these kind of targets. That's similar to an equation that is blocked by some, so to say, restrictions. On one side, we have the time constraint. You cannot have 600 megawatts immediately in wind power, 20 in solar, etc., etc. How it was, so that was the result of the simulation by 2030, because any kind of project might need any pre-investment, pre-project, pre-construction, because in order to have this kind of investments in the renewables, we have to start by tomorrow. So because we are constrained in time. Labor force represents another constraint. We are limited in labor force in the Republic of Moldova. We do not have we cannot start like 1,000 projects on energy efficiency and renovation of the buildings or installation. Everything has to be done gradually. And another one is what José Luis said, is about the balancing market. The energy market has to be balanced in order to have these renewables that have to be fed, be it from wind or solar panels. So they are unforeseeable they cannot be forecasted. It depends on the wind blow, it depends on some clouds, or it depends on the time of day and night. And the question is how would be able to ensure that there is electricity provided when it's nighttime, there's no wind, etc. under these kind of constraints. And thereby we need here some balancing sources. The balancing sources would be two of them. So that would be the batteries, and they're very expensive, and that's another constraint because the cost of technology is very high. Both wind and the solar, like 20 years ago, they were at very high prices. And the same would be with the batteries, and that the price might also go down. But so far, they're very expensive, and they're not affordable. So thereby, from economic point of view, in balancing market, would be to use the gas turbine, gas generated, and also thermal turbines. And we shouldn't be very much scared by the word gas, because this type of gas is a bit different from the MGRAS, the hydropower station, which is continuously working. So this kind of balancing group would use the gas only when the wind doesn't blow. And that means that there will be less emission of greenhouse gas compared to what we have today in the combined heat and power in Chisinau or in the hydropower MGRAS. I can tell you that I read this plan of energy and climate change, and yes, indeed, I can say that the actions can be accomplished. There were teams of international consultants. Some of them worked on the modeling side. The others worked on the narrative side of that plan. And I believe that everything in this integrated plan is accomplishable, and the targets by 2030 can be accomplished. This is my point. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexandru. And I believe that I've heard some new elements about in your presentation, namely the balancing, also the gas-generated engines, and that's very important with turbines, and also some of the innovative elements that have to be need to be had by the people, and they also can be discussed, because not everybody would be able to read this 360-something pages of this integrated plan on energy climate change, and not everybody would be able to comprehend it, and people might not need it from beginning to end. And they don't need maybe to read this kind of documents like ordinary people, but what they need is to see what might happen in their communities, how would they benefit as citizens from these new mechanisms of energy generation, and they can feel it in their own houses, or how the sustainability can be ensured and clean energy. What does that mean that they are not poor in terms of the energy provision and supply? And this can be felt should be felt by everybody. I would like to invite Mr. Denis Tomoruk, and I would like to invite you to go back to the beginning of our discussion and to our European Union pathway, and what can this pathway bring to Moldova in terms of security, in terms of safety of energy, clean energy and renewables. What does that bring about to Moldova, and how we can make sure that this kind of energy is fair, is sustainable for everybody, for all the citizens of Moldova?
Thank you. I would like to thank you for the invitation, for the hosts, for organizing this event, a very, very important event for the discussions in Moldova. I'm so happy that we are not focusing only on Chisinau. So yesterday we had an event in Ongeni. According to the agenda, we should also go to the north, to the south, because integration happens at the country level, not only at the level of the capital city. Me, as a great supporter of this pathway, I hope we will live to see these times of integration as soon as possible. My name is Denis Tomoruk. I represent an institution called Energy Community Secretariat, situated in Vienna, and all the materials distributed in the framework of this event made reference to this triangle like Brussels, Chisinau, Bucharest, but Vienna is also a point of connection. So the European energy community is like a guardian of the way in which the European energy-related and environmental-related legislation is being transferred. And I should emphasize the fact that it's not an obligation, but we, Moldova, took the commitments to transpose the European acquis. Everything that is a law there should become a law in our country. Something I would like to emphasize, as I usually do, is that the government transposes, implements the legislation mainly for the benefit of the citizen, of the final consumer, not only to tick some boxes and report some achievements to Brussels. Getting back to your question, I think again, from a helicopter view, what we should do is to bring the European Union closer to us. But that requires us following the strategies and action plans. We are rather good at this point because we learn some practices, some recipes developed in the EU, and we do this with the adjustments, with the support of the ministry. And I'm confident that everything we put on paper will help us attain the results, the respective results. And this is also providing benefits to the final customer, because that's actually the goal. So the key task right now is implementing everything we planned to. Well, these plans were mentioned already: the National Energy and Climate Plan, the energy strategy is undergoing a process of revision right now, and for the first time we will present a vision until 2050, which is something new for Moldova, confirming that the state does actually mean to think about a larger perspective. So this plan, these strategies set details on how exactly we should attain the objectives set. So financial resources, they will be available either locally or the ones provided by the partners, but my question mark, a challenge as it was discussed in the previous panel, it's about capacities. At the central level, thanks God, but we finally have a Ministry of Energy, and I'm very happy with that, because it's a very complicated system. It's complicated to promote some things when you are limited to only 7 persons in a team and you have to split one deputy minister between several areas under the same umbrella. And currently, as a representative of the Secretariat of Energy Community, it was kind of easy for me to follow the energy agenda here in Chisinau, since we have 1 minister, 3 state secretaries, so we may see a better dynamics and ensure the presence of Vienna partners. Speaking about capacities, as I said, even though we do have a central authority on the spot, and I hope it will at least maintain the results obtained until now, the big question is, what do we do with the capacities? Because we have a construction sector, a very busy one, because a residential building fund is coming, so we will need capacities there, also in the framework of the local public authorities. We also have the ones who next to us implement their policies, and if we have some extra time, we may also develop the topic further on. Thanks a lot. We will have a bit of time for a round of interventions. Mr. Kalin Negura, I will turn to you right now. Well, you as a representative of civil society, how do you see these perspectives of attaining the targets which you were speaking about until now? Sustainable energy, green energy, energy security. From the point of view of what you see in case of our citizens, because I'm sure you interact with them, so what you observe by analyzing the policy documents, because I know you do this intensely as well. So what is your conclusion? How do we do with these aspects? So the integration side, attainment of targets. At the same time, maybe you could a bit put some emphasis, maybe whether there is enough interest on behalf of other stakeholders besides the private, state, governmental, non-governmental actors. Thank you a lot for your question. So answering at the first question you asked at the beginning of this panel, so besides the multitude of aspects, of details that we already mentioned, and there are some others to be mentioned, I would shortly say the European Union, including in the area of energy, brings the rules of market economy to us. But it's not a market economy without rules, with anarchy. No, it's the opposite. It's a market economy based on a certain quality of legislation, on the decades of experience of development within the EU. What does the market economy bring to us more exactly? They bring development. How? As for your question, why didn't we see this progress attained until now? Again, there could be a lot of explanations for that. Probably the most important is that we did not have enough crises before, because the crisis is a pushing factor, actually. For many years, we had a comfort, and it's not only us, the comfort of getting relatively small prices for energy resources. Small prices for energy resources do not trigger interest for change. And it was also mentioned by Mrs. Sandulescu, costs, investment costs. You should know that the energy area throughout the value chain is a domain characterized with a high investment inertia. So it takes time, it takes a lot of time. Just as an example, it was spoken about the electro-energetical interconnections for a long period of time. In Romania, they started at the beginning of 2000s. In 2004, Romania adhered to ENTSO-E, and we remained isolated because we were desynchronized. So the analyses which surveyed the feasibility of investments in the local production in interconnections, so the results of these studies appeared only 15 years later. And they said, yes, you should rather be interconnected and less invest in the local production. To open the brackets, it's not about renewables, it's about fossil resources. And until we got to start the construction of the first interconnection line, it took some time, almost 7 years from the results of that study. You know, it's all about inertia, as I said, and it's not about impediments. That's due to original context. which characterized that period of time. Now getting back to the crisis make us better, the crisis make us more efficient. So what does the EU bring to us? Efficiency. So the crisis and the integration into the EU market will definitely not bring us smaller prices, no, but they will bring us fair prices, correct prices to resources. Fair and correct prices for resources will make us more competitive, more effective, helping us to compete with those from the EU. And as Mr. Borosan also said, all these investments taken together will bring collateral benefits to us. For example, there are investments in energy efficiency of buildings. So the benefits besides the economy, savings of energy resources, we should also understand that we may multiply it by 4. There are benefits for health, because we will produce less energy based on fossil resources, less energy produced locally using the fossil resources, because these are highly pollutant for the environment, especially if we use them day by day. So it will bring jobs, working places on a longer perspective, and it will help us diminish the energy consumption, because right now, let's admit, we have a waste of energy in the buildings domain. So they are the biggest consumer of energy, like 48–50% of energy is consumed in the buildings constructions area. It's going down to 44% of consumption, but that's an effect of crisis. People started saving. Here sometimes it's about lesser comfort, which they enjoyed before the crisis, but very frequently that was an excessive, unjustified comfort. Investments will help us to preserve the level of comfort, but still to save. Whether there is enough interest, yes. Now we still have high prices, we still are in a crisis situation. Nevertheless, the interest for this topic will stay there even if the prices go down. But I don't think the prices will go dramatically down. And the full part of the glass is that it will help us subsequently to excel, to become more efficient. Thank you. Questions from the audience? Thank you a lot. We may get one question. If not, I would like to ask each of the speakers so I have a curiosity turning to you. Maybe you could mention one thing, one objective to be accomplished as a priority in the short term for the Republic of Moldova, to persuade our citizens that saving the energy resources does not necessarily mean removing a bit of comfort. But this is actually all about our pathway towards energy independence, autonomy. That's our door to a different type of approach regarding energy. It's all about a cleaner environment, why not? Well, if there was one thing you would set as a priority immediately, what should the Republic of Moldova do in order to get closer to these objectives and targets which we were talking about, so that the results were really touchable for the simple citizens? So it's up to you to decide who wants to speak first. We may start with Mr. Borosan on my left. The answer is invest now. Invest now in energy production, invest now in energy infrastructure, interconnection networks, internal networks, investment in balancing capacities and energy efficiency, because the benefits are huge. It's economic growth in the long run. But let me say not only one, but a couple of things we should get ready in the following years. And that's based on the discussions we had right now. Enormous investments in energy efficiency. So there are opportunities for businesses, human resources, qualified human resources are required, and Moldova is famous for construction works all over the world, so we are very good in this. That's an amazing opportunity for the diaspora of our country. So they should do what they do better, but they should do it at home. Second aspect is integration to the renewables. Well, you see, the system is now being developed in such a manner that in 10-15 years we will only use electricity. Everything will be based on electricity, which means electrification, which means raising flexibility, which means new technologies, which means we need to rather consume electricity as we do consume gas right now. We should use more electricity. Then we may integrate more renewables, electric cars, heat pumps instead of stoves using firewood. Exactly. That's about environment and climate. So we need to leave the forests in peace. We shouldn't use the forests for energy purposes any longer. And another important aspect, human resources to be developed all over the country, the ones who will be able to build upon these opportunities. I would like to continue the idea of Mr. Constantin. So now, we should stop thinking about profit only. What about recovery, cleaning? It's not only about a state responsibility. We should get rid of this kind of approach, neither in the economical area, neither in the political area. So each of us is responsible for the quality of environment. Each of us is responsible for the quality of the air we breathe, of the water we drink, and of the forests we still have. So I would encourage each of us better think of tomorrow. And with rapid steps, we should take care of the quality of the environment. We need to think, how do we further develop? Because development of a society means also an adequate, a clean environment. And I would like to come with a request to the business environment. So let's get rid of the idea that environmental requirements are a barrier for economic growth. Well, actually, this is a favorable area for development. And those who are aware what does an environmental impact assessment at the stage of launching an economic activity, of what does an environmental audit mean at different stages of economic activity, those who are aware of what does investment in new technologies mean, I mean environmentally friendly technology, so these will progress much faster. So I would encourage you, get rid of all habits and approaches. Let's stick to a greener approach, a more environmentally friendly approach. And the investments that Konstantin was talking about will be in the economic area. But we will not do bigger investments only in cleaning up and redressing, remediation. The environment is a gift for us to preserve, so let's preserve it. We are now already at a stage of awareness that we lost a lot of environmental assets, and now we need to do considerable efforts at the legislative, political, at the technical, at the investment area to redress the situation. But smaller steps, we will succeed. Good luck to all of us. I would continue what has already been noticed. Everything related to the environmental aspect I would start by emphasizing the importance of communication. We need to be able to communicate. We need to be able to explain to every citizen what exactly the things that were mentioned here today. So we need to be able to explain that what the government does, what the politicians do. So this is exactly for our mutual benefit. Even internalization of the environmental costs will bring us a cleaner environment for the further generations. We need to explain that the times of cheap energy is a matter of past. Now we think about a fair, correct price for energy, which means we need to save. We need to do savings. Savings will bring us more money. And that's for our benefit, both as citizens, but also as the country in general. Reducing the energy consumption, we will be less dependent on energy imports. Investing more in renewables, again, we will be less dependent on imports of energy. Investing, we will generate jobs, working places, which again is for the benefit of the citizens. Well, you see, it's a range of elements which at the first glance seem to be painful. Oh my God, the energy resources are so expensive, the natural gas is so expensive. But I think that in the long run, people could understand that we took the right pathway. Actually, that's the way towards the EU, that's the gate towards a proper integration in the EU. Because the EU also dwells on uniformizing the prices in a common market at the communitary level. And that's where we go. Thank you. Kalin Negura. Yes, as the colleagues mentioned previously, the energy efficiency, first and foremost, is a principle that was recently transposed in our domestic legislation, and that's the principle that we need to follow, each of us. Any type of investment, any type of business in this regard should consider this principle, including the investments for building upon renewable energies. So it's something to replace the excessive energy consumption. Energy efficiency, that's the future. I can confirm the same, emphasizing again that energy efficiency is the top priority here in the Republic of Moldova, especially since we are a country where 3/4 of our consumption of energy are covered from imported energy. Well, energy efficiency as a priority doesn't only mean to the allocation of financial resources, obviously it's that as well, but energy efficiency is also about growth of capacities. It's also about integration of renewables, and by the way, we can also tackle the things in the following way, as Mr. Sandulescu mentioned, and I agree to that. Energy efficiency is also about communication. Previously, when I worked in the Energy Efficiency Agency, well, 1 leu invested in energy efficiency is important, and we will have to change the current approach ever. As Mr. Negur mentioned previously, but let's think about 2016, 2017, when we had a certain price per kilowatt of electricity, how difficult it was to promote energy efficiency, because energy was very cheap. And we kind of neglected the energy efficiency aspect. And finally, the crisis struck us, and I hope that we will keep on the same pathway, regardless. But we can see the results already in all the segments, in the economic growth, at the level of the GEGs, at the level of renewables. So these are generating jobs, and not only. Thank you a lot. We have to conclude this panel because time is flying. A couple of very important aspects were mentioned right now, so let's emphasize the need to do savings, but we should necessarily think also about energy efficiency. So the experts from this panel didn't speak about the fact that in the public sector there are a lot of waste of energy due to the fact that the buildings, public buildings, are not energy efficient. How much the state spends, how much each of our family budget loses because of never thinking of thermally isolating their walls or doing some other energy efficiency measures. But new times are coming, and we will require a better understanding of the thing that yes, the state wants to help the private beneficiaries to be more energy efficient. The private environment is encouraged to invest in these new technologies and new businesses which would be much more friendly to the environment. And that's a win-win situation, also allowing us to attain objectives which, as Mr. Sandulescu said, they are actually mandatory. Yes, we do have voluntary commitments, but we also have mandatory targets. And if we fail to attain them, subsequently we'll have to pay the costs. That is why we like to be as energy efficient, as environmentally friendly. And we hope to get the support of the whole society. Thank you a lot for these discussions, for interesting discussions. Now we will have another panel, New Generations in the Republic of Moldova. So the brainstorming will be moderated by my colleague Diana Raileanu. We will not break for coffee right now, so please, new panelists, take a seat here.
Bună seara, doamnelor și domnilor, și vă mulțumim mult pentru răbdarea de care dați dovadă.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience and for being with us until the end. As Madam Kurki said, we will not have any coffee break, but we'd like to welcome you to the other panel, which is dedicated to brain drain or brain gain, and we'll speak about the new generations and what kind of tools so that the brain drain be transformed into a competitive advantage that would encourage the development, innovation in the Republic of Moldova. My colleagues are inviting people front to take the seat, but I would like to say that the next panel would be very important because along the other discussions and during the other discussions we've heard a couple of statements, and in particular lack of skilled qualified labor force. That means that the brain drain is affecting us heavily, and in a beautiful future once we become parts of European Union, then the question is who shall we be with, and who would help us in developing all and implementing all the policies, strategies that would have to undertake as well as adjust to the reality of the Republic of Moldova. Now I would like to invite all the keynote speakers, New Generations in the Republic of Moldova, brain drain or brain gain. I would like to invite Alexei Buzu, Minister of Labor, Social Protection of Moldova. Adriana Kazako, State Secretary from the Ministry of Education and Research of Moldova. Mr. Tudor Okner, Romanian entrepreneur and Executive Director of the program Capital of Romania. Also Mr. Sanchuk, Deputy Chairperson of the National Confederation of Trade Unions in Moldova. Thank you very much. And also we have two guest speakers that would be connected online, so that would be the video messages that would be broadcasted. So that would be Victor Negrescu, who is the European Parliament member of the Alliance of Socialists and Democrats group, and Francesco, who is from the Labour Market and Youth Policies. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and thank you very much for being with us tonight. And we'll start this panel by using a video message. So this video message is coming from Mr. Negrescu, so the member of the European Parliament at the Progress Alliance of Socialists and Democrats, and we hope that Mr. Negrescu would kick off the discussion. Thank you very much for inviting me to this discussion. I would like to congratulate the EUROSFAT for organizing this kind of discussion and for informing this in Chișinău. It's very important for us to speak about this, about Europe in Chișinău, in Bucharest, in Romania, because we're speaking about European democracy, and we have the right opinion, and we have the possibility to participate in the decision-making process at European level. And also would like to hear this consolidated, strong and coherent voice of the Republic of Moldova, the European family. And that voice is very important in reaffirming our countries on the European arena, because we're not speaking about losing any sovereignty or gaining an European sovereignty that we can or cannot participate, but it's important to be part of this in order to be a global force and to be able to cope with the competition and promote our values and interests that we have legitimate at global level. So thereby this discussion is very important because we speak about education, talents, as well as depopulation. So these are very important issues and problems, challenges that are faced by all the countries and Romania inclusively. In the European Parliament, I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the Commission, which is responsible for the youth policies. And that's the most important function that is being held at the level of European legislative of the Parliament. These responsibilities represent a very big honor for me, but also enabling me to say that I'm convinced that Europe can help us. Indeed, there are a lot of Romanians and Moldovans that have left for some other European countries, and I was among the other Romanians who left the country and now decided to come back, and we can see a lot of examples of the same nature in the Republic of Moldova as well. So these kind of things happen naturally, but this is the duty of our country to have a strategy for returning and encouraging our citizens to get back by acknowledging the diplomas, licenses, as well as by promoting the economic insertion of the Moldovans and Romanians who wish to get back home. At the same time, so we have to give our citizens the possibility to be for mobility, because European mobility is like a force of our country, have the possibility to study in the other countries like through Erasmus or the others, and to be able to work in other countries and get experience, or to take advantage of the program of young entrepreneurs and to learn, be entrepreneurs and come back with the new skills and competences. All of these are very important solutions, but at the end of the day, these skills that we gain outside of our country have to be efficiently used in our home country by combating corruption, transparency, increase efficient use of the European money. And in the case of the Republic of Moldova, I wish very much that Moldova take advantage of these additional resources. And based on my position, being responsible of the social democratic groups on the European budget during the last 3 years, we have also increased and we requested increased resources for the Republic of Moldova on different pillars. And I was very vocal to insist that Moldova benefits from pre-accession program. For example, under the Eastern Partnership program for the last year, including the Republic of Moldova, we increased the amounts by millions of euros, and we hope that the Republic of Moldova would benefit from this fund for local development, as well as opening some new opportunities for the talents that love Moldova, and we hope that they would be encouraged to come back home. It's important to create some areas, transboundary areas that would be developed and consolidated, as well as some strategic partnership between the cities of Moldova and Romania would ensure that those economic development poles would help us maintain the talents at home as well as develop on short, long and medium term. Unfortunately, we are not thinking sufficiently about this, the importance of this local components development, and also we have to take advantage of the non-reimbursable funds that are being provided by Romania to Moldova. Once the pre-accession funds are accessible, we hope that they will be used adequately and correctly according to these objectives. And also there's an initiative of Commissioner Ferrara on promoting the local talents as well as to combat the depopulation. There's a strategy of the European Commission that provides recommendation that I hope that you would be able to implement them immediately, because we are discussing these measures in Romania. They're very good. And even today, today we have a debate in Bucharest with the respective comments on the implementation of this very efficient and important recommendation, because I personally supported this initiative, and we hope that we'll have some financial endowment and allocation for that. Yes, indeed, we have challenges. European citizens, they also face a lot of challenges, but also we have to speak about shared opportunities. And one of the biggest challenges of Europe is to make sure that all the regions are developed equally. For this, we have cohesive funds that would help us overcome the gaps and unity, coherent development be ensured. And also we have to equip and endow these measures with a better information, a better and a corresponding education, dialogue with the citizens. And a couple of concepts are important. And the translation into the Romanian language is not the best. Empowerment. So that means that we have to empower the local authorities and to make them assured that they can develop and that the citizens have to play their own active role, and they can be the authors of these positive revolutions. And they can be not only beneficiaries and should expect that something might happen, but they could also contribute and be an active force in this process of upgrade and modernization. Yes, indeed, it might entail a lot of challenges, but we hope that it would lead to expected results. So in Romania, we have some of the regions that are more developed than in European, like in Ardeal or some bigger cities, Iași, Timișoara, Cluj, or Brașov, or Bucharest. We can see a lot of positive examples. And these possibilities could not have been imagined a couple of years ago when we started this European pathway of Romania. I'm sure that the discussion of today would generate some specific examples, and I can assure you, as the European Parliament member, I would make everything possible to help you in implementing all this. I've got the peers and contacts in Moldova, and I'm also considering myself as being responsible for Moldova's fate until its accession to you. Let's work together. And these conferences are very important because they would strengthen, consolidate relationship. And also, I'm absolutely sure that we'll do everything possible in such a way that the talents of Moldova would bring gains and not drain. And by the end of the day, it's important to make a better life for the citizens that we represent. Congratulations, and I would like to wish you a lot of success on this very important, useful, timely conference in order to have a stronger voice for the Republic of Moldova at the European Union level. Thank you. So that was the message of Dr. Negrescu, member of the European Parliament, and now I would like to invite Mr. Alexei Buzu, because Mr. Negrescu highlighted a couple of messages that I put down, and he spoke about the importance and the need to have a strategy of bringing back the citizens that have been educated abroad. What are the strategies of the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection in order to improve the labour conditions and social security conditions, so that they would be able and encouraged to come back, those who are in Moldova to stay in Moldova and not be encouraged to leave, and those who left to be encouraged to get back to Moldova. Thank you very much. I would like to thank for inviting me, and congratulations for this. Actually, I miss the colleagues from the NGOs, and thank you very much for this invitation. So when we speak about brain drain versus brain again. So we have to think about and speak about a new generation in the Republic of Moldova. We have to think about those children that live in poverty. One-third of the children in the Republic of Moldova, they live in poverty. One-third of the youth people from Moldova intend and plan to leave the Republic of Moldova in the next couple of years, and this is their plan. As well as when we speak about the rural areas, we have 40% of the children living in poverty, and in the southern part in the villages of the southern part, we have 50% of children in poverty. So this is the starting point in my mind. This is what we have to look at carefully. And also we have 1/3 of the youth from rural areas, and majority of these are women, girls, that don't have a high level of literacy or education, that are part of this need group, have neither access to educational program for a longer term, nor to training or job opportunities either. And when you have such kind of a starting point, or you can understand and explain why the young people of the Republic of Moldova look for some other countries and seek for other opportunities. So what we try to do in the government of our country is to have a more holistic approach. Although sometimes it's not so well coordinated, but nevertheless we're trying to apply it. First of all, we have to look on the country program, which is entitled European Integration. And we have to clearly explain that this is our joint, our shared country program, which goes beyond any political party or any political interest. So this is our country program. That means that we would defend the democracy in our country, means that we would defend our territorial integrity and our independence. Second thing, that means that we have to reform all the institutions. So when 1/3 of the youth and children in poverty, 1/3 of the youth who want to leave or might not have any productive activity, that means that you have very weak institutions in the country. And even if gradually maybe the budget of social protection somehow goes up, nevertheless the efficiency and the turnover goes down. And that once again re-emphasizes the idea that the institutions are not sufficiently strong. And as a minister and the other ministries have the commitment and the obligation to reform all the institutions that are responsible for that. In my situation, I would mention the social protection field that has to be improved, and namely the National Employment Agency has to be better, and the the Labor Inspectorate. And by the way, a new director was appointed today, and looking on the data, a big part of the portion of the young people who are working in HoReCa industry or in construction, they usually started their professional life by working in informal economy. This is their first touch with the productive life. They don't have an employment contract, they do not enjoy any protection that can be provided either by employers or by the government. So thereby that we have to embark on this very difficult and challenging reforms, and the fact that this kind of reforms under the context of European integration, that would mean that would have to be scrutinized both from inside and outside by the citizens as well as by European Union. And what Mr. Member of the Parliament mentioned, that access to European funds as well as to European framework, that's important for us to know, because we have this program on children guarantees, which enhances and engages the government and the local authorities to provide access to care services, as well as to medical, social care services, as well as qualitative education and after-school programs. That means that we should have some guarantees for youth. And recently we have had a new package on demographic challenges. from EU and the Republic of Moldova. So we have both resources and the responsibility, and the design, the paradigm of these programs would help us maybe overcome these gaps and cope with the challenges. And we have to be frank. To me personally, a country which has 40% of the children living in poverty cannot be a European country. And that's another point. And the last one that I would like to mention is that we did not do sufficiently well in order to attract our co-citizens, co-nationals into different projects. Because when I was traveling and as a minister and before, actually I met a lot of talented young people that are living outside of Moldova. During this year, so we tried to encourage and to invite the colleagues. For example, 3 colleagues from the leadership of our ministers are from diaspora. One lady came from Oregon, from US. So this is Felicia Petholt, Corina Ashler, who came from Berlin. And recently we employed the Deputy General Secretary, who's come from UK. And the talented people. And we have to make a more substantial effort in such a way that the experience of the leadership team be broadened, and then be able to attract some professional leaders, maybe for a short or longer projects in ministries or agencies, because we need their contribution and involvement. Thank you very much, Mr. Buzek. I hope that would meet in 2024, and for this picture that you've described would be less apocalyptic, as you have described, being so sad, because you already mentioned 3 persons that have come back to the Ministry of Labor, Social Protection, and a part of the leadership team of your ministry, and we hope that we'll see some new results, because they're coming with some vision from outside, and this is what we need. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Madam Adriana Kazaku, because we are talking about education and qualitative education. Also, we speak about the training and of different skills and competence. To what extent that would be able to stop the brain drain or prevent the brain drain? Good day to everybody. Of course, I will address this question, but after the statistical data that were presented by Mr. Minister Buzu, so actually, kind of a sadness is is capturing my mind, because we understand what is actually happening, but whenever you hear such kind of statistics and figures, then we see the situation even more dramatic. However, at the Ministry of Education and Research, we try to be confident and to give to all the children of the Republic of Moldova, to provide them with the qualitative education. Sometimes it is not possible because the general schools in the Republic of Moldova, they are so different. Some of the lyceums, they are endowed with the best equipment, upgraded, they have digital laboratories for physics, chemistry, biology, they have absolutely everything that the child might need. Lingophonic labs for foreign languages, they have young teachers. At the same time, so we have educational facilities where you might have only 15 or 30 pupils, and for example 3 or 4 subjects might be taught by the same teacher. Of course, in such kind of situation we can speak about unequal conditions. Nevertheless, we are seeking for some other solutions, looking for them, because we believe, we're sure that we have to create some qualitative educational environment for the children. And another problem is that lack of teachers, lack of resources, human resources are lacking. In this regard, we have a program on reconceptualization of the pedagogical faculty. We would like to attract some talented young people and to double these scholarships for students from the pedagogical department, as well as to have an allocation from 120,000 and be increased in 200,000 lei, and that would be provided to the young teachers like in one tranche. So that they can go and work in the schools. So this is what we are doing. Now, answering your question as a follow-up to what Mr. Buzu said, I would like to say that indeed the number of students dropped like by half, by 50%. Although maybe pandemic somehow smoothened the situation, because after the COVID-19, more students applied for higher education in the higher educational facilities of the Republic of Moldova, in the universities. Maybe it's a coincidence, maybe not, I'm not sure. But what we try to do to improve the state of play is that we propose some new programs, bachelor programs, like so also we suggest and propose developing some new programs that would be correlated to the demands on the labor market, have matching, and we have like the professions of the future. We opened 4 new programs: multimedia production, game design, and the other 2 disciplines additionally were opened. Actually, I can tell you that we had a lot of young people that wanted to be enrolled as students in these faculties, and I believe that should we suggest some new program that is similar to the European institutions, maybe more young people would decide to continue their education in the Republic of Moldova. And the same is that with the universities, we equip laboratories, and we've got a project which is now being implemented, and this is the reform of educational system in the Republic of Moldova. And we open laboratories, develop new programs, and all of this together make us believe that we hence will be able to attract more students, and those who decide to stay in the Republic of Moldova, they will have access to high-quality education. Also, we would like to have more foreign students be encouraged to come to Moldova, because that's become a trend. And one example is the State University of Medicine and Pharmacy. Testimitsana has a lot of foreign students, and that's a widely spread practice in the European universities. All the European universities are trying to attract and enroll foreign students. But indeed, we should not go from one extreme to another extreme, so we have to take care of our young people, to persuade them, to convince them stay home, or should they go and decide to go abroad, encourage them to come back. But to do this, we need to generate new jobs, opportunities be opened, and be more attractive. For example, when we speak about graduates, how they're distributed among the labor slots, so maybe we can give more allowance to them. But if our villages are not able to create some living conditions, there is no infrastructure, it's less likely that they would be able to convince these young people to go to the villages, even if we give a bigger subsidy to them. And I might say that we work very hard to upgrade the education, starting with the early education program, general educational program, higher education, all of that. Our ministry has another component in our responsibility, and this is the research and development. And we also try to be very rigid and Horizon Europe programs, so we've already seen good results. But we would like to be part of the European space of research, and our researchers be part of the European platform, and more of our researchers have access to the European Research Network. And getting back to what was mentioned about the fact that we have to attract diaspora. This is what we do, and that's mainly in the research field, because then they can collaborate, cooperate, even remotely, because research does not presuppose that you have to be stationed in one place. You can move around. And this type of change of mindset, mentality change, is the most complicated thing to be accomplished, because actually our education is more focused on skill development and skill building, but I'm not sure that all of my colleagues manage to focus on skills and not theoretical knowledge. And also we have to think about 21st century skills, or what other skills might be needed by our young people in the 21st century. And they are reflected in the educational code, and they are different from the previous century. For example, digital skill, entrepreneurial skill. So these are the new competencies and skills, and we try to invest more in that and work hard, and we have a lot of projects on digitalization of education in such a way that we would develop these skills for the young people, children, and be ready for their future life. And when I used to talk about our country, about the Republic of Moldova in the past, I used to say the following, that we don't have any natural ores, we don't have any natural resources. I used to say that the biggest treasure of ours are human beings, are people. But see, we now have that crisis of lacking these people. Thank you very much, Madam Kazaku, for your vision as well as for the vision shared by the Ministry of Education. Mr. Bozo, would you like to add, to make one short comment to this? Or specification? Just an addition. Actually, what I said shouldn't make us sad, but should make us more courageous and determined and committed. This is the purpose. So that means that also we have to start moving faster. Now I would like to invite for a regional or European approach in our discussion, and that would be another online video, and that would be the message from Francesca Crista, Europlus expert, and she'll speak about the youth policies and the labor market. And let's follow the message. Good day. It's a real pleasure to be with you and to participate in this first EUROSFAT forum in the Republic of Moldova. And that was brought by the Europulse along with our partners. It's a real honor and pleasure to be with you and to be part of this team that's managed to do this result. For more than 11 years, we've been talking about important aspects at European Union level, as well as how this future labor market might affect us all. So we talk about the young people, labor market, how we can match it, social aspects as well as rights and obligations. Very few of you might know that the future of the labor or future of work is actually one of the objectives that has been committed by Romania as part of the chairmanship of Romania in 2019 in the EU. And the seventh objective of the youth strategy of EU was chosen by Romania. And the purpose was to work better to interconnect the young people to the labor market. Yes, we have this law on internship. For example, if one employer is appointing or is allocating a slot for internship, then he is required to pay the salary for that particular young person, as well as the other benefits have to be accomplished in this objective. Also, we have the unpaid paid internship movement, which is implemented at European level. And also here I would like to welcome the chairperson of the Youth National Center Council in the Republic of Moldova, Teodora Panuș. So this is the organization which is part of this movement, because the youth work or future work can be viewed differently. Maybe this kind of week might include 4 or 5 days, reduced hours, how this working week might look. Or maybe we can work at home, from home, and only maybe 4 days in a week, because now that the pandemic has changed and made us find some alternative solutions for the work and be better interconnected, as well as telework be provided, as well as be able to accomplish the objectives remotely, and also be part of the teams remotely, as well as be part of our partners.
A positive achievement during the pandemic was actually the need to develop the digital skills, but also to align them to the standards which were imposed by the modern times. How did we do that? Well, there are plenty of programs to develop the skills, digital skills, and there are plenty of And there is a special component including the digital skills development for pupils, students, for professors, and also for the public officials and civil servants. At the same time, we speak about the Reconsolidated Youth Guarantee. The Reconsolidated Youth Guarantee is one of the key methods through which Romania helps for readapting the youth for the requirements of modern times. So there are also aspects related to better reconnection to the jobs of the future. A big number of current professions will not necessarily vanish, but they will be transformed. And there is this demand for the demand for automation, which was implemented among SMEs, among industries. So we are talking about upskilling, about reskilling. We talk about the way in which people could acquire competences, not only in their area, but also requalifying for embracing some jobs of the future. So we speak about a range of essential skills, like the inclusion component as well. This time we speak about inclusive societies as one of the key objectives on our European agenda. We do this via an equal partnership between the private environment, public environment, civil society, and the academia. So these four pillars of the society should merge their efforts for a long-term strategy, consolidating the needs that currently exist on different levels. And I would like to conclude by offering an example. In Romania, there is a town, Cluj-Napoca. So they did the first project for future of work, thus questioning the citizens, the entrepreneurs, the youth, the organizations, the universities. Well, Cluj-Napoca is practically getting prepared for the way in which the citizens see the evolution of the town. Either we speak about industry or the methods, the needs, the instruments needed, or if we speak about new jobs to be created. A very important aspect based on this European project is the fact that the creative industries will get to be predominant in Cluj-Napoca in the future. That's very interesting on how the future of work will develop. But I would like to provide just a couple of objectives regarding this situation. Creativity, more flexibility, more balance between private and professional life, and more partnership which would reconnect the citizens really to the business environment and to the public sphere. So I'm the coordinator of EUROSFAT 2023. Thank you a lot for this message. Mr. Tudor Ogner, you are the following speaker. So we are used during the time that Romania is one step ahead of Moldova and the solutions to certain issues are being sought like looking on the other side of Prut River. I appreciate the frankness of Mr. Buzov, Mr. Kazaku. I must admit that if I were a student abroad, I would get a ticket home only to visit my family for Christmas. That's a reality. What are the solutions? So you come from Cluj, it's the town mentioned by Francesca Cristi in this video. Hello and thank you for invitation. It's the first time I come to the Republic of Moldova. Yesterday I went to Ungheni in a dialogue with the citizens there, and I felt a lot of warmth and concern for these topics of European integration, interest for that. And there is a huge number of youth which are preoccupied, interested in this topic of European future. So I come from Cluj, and during the previous years I was involved in a diversity of programs for youth. And there is a myth that the EU steals our youth. That's a myth. It's not the EU stealing our youth, but it's our absence of competitiveness in our countries. You know, it's not like youth lives in countries and continents. The youth lives in villages and towns. If we talk about the jobs of the future, these are not necessarily somewhere in a physical place. During the pandemic, we saw that more and more jobs may be delivered online. But the place where we live is the place where we like to feel comfortable. And to feel comfortable somewhere, it's all about the standards of living. The standards of living are impacted by a couple of elements, if we may see Cluj-Napoca and other towns which are the capitals of youth in Romania. First, it's about a system of education, an accessible and performant one. Accessible and performant medical system, well-paid jobs, residential opportunities, more and more sticking to the green environment, green jobs, green economy, better quality of air, and also leisure time opportunities. So these are the key ingredients that might help a youth to decide whether to live in a town in Moldova, in Romania, or elsewhere in the world. It's not necessarily based on the salary, paradoxically, but the studies show this at the level of the EU that so the salary level does no longer depend on the place where we decided to live. So we need also to take into consideration the fact that today any young person from Moldova has the possibility to acquire the citizenship of Romania and then to work freely anywhere in Europe. So I don't think European integration will have such an effect. So it's not because of the EU that the exodus of brain happens. No, this is a myth. So I think these are false things. In order to increase the quality of life in the towns and villages of Moldova and Romania, we need to work together. This is exactly what we do in Cluj for many years. The concepts of co-management, co-creation became a reality during the previous 10 years. And it's all about an effort of the public environment, private sector, the academia, which build together the future of their towns and of their communities. Thank you. Thank you a lot for sharing your vision. Mr. Sainchuk, at a certain moment during a panel moderated by my colleague Vitalie Cojocaru, one of the speakers said that maybe we shouldn't insist so much on bringing back our youth who were students abroad, but maybe we should rather open the labor market for employers who were trained in other countries, who are not necessarily the citizens of Moldova. What is your view about it? Thank you. Thank you for your question. I would start by delivering a piece of information for you regarding the situation on the labor market. For 10 years, since 2013 until 2023, we have 623 workers, 729,000 by the end of the year. So practically we preserve the same number of workers, plus or minus 10,000. So we are concerned about another indicator, like the rate of occupation is only 40%, while the average on the EU level is 60 and 70% even. So a lot was said today about the quality of labor force. So that's a major issue for us, because the quality of labor force triggers disbalance on the labor market. We have disbalance comparing the rural to urban. So the labor force in the rural area, but the jobs are in towns. Another factor of disbalance is about the quality. So the net youth, which are in Moldova, like 60,000 of them, they don't even learn anywhere, they are not employed anywhere. One more indicator, 65% of those who are registered in the National Employment Agency do not have a profession at all. So I'd like to mention that the Ministry of Labor recently did a lot to improve the policies on the labor market. Plenty of necessary changes in the legislation. The voucher system was introduced so that a person looking for a job, having no profession, to choose a vocational school to learn. But you know, the demand was so big that the financing drained. They added a bit of more budget, it drained due to a huge demand. You know, it's like it's not the National Employment Agency should deal with training qualified working force. That's something to be dealt with by the educational system. In the previous years, I'm not sure what's the situation today, but in the previous years, the vocational professional institutions had more than 1,000 vacancies for free of charge, but they couldn't cover these vacancies. Well, in this case, there is a disbalance again between what we prepare and what is really demanded by the labor market. I saw situations when the unemployed are there registered, there are vacancies, but the employees, the unemployed ones cannot be hired because they are not compliant to the requirements. In this regard, I would mention the issue of the quality of education and the quality of remuneration. Yes, we should stimulate the students also to join. We should also stimulate the teaching staff, the professors. Well, that's about our internal system. Well, again, we need to correlate the educational policies with the requirements at the labor market. Another aspect is about the labor force migration. It's a phenomenon that existed, it exists today, an enormous number of persons who left the country. Well, obviously, it would be good to think of policies of returning them on our. But you see, the youth sees opportunities to learn in other countries, then they find employment opportunities in those countries, different conditions, different remuneration level, a different infrastructure, beneficial, comfortable infrastructure for them. But we also have a huge number of active population in our country who could work here, but we need to do everything possible to keep them here. The Ministry of Labor in this context implemented a range of specific policies for them to work here, but not to be parasites and just to drain money from the locations. Another motivation is about remuneration. So again, we saw the evolution of macroeconomic indicators in the previous days. The GDP increased by 56% compared to 2019. The salary increased by 74%. But the number of employees remained almost the same. So the salary for the second quarter is 12,000 Moldovan lei. It seems to be rather a good salary, but it seems apparently it's not enough because we have a huge gap between the branches of economy. In agriculture and services is like 7,000–8,000 lei. We have the IT area where the average is more than 30,000 lei. And there are also vacancies because they would rather go abroad, having bigger salaries. But again, besides the fact that we need to provide adequate salaries, but we need also to create other opportunities, flexibility of working hours, something to raise the interest of the youth to stay and work here, the legal environment regarding the immigration. So at this point, we may only employ qualified staff. We don't need migrant workers who are non-qualified. So as for liberalization, well, currently the institutional framework allows the access of qualified work in our country, but there should be a guarantee of the average salary per country. As for the non-qualified, well, maybe a guarantee for them to be a minimum salary. What will happen in this case? Somebody from Bangladesh will come to work here with a salary of 4,000 lei? It will never happen. It needs to maintain himself, to eat something, to send more money back home, which means we should rather give this money to our connationals. And I agree to what Mr. Lopushor said. It's a correct approach. We need to do everything possible so that everyone here in the country should have access to decent jobs. A lot was said about investments, about funds. And we should think again, who should work for implementing the funds, for developing the branches of economy? Again, the issue of working force. We need to know from the very beginning which areas are required, how to train the staff for them. So the system via the National Employment Agency is a very good system. Through 6 months, 9 months training, we could very fast develop a profession for those who do not have such skills, for them to be formally employed. That would be very good. And in parallel, I think we should consolidate the capacities of the governmental institutions. I speak now about the National Employment Agency. When it was created, it had a number of more than 500 employees. Now they only have 240 employees. So obviously an adequate informational system is needed for making their life easier, for them easier to interact with the business operators, with the unemployed ones, maybe some mobile teams. But I think we can cope with the challenges and to employ our own citizens, but not to expect for strangers as a working. Thank you a lot, Mr. Sainchuk. And before finalizing the panel, maybe somebody in the room wants to ask questions or maybe some feedback. We have 2 questions in the room. I will ask our colleagues to help us. But please introduce yourselves. To whom do you ask the question? My name is Ekaterina Tanasiev. I have a question to Mr. Buzo, and if Mrs. Kazak wants to respond, you should feel free as well. Mr. Buzo did statistics for the category of children who are not educated at all. It's like they don't go to general school at all. So my question is, did the ministry somehow do an analysis at the European level, maybe at the level of some European countries? What do they do in this area? How did they motivate their parents to send their kids at school? I mean, how to fight for these children to be enrolled in schools and to be offered a good quality education? Yes, thank you for your question. Let me start with specifying that when we speak about net young people, so these are the ones which are not educated on or who are not employed, not educated, not employed. It doesn't mean that we speak here about school abandonment, about illiteracy. The number of children outside the schooling system is a very small one. But here we rather speak about the quality of education. For example, PISA report for 2018 shows clearly that the children from poor families have a low level of academic success, ambition. We speak about quality of education, not about the access to the education. What we need to learn about as examples of other countries is to have a good cooperation between ministries. For example, we have informal discussions with the Minister Perciun, with the Minister Alaiba, to have a council regarding some competencies, like a small informal structure in which these three ministers could discuss about the priorities for 2024. Priorities for the following years. Which are the budgets? How can we ensure the synergy? If we get better institutions, more efficient programs, if we have a better coordination between ministries, we will succeed, because in a nutshell, that's exactly the approach in other countries. Mrs. Kazaku? I would like to supplement the answer of the Minister Buzu. We have a constant record keeping of the phenomenon of school abandonment, absenteeism. Well, the phenomenon is very narrow. The majority of the Moldovan children, with small exceptions, are enrolled in schools. And in Moldova, we have a mandatory schooling until the 9th form. What Mr. Sainchuk was speaking about, it's about the youth after they graduated school, 9 forms. First, about school abandonment. Yes, we do the analysis, which are the causes, which are the reasons. There are national minorities, there are certain national minorities, like the Roma children are prone to school abandonment, and that's mainly due to the fact that their families have a certain way of living, nomad way of living. They live in one country, then they move to another country. I recently went in a working visit to a village in Glodin, and there in a gymnasium we were told that, you see, that as the war started, 20 children of Roma ethnicity moved to Germany together with their parents. Well, now they have this opportunity and they used this opportunity. But generally we do not have children who are outside the school system. Maybe in some districts 31, one in a village. But it's true that after they graduate the gymnasium, a lot of young people do not integrate neither in following levels of education nor on the labor market. Recently, we had more youth attracted in the dual education. Dual education means 2 days studying in a vocational school and then 4 days activity in a company, so that they could integrate as fast as possible in the real labor market. And I know by tradition, or maybe there is a stereotype in the Republic of Moldova, there are fewer younger people who would like to learn in technical vocational schools. But the conditions are very good in many vocational schools. They get scholarships. There are really well-developed institutions. They are not all similar. Some have better conditions, some have worse conditions. But that's the statistics. So probably you understood our message a bit erroneously. Thank you. Mr. Ogner also have a message. I will read it. So previously he said, punctuality is the best quality of speakers. 30 seconds. In Romania, we also have a problem of net, but we need to be careful with figures because frequently the lack of formal employment shows the phenomenon of informal employment, or maybe the majority of the young people have gone from the country. And analyzing these two figures, they are rather high in Romania. There is one more question. Dear colleagues, if you could transmit the mic, we have a question here. A final question maybe. Let's get back to the title of this session. I was thinking, what would be your answer if after the accession of the EU, let's imagine the Republic of Moldova becomes a member state. Do you think that after accession to the EU, we will rather have a brain drain or a brain gain for the Republic of Moldova? And that's a question for all of you. Maybe you have a short argument. You know, the youth from the Republic of Moldova will enjoy plenty of possibilities and opportunities after joining the EU. But on the other hand, there is still a long pathway until there, and there will be a range of positive measures for the development of labor market and for the development of the educational system. So how do you see the future in these regards in an ideal scenario? In autumn, I visited the Baltic states. For more than 10 years, they are members of the EU, and they still face this problem of brain drain. But what I saw there is that those countries, those governments are more capable to provide opportunities. The fact that you are integrated in the European Union is just one step, but definitely it will bring the added value in the long run. But we cannot finalize an agreement of social protection with Italy for more than 10 years, you know, and we have so many our connationals. Just the fact that we will become members of the EU will already solve this problem. All our citizens will benefit of equal social protection there. To respond to your question, I would say the following. A big part of the Moldova's citizens also have the Romanian citizenship. We have Romanian passports who have the possibility to work, to travel there. That's not a problem. Accession to the EU will be beneficial for Moldova from a diversity of reasons. First of all, it's about development. Development, increasing the standards of living, services, and then I'm confident that there will be rather a brain gain. I would say the same. I'm very optimistic. And I think that the youth never had any big obstacles until now to move to the EU. But the opportunities to be provided by the EU after accession, I think will bend the balance towards the positive things for us. I would like to specify that in general in the EU we have a demographic decline. So we have a negative demographic growth. So definitely there will be a demand for labor force, and there will be a competition to attract human resources in all European towns. In Chișinău, in Bucharest, in Cluj, well, the communities will strive to attract good quality human resources. But people usually choose what is best for them. And there was an important indicator, besides the quality of life, is the rate of criminality and the safety perceived in a community. And I think in general in Moldova and in Romania, that's really good, and there is a trend even to go to less populated towns, to smaller towns, which turn to nature, to the short food chain, which turn back to traditions. That's a global trend, I would say, and I'm optimistic, and I believe the same, that after the EU integration in the medium and long term, so the picture will be positive for us. Thank you. On this optimistic note, I suggest we should finish this panel. We will break for 10 minutes only, and then we will have the last discussion panel, the Republic of Moldova in crisis, increase of resilience for future challenges. Thank you.
Every weekend while in college, I frequented a little club to listen to jazz. Near a beach that was called Hermosa, the name in cursive neon throbbed in blue. Bebop head shop, where the bebop players play. Nothing could compare with all the crazy things they'd say. Saxophonally, bebop head shop, down at the bebop head shop. Bebop head shop, down at the bebop head shop. Down at the bebop head shop. This was back in the 1960s. Everyone's lapels were narrow. Handsome Jack was the prez. Bebop head shop, down at the bebop head shop. The cat who coined the phrase, someone asked who is he? The guy behind the bar said it's attributed to Dizzy. What a time it was, why did it ever have to end? All those cats are gone, and now the bebop head shops closed. Now the bebop head shops closed. shop. Bebop head shop. Down at the Bebop head shop. You and I, like distant stars, whole hemispheres apart. You're the lesson I must learn, and I'm the seed inside your heart. It seems so harmless when you first misplace it, but once it's lost it's awful hard to trace it. Before you know it, you've forgotten where you hid the truth. We learn our Lincoln, but we do not heed it. So draw a treasure map in case you need it. The past's a jungle which can sure obscure where you hid the truth. Why not recherche your temps perdu? And hope that you can find the clue to where you hid the truth. Why not recherche your temps perdu? And hope that you can find the clue to where you hid the truth. Who of us can cast the first stone? Certainly not me. But at least I know deceits, no friend you can rely upon. It seems so harmless when you first misplace it, but once it's lost it's awful hard to trace it. Before you know it, you've forgotten where you hid the truth. We learn our Lincoln, but we do not heed it. So draw a treasure map in case you need it. The past's a jungle which can sure forgotten where you hid the hood? Have you forgotten where you hid the truth? Have you forgotten where you hid the hood? Have you forgotten where you hid the hood? Have you forgotten where you hid the truth? I like to stay up late at night reading in a one-half Lotus past midnight in my bed. I like to walk out early in the morning in the scented woods and listen to the music in my head. The music in my head. Please don't misunderstand me. I promise you I'm not crazy. When I get the blues, I wait for my muse to turn up the sound and save me. I like to listen to the sounds of August when a thunderstorm drums distant timpani. With the cicadas droning just like sitars in a raga which the wind accompanies. Bird song stereophonic creates an ear elation. The wind chime plays pentatonic, fills me with inspiration.
Bună seara. Am ajuns și la ultimul panel.
So we've come to the end of this, to the fifth panel. I would like to ask you to get closer to us so that you can see us better. So the last panel is Republic of Moldova in the crisis time. And I would like to start with Olga Putsutsui, legislation and media policy expert, international media supporter. Mr. Tsibuliak, who is the head of the service of the Security Council, the chairman of the Presidency Office. Silke Shilov, Operational Department, European Union Partnership Mission in the Republic of Moldova. Then we have Mr. Corneliu Cotets, Europol's European Expertise Center, and also Angela Gramada, chairperson expert for security and global affairs, Joe. So this panel has become very topical. Like about 640 days ago, has become even more important, because I remember when I started my work like 10 years ago, there were very few of the journalists, of the reporters, and of the experts that would use the term of resilience or hybrid war, disinformation. And disinformation actually was a more topical issue during the electoral campaign. And luckily, or unfortunately, we had a lot of this disinformation in 2009, 2010, and 2014. But starting with the full invasion of Russian Federation against Ukraine, the subject about resilience has become a very topical, very important issue in the Republic of Moldova. What is important is that the authorities started talking more and more about this, started talking about threats, about hybrid threats, as well as about the fact how resilience can be fostered in the light of the future challenges. So, Mr. Tsibuliak, I would like to start from you. So what is the perception of this term of resilience, how it is being tackled in the Republic of Moldova? And also I would like to ask you to mention the population as well as the state authorities. How resilient would they like to be forecasting or before this kind of threats? Good day. Thank you to the organizers of this event, because they have created a platform of discussion via which we can share a consolidated opinion about European integration process, and also we have the possibility to look deeper into various areas and fields. One of the key fields of European integration is the resilience of the state. In the light of all the changes, as well as the volatile security agenda in the Republic of Moldova, during the last 4 years, Moldova is facing a lot of challenges and threats. So this has been conditioned and triggered by the fact that people started more and more often using this term of resilience of the state in various circumstances, and the state resilience term is very often actually replacing the wording of state security. But when we speak about the state resilience, I would like to use one principle that I'm guided by, so namely that the state security shall represent the interest of everybody, but state resilience is nothing but the immunity system of the state, the capacity of the state to stand by, to overstand different kind of situation, to recover in case of some shocks or security crisis emergence. Unfortunately, the Republic of Moldova, when it appeared and was born as an independent and a sovereign, used to have a very weak immunity. And all the problems and challenges that appeared from independence onward have become like chronic issues. The old security agenda was connected with the new, coupled with the new agenda of security. And the Republic of Moldova faced a couple of crises and shocks that have actually conditioned to have this kind of security issues and problems in various areas. First, I can speak about the pandemic, and then the crisis related to the Russian Federation war against Ukraine. So the old agenda was somehow bridged with the new agendas, thereby the concept of resilience, as never has been, has got a particular value and importance for the national security, and represents the driving stone for the national security. Now, what is resilience for the Republic of Moldova? That means that it is based on 4 factors taken together. The first is related to the capacity and resources that Moldova has got. Second is the strategic analysis and planning of Moldova. The third factor is the perception and the security culture that we have got. And the last factor, which is the most important for our country, is related to the integration in the European Union. So this is a process that is generating and conditioning our capacity to be able to cope with the new security agenda, whereby the threats become more aggressive and also might have not only a national scale, but also be at a regional as well as a global scale. Now, speaking from the point of view of how resilience can be defined in the case of the Republic of Moldova, so first of all, it is important to mention that during the last 2 years, in the area of national security, and in particular in terms of the reform and transformation of the security sector, so here we have seen more significant progress, unlike the previous 30 years of independence. I'm not trying to exaggerate here or undermine what's been done before, but should we compare the national security system that was before and now what we have got, I must say that a lot of transformation were initiated in different sectors, starting with the strengthening of the national defense, as well as the upgrading and modernization of the armed forces. Cyber area. We are now developing a national authority, and the purpose and the duty of this agency authority would be to intervene with the consolidated response in order to combat any cyber threats. The other one is related to the information space, and we are very vulnerable to this environment because propaganda and disinformation doesn't have any borders. In this regard, the Republic of Moldova is now developing two strategies, key strategies. The first strategy is to mitigate or to destroy any source of threat or annihilating. So that means to block that particular. And the second one is to preserve the object of national information and the possibility of the citizen to make a difference between true information and false information. And the other area is the energy security field. And that's an area which has suffered and undergone a lot of changes and progress in terms of the functional indicators, likewise multiplication and diversification of energy sources. Now, let me get back to the second factor related to strategic analysis and planning. I can say that in this regard and on behalf of the Security Supreme Council, we have managed to develop a national security strategy draft, which represents a consolidated approach to the national security, which starts with the benchmark and the starting point in the security, as well as the one that we would like to accomplish. Identifying our vulnerabilities and resilience from strategic point of view means that we have to cope and cover with all the vulnerabilities in such a way that they are not taken advantage and exploited by the enemy. And then the second one is information, the culture, and how the society is able to get mobilized in a crisis condition or situation. The war that is taking place by the Russian Federation against Ukraine, as well as the consequences of that, was showed that our society has a very big potential to get mobilized, a potential to be united in case such kind of crisis shock appears. And this is the key factor that would help the state and the societies to be able to be resilient and resist against any global or regional problems or threats. The other factor, which is a key factor, is the European integration factor, which is triggering the national security condition and status that would cover all the areas that are related to the statehood of our country. Because our security and the level of security of the Republic of Moldova is directly proportional to the integration level of our country, or to how much we're integrated. Here I would like to mention that all the processes that take place in terms of ensuring this European integration, that would generate not only a paradigm change or shift on how we perceive the security dimension or how we get part of this or take advantage of the security portfolio, but they also would set up some standards or methodologies that we would be guided by. And in this regard, I must say that we have seen a lot of changes in terms of security pillars, be it agri-food security, because already there so people are thinking from the point of view of the stocks, from the point of view of accessibility, quality. The same is for the energy security, has to be seen from the point of view of energy efficiency, multiplication, generation. And for each of these dimensions, there are some functional factors or indicators that are being set and complied with the highest European standards that are being used in that particular security area. So I would like to stop here, and if you have some specific issues or questions, I would be more than glad to answer them. Actually, you mentioned the new security strategy that was given to the Parliament for discussion. I would like to say, so whether this kind of strategy is covering, including all these vulnerabilities that you mentioned, and what other public policy documents would we need after that particular strategy is adopted? Because if you understood it right, the strategy is like a comprehensive, overarching document, but maybe later on we need to develop some other documents or set up some other institutions or authorities that would mitigate or reduce from this vulnerability. Actually, the emphasis of this strategy would be to ensure the resilience, enhance, and to be able to face all the challenges and coping with all the vulnerabilities or offsetting them, because the majority of the vulnerabilities related to national security, they are intermingled, and the solution for each of the vulnerability are actually multi-dimensional ones. There is no one single measure that would be able to cover fully and to represent the full solution to the problem. So thereby the strategy is like a catalyst for the sectorial effort that would have to strengthen the institutional portfolio on different dimensions by using different kind of functional indicators that have to be met by the institution. We would then be able to measure. And the basic part, the narrative of the strategy is the European integration agenda. For the first time, European Union is not just viewed as a marketplace. It is not tackled as a community of values or as a dawn of the Republic of Moldova. European Union is represented as a security stakeholder that might condition the security status of the Republic of Moldova, providing support in terms of expertise, equipment, financial support in order to reinforce our security sector. Also, that particular strategy, from conceptual point of view, this is like a classical strategy which includes 6 chapters. However, if it is viewed from strategic point of view, this strategy is setting up and shows the circumstance, the context of the national security that we have to face. And the last chapter speaks about our directions of actions to be taken. So these are directions that are meant to give guidance to the state institutions in such a way that would be able to reach an integrated result. And that would be checked by the Supreme Security Council, because then we would have to see how these directions are accomplished. And they are based on the vulnerabilities and threats that are identified in the strategy. Unfortunately, the majority of these vulnerabilities are very complex, and they're conditioned by economic factors or social factors. So hence, the measures are not like short-term, they're longer-term measures. But it's very important to speak about the approach and the starting point so that we face today, because that shows the fact that we have to have certain mentality, we have a certain European paradigm, as well as aligning us and guiding us to certain European standards. So, Madam Silka, I would like to ask you to speak about these issues of vulnerability of the Republic of Moldova from the point of view of European Union, how they're being viewed, and where Moldova is the most vulnerable at this moment in time. And how would the European Union help us? The entire EU would help us in these vulnerabilities and overcoming them.
Yes, thank you first of all for the invitation and for the possibility to talk here on this panel, talking about resilient to future challenges, where the states are very vulnerable, where are the biggest challenges for the Republic of Moldova. I think first of all we have to state that since the war against Ukraine began, all states in the European Union also recognized that we are very vulnerable, referring to cyber attacks, referring to hybrid threats, and that we all have to increase our resilience to fight those attacks. And especially the Republic of Moldova is somehow at the front line of this attacks and challenges. So what we, from the point of view of the European Union, see is that we have to take a very holistic approach, not only in the Republic of Moldova, but also in the Republic of Moldova. So we have a whole bunch, or a whole bunch of attacks, of tools used against the Republic of Moldova, and all this have to be taken into account. And so the main issue is to build up all governmental institutions, referring to plan, referring to analyze the situation, but also to be able to detect attacks as soon as possible, then to react, and finally, when the attack is fought, to evaluate the attack and be prepared for further attacks against state institutions. But I think it's also important to mention it's not only the state institution we have to take into account. Crisis, vulnerability on hybrid threats and cyber attacks also means that we have to take into account the economic in Moldova, as well as civil society, because, for example, if we talk about cyber attacks, all of us, we are using smartphones, we are using laptops. It's not only in the governmental institutions, it's not only in the business. And so we have to raise awareness on the challenges on these issues. We have to make sure that people are aware that we are vulnerable. So it's not only a thing targeting, or the threats are not only targeting in the governmental institutions, but the whole society, and that has to be taken into account as well. But first of all, of course, we have to build up a good strategy on the governmental level. We have to make sure that the responsibilities in the different governmental institutions are clear, that every institution knows what to do, what to prepare, and what to implement. So the governmental institutions have the responsibility not only to implement a relevant legal framework and implement a strategy, which is, I think, on a pretty good way, but also to implement standards which can be seen as more or less mandatory also, for example, for businesses, or which are a good message to give to civil society to be prepared on hybrid threats. And if I may touch another point, this is a point of disinformation. Just a few weeks ago, I have read research that in the Republic of Moldova, more than 50% of the people are sure that they are targeted by disinformation. But one outcome of this research was also that mostly the information, the true information which fight the false information, is usually seen as the disinformation, and that's something which is, in my eyes, a very critical thing, because the question is, what are the tools to fight this opinion of the people, thinking that the first false information is a true information, and stating that the fact-based information is a wrong information. So what might be the strategy to fight wrong information in this case? And that's something I do not have an answer on that, but I think that's something what also has to be taken into account when talking about strategies and talking about increasing the resilience of the Republic of Moldova to future challenges, especially referring to disinformation and hybrid threats.
Mai ales în contextul
Yes, indeed. Indeed, in particular, so actually have touched upon two very important aspects. So false news phenomena, it's a big issue, as well as the cyber security and cyber threats. Now we also have to speak about artificial intelligence that might combine both of these two issues and might attack us directly, might ensure that this kind of disinformation is well spread and can be done by any person that has access to a smartphone or a computer. So then this area, so do you think that we should have some national programs on that already and be one step ahead of that?
Well, actually, I think it's a good idea to have some programs implemented and to start as early as possible to teach people on those attacks and those problems. For example, I think you can even start in schools. To talk to pupils, to make them aware what does it mean to use technical equipment, not just to use it, but also to talk and discuss about the danger of this equipment. Because I think if you're aware of the danger, of the vulnerability, then you are also you have the possibility to think about it and to fight it. And so it's always good to have a strategy, to have a program, to have a teaching program for all different types of groups, vulnerable groups in the social society. And I think it starts really from the beginning when you start to educate. So in the kindergarten, in the schools, wherever it's possible, but also think about special vulnerable groups like women or like people in rural areas. Maybe they do not have the best access to all the information. So special programs for those groups, I think, are a very good idea to raise the awareness, especially.
Thank you very much. It's very important that you mentioned about mass media, and let's stay with the same kind of situation, because Madam Gutsutsui, all the national and international reports show that we are on a very fertile, so to say, soil for fake news propaganda by the countries that want to cure us in the negative sense. I would like to ask you, what is the situation from legislative point of view, as well as how this is being applied in practice, not only theoretically, but also practically. Thank you very much. Thank you, Konstantin. Thank you, organizers, for inviting me to this event. It's absolutely true what you have said, because we can talk endlessly about disinformation, fake news, because the latest crisis faced by the Republic of Moldova, as well as by the entire mankind, showed the highest level of vulnerability and the susceptibility of the institutions to fight and to be able to cope with this phenomena. From my point of view, I believe that we are foreseeing a period with a lot of challenges, and that means that we need a certain kind of intelligence, wiseness, and a balanced approach in taking this kind of decisions. These kind of decisions have to be in line with the enforcement of the fundamental rights and freedoms of the individuals, and we should never forget about the purpose and the duty and the purpose of these different environments of media, be it online, offline media. So we have to focus on that as well. Now, getting back to the Moldovan reality, we know that the broadcasting area is regulated. We have the audiovisual code adopted last year. So when the Russian Federation aggression started in Ukraine, our national authorities started being more concerned by that issue, and in particular how we would be able to fight this phenomenon of disinformation. June last year, a new definition of disinformation was introduced in the Audiovisual Services Code, and we worked very hard on identifying the methodology that the Audiovisual Council should use in order to be able to monitor the disinformation and to identify or detect this, because it's a very complex and a very complicated process. For example, on television, in television side, we have a clarity in the regulation. We have rules and clear-cut rules on how television casting shall be organized. Maybe some of them do not run as they should be, or maybe they might require some interventions. However, so the online media, the online becomes more complicated. And whenever we speak about online, so we have to make this online split into the classical platforms, which are the news media platforms, and the other side we have the messengers or the social media that are also developing so quickly. And one of them is the Telegram. It's become very popular along with the invasion of the Russian Federation in Ukraine. And it is being used for both some of the bad interests of those people who are interested in distributing fake information and mislead the public. But also we have some media platforms of the authorities that are using these social media platforms in order to get information to us. Sometimes I'm getting scared. So when people say that we have to prohibit Telegram as a media platform, so thereby, at the beginning of my discourse, I said that it's very important to have balanced decision and to analyze very clearly and very correctly how we would be able to face and cope with this phenomenon. Because when I speak about the social media, I mean the other media as well, not only Telegram, those that are used. Yes, there is danger, but also there are some benefits from using this kind of platforms. At European level, I might say that in October 2022, the first regulation on digital platform regulation was adopted, and this regulation would come into force in February 2024. And then following this regulation, it would be important for us to examine this and to look into this regulation and to see how it can be implemented in the Republic of Moldova. Also to see what the other countries do, and then choose the tools that can be applied in our space, in our environment, because our environment or space is the most affected by disinformation. Second thing that is also important is that we speak about the media education at schools. But I believe that we have to speak about digital or e-education so that the children understand this. They have different kind of gadget devices that they use. It's very important for them at a very early age already to understand how this kind of devices and platforms can be used, what can be the dangers from that. And only by using this educational approach, then we would have good results. Maybe with the older generation, we should have a different approach, because we don't have another solution than cope and find a proper result to this. Yes, I know that there were some decisions to stop this propaganda, as well as to create some boundaries to this, and some of them went online, as you have mentioned. Yes, in terms of education, some of the time have already been lost. At least my generation did not enjoy any media education, and we have to learn it by doing. This is about our generation, but the question is what the state can do in order to meet these kind of challenges online, because propaganda goes quicker online than on TV.
Yes, I definitely agree with you. Our generation needs to learn by doing, otherwise it will not catch up with this phenomenon, and it will be unable to keep the rhythm of the modern times. And I referred also to the context, meaning like we are a country having a war at its borders. We are affected of the disinformation which comes from outside, but also from inside. Which means that our authorities are kind of forced by the circumstances, since we are threatened directly and indirectly, so they are forced to take some harsh decisions. However, it is so important that all the decisions taken to be very well justified and to dwell on facts. Otherwise, we cannot just maneuver with very vague arguments. So I will turn now to Valeriu Kotets. So one of the key topics regarding propaganda and disinformation concerning autumn 2022, winter 23 was the energy crisis or the energy pressure on the Republic of Moldova, which was the topic widely discussed. And it enjoyed attention also of the international media, but also of the free media and the Russian propaganda. So, Mr. Kotets, what do we do in winter 23-24 from the point of view of the energy readiness of the Republic of Moldova? I hope we no longer speak about an energy crisis. Yes, thank you a lot for the question, and thank you for having invited me. Considering the previous panel, I would say that I'm honored to be here as a representative of Europulse, but also as a representative of the young generation of Moldovans who were lost, if you wish, in other countries, who were brought in a different society. But now, in the context of the EU integration of my country, I feel the appetite to transfer my expertise and my experience acquired in other societies back in Moldova. And I would like to make a call using this opportunity to the youth present here and also those connected online to contribute as much as they can, wherever they can, because it's us, the youth, who may guarantee a fair and correct and modern development. I would say that at least in the short run, the Republic of Moldova did its homework really well. It ensures its reserves of natural gas, and it also has its alternatives for electricity supply via the interconnection with our Romanian colleagues, partners. But I think we have no other solutions or alternatives, so we should think also about some solid, sustainable solutions for medium and for long term. We definitely need to develop and proliferate other sources of energy. And if we speak, for example, in medium term, we may think about the wind energy, we may think about the solar energy, but at the same time, I saw both in the European Union, but also at the global level, and especially in the academy, and that the wind energy, the solar energy, may not be regarded as fully secure, because these are volatile sources of energy. These are sources of energy which may always stop due to different weather conditions. That is why I believe the Republic of Moldova requires a long-term energy strategy, as it was said previously. The pre-accession funds, regretfully, will not come right now, but they will come in a couple of years, depending on the development in our country. And at the same time, we need to think thoroughly of a strategy of projects turning to other sources of energy. And I would say that currently there are debates regarding the nuclear energy, hydrogen-based energy. And I believe that many of the participants in this room would think that this is some utopia, something impossible for the Republic of Moldova to have access to such sources of energy. Nevertheless, from the point of view of natural resources, we have no other solutions. What we would require is sources of energy which would ensure the energetic intensity required. And at the same time, we require funds, we require strategies to be implemented by the decision makers, considering all the areas involved in the energy system, because we also have the environmental aspects, we have economy, we have irrigation, we have AI, which was mentioned previously. So in order to catch up with all these demands, in order to be able to create an environment for debate and for development, we need that the government, the parliament, the LPAs, the civil society, the academia, the larger public to be integrated in all these processes, including in the processes of energy development. And I would get back again to the issue of environment because it is tightly interconnected with the energy security topic. Regretfully, the climate change, which is rather well-studied phenomenon, but it is also a controversial topic. So we see that in the academia we have currently two extremes. The extreme of the population who do not believe in the climate change, and on the other extreme there are population which believe extremely in the effects of the climate change. It's like we have to stop doing everything, we have to stop traveling, we have to freeze and do nothing, stay at home to eliminate any footprint. I think for the Republic of Moldova what is definitely needed is an in-depth analysis on the consequences of climate change. And considering that the Republic of Moldova is definitely an agricultural country which exports plenty of fruits, vegetables, a huge issue is sudden change of temperature over the years. In the previous years we have changes from 10 plus to minus 10 in 24 hours. Well, technically that means that the harvest for that year will be totally compromised. How can the state ensure that the enterprises, the companies, the small, the medium enterprises will survive until the next year? Regretfully, at this point, I don't think there is a well-established strategy in this regard. What we see every year is that in the villages, in the regions of Moldova, the smaller farmers just die, disappear for lack of necessary support. They get no support from the local authorities, no support from the government. And getting back to the decision makers, I believe the chance of the Republic of Moldova in the context of the European Union is to create councils, if I may put it like this, which would integrate the opinion of all layers of society and which integrate expertise. That's what we need. There is no policy, no politics without expertise. Otherwise, we will beat around the bushes without any new strategies, about any new future perspective. And I would like to sum up by saying that both the energy area and the environment deserve becoming more a priority, more a topic for debate, both at the central level, at the local level, at the whole society level. I know that plenty of debates is there for short-term solutions, but we also require medium-term and long-term solutions, which means we will require partners, we will require expertise from our European partners to learn from their experience. How did they cope with these problems? How did they develop their resilience? Because otherwise we will be unable to create a perfect system, and what is needed right now is more collaboration. Yes, the two topics which you mentioned, the energy security and the environmental topics. Do you think the Republic of Moldova should jump into regional projects? Why not? For the development of such strategies? And if yes, who should be our partners to turn to in developing such strategies? Well, definitely yes, energy and environment, these are trendy topics at the global level, not only European. So I think at least at the regional level, we need to collaborate closely with Romania. Second, I think Ukraine and Moldova should also go hand in hand on the way of sustainable development. Development of infrastructure, both as for the transportation of energy, and why not? Even if it might seem a remote future, but the Republic of Moldova might become an important exporter of energy. Again, we speak about long and very long term. So to reply to your question, yes, regional collaboration is crucial. But not only. I think collaboration at the global level is also a must. Let me turn to Mrs. Gramada. Well, we live in a very complicated context. So we have a war in the neighborhood. We have some so-called peacekeeping troops which stay for 30 years on the left bank of Dniester River on the territory of the Republic of Moldova. So, what's the performance of the Moldovan authorities in this very complicated context, regionally and internally? Good evening, thank you a lot. I'm always happy to come from home, back home. And it happens at least once per year, but I get back to my country of origin, either to the invitation of my colleagues from Romania or colleagues from Moldova. So I'd like to congratulate you for this event, especially because we bring an added value to the public debates from both countries, and it helps us know each other better, not only about the vulnerabilities, not only about the problems, but also about the achievements of each of us. Well, congratulations for what you did today. Secondly, getting back to the question launched by Konstantin. Well, we were speaking about the regional context, and I would like to dwell on the idea mentioned by another colleague earlier. So let's step backwards. When we speak about energy, when we speak about environmental impact, I think we should not forget about the war in Ukraine and about the impact on the environment of that war, even though currently the emphasis is not so big on the environmental consequences of the war in Ukraine, but the Republic of Moldova and other countries in the region have to suffer a lot. So to supplement what was said by Corneliu, it is so important to analyze the impact of the war, not only locally, but also at the regional level, and to see which are the capacities of the Republic of Moldova to cope with these risks and threats. Then we could turn to the issue of energy, the way in which we tackle this problem, again in this very complicated regional context, and we may continue with our fragility at the level of national economy, our fragility at the level of territorial integrity of our country, because it is from there, from the Transnistrian region, that we got so many threats and risks until now. Risks which were not only applicable for us, but which were also applicable for Ukraine. And now the situation is even more complicated than it used to be before. So the presence of foreign troops, Russian troops, on the territory of the Republic of Moldova is the Achilles heel for the Republic of Moldova, is the vulnerability for our country. I didn't have yet a chance to read the draft of the national strategy. I only had a glance on it today, and this was the document mentioned on multiple occasions during this event. And what I noticed is that this aspect is rarely mentioned in the strategy, and it's not emphasized. Somehow there are other priorities that the authors believe. I think this is just an unintentional hierarchy, and it's important at least that it is mentioned there. The presence of the foreign troops on the territory of the Republic of Moldova is a threat. It needs to be regarded as a threat. The authorities from Chisinau need to take action and to look for diplomatic mechanisms, diplomatic platforms for an optimal solution of the conflict in the eastern side of Moldova. Further on, besides this problem and besides this vulnerability that is still there for more than 30 years on the territory of our country, I think that another biggest problem of the Republic of Moldova are the internal political actors which act against the national interests, even though they know exactly what is the regional context of the Republic of Moldova, even though they are aware of the crisis in the region. Even though they know which are the ways of developing the international markets, they translate in Romanian, they translate in Russian for the citizens of Moldova, erroneous messages, manipulatory messages. You see, they believe our citizens like dumb, incapable to apply their critical thinking and to properly analyze the information. And this happens because, yes, it is true, there is plenty of population who are unable to differentiate between what is beneficial and what is harmful for the Republic of Moldova. And on the other hand, I believe those who are leading some public institutions, who are currently in the government or who used to be in the past in the government, even they sometimes have a very limited capacity to properly deliver the message regarding the national interest of Moldova, to call things by their real names, to come with some open brackets, some explanations, so that it should be clear to whom do we turn, not whom we should follow like blindfolded. I mean, we should follow the person with a solution. We should follow the party who could help us overcome this multiple negative context in which we found ourselves unwittingly. And our colleague also spoke about mass media, about social media. For me, I decided that a certain social media is not good for me, even back in 2009, when the Twitter revolution happened in the Republic of Moldova. And then every month, every year in September, I again congratulate myself for that decision. It's about одноклассники, and we need to explain more and more to Moldovan citizens which were the consequences of a decision at the national level in Ukraine, when the Ukrainian state, the decision makers, made the step to block certain social media platforms. Why did they do this? You know, it's important to come with some arguments. Very fair, correct arguments are needed to explain to the population so as to avoid any doubts about the real intention of these actions. So it's also for personal, individual security of the citizen. It's not necessarily to play the tune of third parties who would use abusively the freedom of expression for their propaganda and disinformation. Or those who will use the discourse of politicians by delivering some falsely interpreted information, some harmful contents for our national interest, for our national security. So we need to hear those who speak about positive economic options, about the benefits of European integration, about the external policies in Moldova, and about the benefits of this. So we need information which will also fairly show what exactly is an obstacle for us as a country, for us as a society in the Republic of Moldova. There are plenty of crises, there are plenty of vulnerabilities, there are plenty of sensitivities in this regard. And I think in the long run, when we speak about resilience, we shouldn't just speak in very technical and academic terms. It's important to turn to simple citizens in plain language, explaining to them that resilience means for you to adjust and resist to challenges, difficulties coming both from inside but also from outside the Republic of Moldova. A very simple example, the Transnistrian conflict was also maintained by the authorities in Chisinau, by the authorities in Kiev, not only by the authorities in Moscow. Even many international organizations not always acted in favor of the Moldovan desideratum, territorial integrity of the country and sovereignty of the country. So we need to build a country in which the citizens, together with institutions but not separately, should be able to cope with these threats, to cope with these vulnerabilities, and to correctly analyze which are the priorities, which are the sources for support, and whom to follow in case of crisis. It seems like this chain of crises would first of all require an internal proper evaluation, helping us to prioritize, to make a hierarchy, and to see what is most important for us right now. Because yes, the presence of foreign military troops on the territory of the Republic of Moldova is the biggest threat in the present. that is that stone which may drown us in the process of the European integration if we are unable to have a proper discourse. It's like if we manage to take stock of the support in the external environment so that everyone would understand exactly why do we act like this and not differently. One more question to you, and then we'll have a Q&A from the audience. Analyzing the situation after 24th of February 2022 until today, speaking about vulnerabilities, did anything change in the Republic of Moldova? You see, I was very attentive to the political discourse in the Republic of Moldova. Obviously, I was aware that there would be political forces in the Republic of Moldova which will always be on the part of the aggressor, which will always take the part of the Russians. And yes, this is a present phenomenon in the Republic of Moldova. Events, public events organized in this regards. Well, the government elected in 2021 in June. Well, they were initially very hesitant in formulating and clearly defining the source of threats and aggressions, that it comes from the Russian Federation. After it got clear that Ukraine would resist and that they would just need some technical, military, discursive, diplomatic, economical support on behalf of the Western partners, but they do have the internal resilience in Ukraine. It was only then when the political discourse changed in the Republic of Moldova. And I don't know, is it luckily or regretfully, but I'd say it's luckily. Anyway, we need to be able to appreciate the opportunity and the momentum. We may solve a lot of our problems. Let's admit that due to the Russian aggression in Ukraine. Ukraine created a favorable context for us to raise our head and to be committed to a more responsible decision-making process regarding what is yet to come in the Republic of Moldova. And we may discuss much more openly about the Transnistrian conflict, about the fact that some international decisions should come as a package. We may freely talk that the Republic of Moldova no longer should be 100% dependent on the natural gas from Russian Federation, that there are alternatives for the electricity delivered from Kuchurgan that we are currently using partially, and that there are other sales markets for the farmers of Moldova, for the producers from Moldova, and we should not stay forever dependent on the so-called lists developed by the Russian Federation on which farmers will be allowed to export on the CIS countries. We should speak about the fact that we are able to produce following the European standards, and this is not necessarily due to this European integration process which happens today, but it is first and foremost due to the events preceding this, like the action plan EU Moldova, the association agreement, the DCFTA that followed. Well, actually, those were setting the necessary foundation for us to continue with the implementation of these recommendations, considering the status of the candidate country, so that in December we could celebrate another phase which we open to ourselves soon. In this regional context, I would say it's a favorable situation, but it's important for Moldova to know, to use these opportunities. So we have like 17 minutes still available for this panel. Maybe there are questions in the audience. Dear participants, please feel free. There are no questions in the room? Well, maybe someone from the panelists would like to add to what has already been said. There are no questions? Either everything is clear or nothing is clear. Then I have some questions about the environment. Turning to you, Mr. Kotets. So, Getting back to the area of environment and energy. So if we solve the issue of environment, can we solve the issue of energy? How tightly interconnected are these two areas? And if yes, which are the practices at the EU level? Actually, it's reversely. If we solve the issue of energy, we will solve the issue of environment, especially because at the European level, we turn a lot to the reverse energy, regretfully due to the war in Ukraine, but maybe luckily, it depends on how we regard the situation. Europe somehow woke up. Europe understands that the energy resilience at the European level, it's not so good as they could have thought initially. So creating a long-term strategy, obviously these two domains cannot be separated. The most important factor for the energy sector from the point of view of security for Moldova is to decrease our dependency on any political stakeholder, on any state, except for Moldova as such. And it's not only about threats from the East, in general. A national strategy in the area of energetics should ensure that in case of any geopolitical event, unexpected event, regardless of its consequences, our country should have its resources and capacities needed to cover its energy demand. We may have, in the environment area, yes, we may have prevention strategies, we may have the strategies to manage the effects of the climate change. And probably one of the most important things is for us to make sure that the society at the local level has the necessary levers to get over some catastrophic events. The Republic of Moldova, well, never encountered some massive earthquakes, for example, but we have other problems like floods, drastic climate changes. So you saw these blizzards that happened in the weekend. Even though authorities tried to do everything possible, still there were some difficulties, and every time we were not ready, we were surprised, and this will happen frequently, more and more. So we will have a public policy, a public strategy for energy, and environmental related issues go hand in hand with that.
Mersi mult. Bună seara tuturor, Dan Nicu îmi spune.
My name is Dan Micu. Good evening to everybody. I have a question to Madam Angela Gromada, and thank you very much, Angela, for a very good presentation, a very well-structured and intelligent presentation about the regional national security of the Republic of Moldova, some regional threats that were mentioned by herself that might have some impact on the Moldovan situation. In one of your presentations, you mentioned the fact that it's important to find a diplomatic solution as part of the negotiation process for the Transnistrian settlement issue, in such a way that the Transnistrian issue is being settled peacefully, taking into account the status of the Republic of Moldova as a candidacy country that would soon open the accession chapters and will start implementing the key communitaire. This is our hope. So what is your opinion about the European Union role as a global agent? What would be the role of EU as a global security stakeholder, as well as an entity with the regional interest in the Eastern Europe, as well as with its force of attraction, as well as with its economic and civilizational part, and how can it help settle the Transnistrian problem, maybe for a medium term or a longer term? Could you maybe take the example of Cyprus or some other examples in that particular regard? And how could the Republic of Moldova take advantage of this new status during the next years in order to build the capacities as well as to take advantage of all the resources that can be made available by EU in such a way that would find peaceful solution to the Transnistrian issue? Thank you very much for the question. I might not say that I have a solution to this question, but what is important, it's important to make this reflection exercise. Having this debate here in this room, so maybe we can think about some ideas, some alternative solutions or options for the authorities that are part of this decision-making process, and eventually the authorities that have to approve certain kind of decisions at national level that might influence, affect us, or vice versa, might open some opportunities or provide some new benefits to all of us, the citizens of the country. Indeed, the Republic of Moldova cannot call for some other solutions but diplomatic solutions. We don't have either capacity to do this otherwise, but also there was no political will for this settlement to take place. So in this process of negotiation of the Transnistrian conflict, sometimes we actually lost some partners in this dialogue, because we somehow made sure that their presence in the negotiation format is not desired or accepted by the Russian party, or otherwise saying we try to get some gains or benefits for a limited number of people or group of people on the side of the states that played the role as negotiators, or sorry, as mediators in this conflict. So fortunately, the EU mission came to Moldova and started to be more frank in the publications that were made every year, and they showed that there was more will in Chisinau more than it was in Kiev, in such a way that this black hole in Europe be somehow blocked, showing that there is more will in Chisinau for the institutions to develop the skills, capacities to be able to manage the crisis that are associated with the situation that was taking place in the Republic. But the same kind of will did not exist in Kiev, because they had some other security concerns of a national level. Because when we speak about solutions, actually what I meant by that in my presentation is that we had some opportunities to be part of some international forums, as well as talk about the Republic of Moldova, as well as talk frankly about the Transnistrian situation. We suggested and proposed some resolutions, but this kind of resolutions were not supported by outside world. Theoretically, we did something, but de facto we did nothing. And the same kind of status quo was preserved for the stakeholders participated in the transition. But at least we've tried to create this kind of sensation as if we are interested in our national security challenges. We made some other steps when the extended aggression of the Russian Federation started against Ukraine. So there was a kind of a change in discourse in the first half a year. Initially, we were scared to say something frankly, but when we saw that Ukraine was resisting that particular aggression, then we showed that maybe it's time to say that Russia is an aggressing and is an aggressor, although in our legislation we don't have such a definition. We have just an illegal station troops on the territory of the Republic of Moldova. This is what is mentioned in the new national security strategy draft. But we had only some kind of statements or declaration together with Ukraine and Georgia, but we didn't go further. We did not set up an international forum in order to suggest like a package of solutions to this kind of conflicts. In our situation, the conflict is of territorial nature, but in Georgia, it's an ethnical conflict, or Ukraine, for example, because the same kind of Russian connational is being used that need to be saved by this allegedly so-called Nazist government from Kiev. But we did not go beyond this objective. We put it somehow aside, thinking that as if allegedly maybe Ukraine would be able to help us in that, and then we would then put it back in the agenda of international forum. But if you are not able to develop this kind of, if you do not support Ukraine, do not accept this invitation, then it cannot happen. It cannot be done, because these Western partners would never understand that such a problem exists and that Moldova wants to solve this problem. Why can we mention that the army of the Republic of Moldova today doesn't have any capacity to defend its national territories, but at the same time, so we cannot be even more stubborn in the saying that the Russian troops represent a threat for the European course of the Republic of Moldova? Why not? Another example. It might not be appropriate for this context, but I have never seen authorities from Chisinau, or I have not seen some other countries from this region that would be supporting this initiative of Romania to create an institution in the European that would be dealing with all the conflicts from the Black Sea region. There was such suggestion made by the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, but the suggestion was not supported by the countries that became so susceptible because of the integrity challenge and with regard to the same aggressor on the territory of all these countries, namely, I mean, Russian Federation as an aggressor. I've never been able to identify any declaration or statement in the public, as a public, for a minister from Moldova, for a politician or a politician to say that that would be like a good initiative of Romania, and at European level it would help European Union to become that important global stakeholder that would take this commitment and would set up this kind of goal, and as well as would have created some policies in this regard, and then bring stability to this region, not only using some economic and social instruments and tools, not only by export of democratic values and state of law, but using some other mechanism and international platforms for us, international and regional, in such a way that it would act as a mechanism of trust and confidence for the countries that face such kind of challenges and problems. I believe that even we cannot take advantage of the public international law issues, and our initiatives are not helpful, as well as the proposals of the external factors aren't not able to create this enabling environment in such a way that they can be prolonged and harnessed in the future. Yes, we can use the public international, but sometimes we are scared to make reference to this in order not to frustrate or to upset the aggressing country. Thank you very much, Madam Gramada. Dear participants, dear keynote speakers, we have 4 more minutes. We will have a technical break, and then we'll go to the concluding part of this forum. If there are no other questions or conclusions, thank you very much to the keynote speakers and to the organizers for inviting us. Thank you.
Mulțumesc. Un mic anunț logistic. Vom începe în câteva minute sesiunea de concluzii și îl așteptăm pe domnul europarlamentar Siegfried Mureșan să ni se alăture pentru finalul și încheierea acestui forum de la Chișinău. Așa că rămâneți alături de noi, pentru că urmează o mică pauză, cum a anunțat și colegul nostru tehnică, urmând ca apoi să prezentăm concluziile și să-l așteptăm pe domnul Mureșan. Mulțumesc!
Can't we turn the brightness down upon the screen, and the sound to the famous fool who said love is uncool? we can disprove, I know. In candle glow, we close the door behind us. Outside the river flows. Can the world disturb our peace here? No. When we're bathed in candle glow. Seems like it was painted in the Renaissance. Light dialed down, safe inside the circle of ourselves. We make the time go slow. In candle glow, we close the door behind us. Outside the river flows. Can the world disturb our peace here? No. When we're bathed in candle glow. Waterfall, I recall, you were born inside a raindrop. When the drop slipped out of an orchid's mouth. You were much too small to tumble. You could neither roar nor rumble. Not a cymbal crash. You could barely splash. Over little stones you stumble. a slow connection. In some H2O affection. Very serpentine, how your parts combine and agree on one direction. Iguazu, is it true? You were once an April shower. A few crystal beads on a bamboo reed. Do you still believe you're strongest? That your river runs the longest? Wait till you release in a sea of peace with a love you longed for longest. Some say the odds are against us. Some pray our love at first sight will not last. We know the past cannot harm us as long as we're both together. Sometimes the wind tries to break us. Sometimes we walk right into friendly fire. But our desire won't forsake us as long as we're both together. It may be cliche to say our love is stronger than Gibraltar, deeper than the deep blue sea, but me, I believe it. If you read the history that tells the tale of you and me, we conquer all adversity together, as long as we're both together. story that tells the tale of you and me. We conquer all adversity together, as long as we're both together. Now we are here in this moment, and although no one avoids every minor key, every crazy concerto, we play through the song together. Inside these beautiful mountains, with the sky as our blue periphery, the path leads us forward as long as we're both together. If I exaggerate, I do because the love I feel for you continues to proliferate inside me. The lyricists I quote with admiration both invoke me to express the joy I feel with you beside me, as long as we're both together. As long as we're both together. As long as we're both together. I knew when that day dawned, something was all wrong. No buzz, whatever from my lap sang Suchong. The world appeared in weird, distorted Wi-Fi. Suddenly, everything was very sci-fi. The clones were all acquainted, their brains synonymous, and all of them seemed painted by Bosch Hieronymus. It seemed to say in Philocade dictation, it's now a sci-fi nation. Was my hallucination real, and how? The inmates are in charge of the asylum now. Pure chaos seemed to be the prime directive. I guess their DNA was all defective. Like a screenplay with Philip K. narration. Suddenly we're living in a sci-fi nation. Was my hallucination real, and how the inmates are in charge of the asylum now? And I try not to step loudly. I lie on my back and stare at a little cloud that sails gracefully, like a white fleur-de-lis. By beauty I'm surrounded, too beautiful to say. Then in full throat the thrush just blows me away with a song so pristine, much like Leonard Bernstein. Ash, white pine and hemlock make my canopy. Perfect space just in case there are raindrops. Shade to cool the sun when it shines equatorially. An invention I can't fail to mention, the idea of a tree. Seems miraculous to me. The idea of a tree. Seems miraculous to me. I heard about a banyan in India somewhere that's so huge one whole village collects itself there completely under its arms to be safe from all harm. He must be some creator, or maybe he's a she, but who cares? His creation is something to see, perfect in every detail. Perfect in every detail. Elm, oak, and magnolia make my canopy. Perfect space just in case there are raindrops. Shade to cool the sun when it shines equatorially. An invention I can't fail to mention, the idea of a tree. Seems miraculous to me. The idea of a tree. Seems miraculous to me. Ba-da-dee, ba-da-da, idea of a tree. The idea of a tree. The idea of a tree. The idea of a tree. Keeps connecting me to you, but I'd sure like to see you. I'd sure like to be with you. Though the spring begins and some ducks arrive, 2 mandarins, still I'd sure like to see you. I'd sure like to be with you. Time ticks by so slowly. Whenever you're not near, a little wren convinced me I should write this song so you'd never forget how I love you. So you never forget how I love you. Phoebe's eggs are laid, and the spotted fawn sleeps in the shade, but I'd sure like to see you. I'd sure like to be with you. Swan and dolphin shine at night, fireflies like candlelight, but I'd sure like to see you. I'd sure like to be with you. Time ticks by so slowly. Whenever you're not here, a little wren convinced me I should write this song so you'd never forget how I love you. So you never forget how I love you. so you never forget how I love you. Whoever said this world is too much with us late and soon was right. His words are worth repeating anytime a cloud obscures the light. When blue invades my palette, that's the moment I retreat with you. If we're considered recluses, so what? 'Cause I don't care, do you? Let's stay home, we'll twist and shout. We can say the power's out. It doesn't matter what we do. I just wanna spend the day with you. Let's call it sick like others do. Say we don't wanna catch the flu. I really don't care what we do. I just wanna spend the day with you. Whoever said this world only appears to be a land of dreams, sailing straight for truth, unless the dream is starring you and me. Love still my drug of choice. My heart rejoices every time I see the image of your face as it comes near in sweet proximity. Let's stay home, we'll twist and shout. We can say the power's out. It doesn't matter what we do. I just wanna spend the day with you. Let's call it sick like others do. Say we don't wanna catch the flu. I really don't care what we do. I just wanna spend the day with you. can't stay on, we'll twist and shout. We can say the power's out. It doesn't matter what we do. I just want to spend the day with you. Let's call it sick like others do. See, we don't want to catch the flu. I really don't care what we do. I just want to spend the day with you. Every weekend while in college, I frequented a little club to listen to jazz. Near a beach that was called Hermosa, the name in cursive neon throbbed in blue. Bebop head shop, where the bebop players play. Nothing could compare with all the crazy things they'd say. Saxophonally, bebop head shop, down at the bebop head shop. Bebop head shop, down at the bebop head shop. Down at the bebop head shop. Bebop head shop, down at the bebop head shop. Bebop head shop, down at the bebop head shop. This was back in the 1960s. Everyone's lapels were narrow, Handsome Jack was the prez. Bebop head shop, down at the bebop head shop. The cat who coined the phrase, someone asked who is he? The guy behind the bar said it's attributed to Dizzy. What a time it was, why did it ever have to end? All those cats are gone, and now the bebop head shops closed. Now the bebop head shops closed. Bebop head shop, down at the bebop head shop. Bebop head shop, down at the bebop head shop. distant stars, oh, hemispheres apart.
Bună seara și iată ne ajungi.
So good evening. So here we've come to the end of the first edition of the EUROSFAT forum in Chisinau. So actually we have two very important announcements. Today practically we had like not a forum but a marathon of discussions because we have had like 10 hours of debates about European Union. During these 10 hours we were joined by more than 200 citizens that've come to this forum to talk and discuss with the ministers of the Republic of Moldova, as well as to listen to the presentation of the President of the European Commission, as well as of the European Parliament, of the prosecutor from Brussels, those people who wanted to speak about this very important triangle and to show how we can talk about EU here in Chisinau, Bucharest, and the other cities. Thank you very much for this effort. And also I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers team has been with us from beginning to end, and also I would like to invite our partners that have made this forum possible, as well as to make sure that this forum be organized in such a good manner. I would like to invite Julian Groza, the Executive Director for IPRE. So good evening. And also I would like to invite Mr. Manoli, the Director of the Promolex show. And also I would like to welcome the European Parliamentary member, Siegfried Mureșan, who joined us for the concluding part of this forum. Once again, as I have said, I would like to reiterate that we have a full day of discussions. So this is some information just for Mr. Mureșan, because today we spoke about the Moldovan path towards European integration. From the very beginning, when this application was filed and this desire was set and presented to the European countries, also we have talked about various kind of desires, application, and the message that was forwarded by the European Commission this month. And then we had some thematical topics. We spoke about the state of law democracy, we spoke about different kind of solutions that can be found to boost the economy of the country, spoke about the sustainability in the energy sector as well as environmental issues, and then talked about the resilience from the point of view of security, be it like infrastructure security or energy security, or speaking in general lines about the defense and safety of the ordinary citizens. Here we've come to the end of this platform, and we would like to ask you what kind of ideas do you have for Chisinau, because you've actually, good evening, welcome, thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to congratulate Tana, congratulations to all the partners for the organization of the first edition of the EUROSFAT in Chisinau, after so many editions of EUROSFAT, successful one that are taking place on a regular basis in Romania. So because EUROSFAT exists in Romania, so it's on the most important discussion forum, European topics, and I believe can become the same habit and become a habit in the Republic of Moldova during the next years. It would be important to have such kind of forums, because indeed it's clear that the Republic of Moldova does have an European perspective, and it's clear that Moldova joined the European family. There's desire in the Republic, there's openness to European level. Also we see a lot of support, a majority, consistent support among the people of the Republic of Moldova. This kind of support is sufficient in order to give credibility to European Union aspirations. Because if some of the people would start saying that Moldova is split and between the East and West, your response should be the fact that more than 50% of the Moldovan population would like to see Moldova part of European Union, be part of the European family. The same is in the other countries of European Union. there's no unanimous support in Bulgaria, Romania, but there's a coherent, a consistent support of the population that believe that accession to you and belonging to you is the path for development, is a path towards prosperity. And these are the people that believe in the European model, which is based on the law, on the state of law, on democracy, for stability, as well as shared and joint values, as well as strong institutions. You've proven, in particular after this illegitimate illegal invasion of the armed forces in Ukraine, you've showed that you're acting in the spirit of European values, and that has been noted at the European level. People from Moldova, and they opened their doors and houses for the people who were looking for shelters in Moldova. That generated a lot of respect of European Union. And that was something that helped the entire European Union to see this coherence. The fact that you've provided security to the people from Ukraine that needed so much. And I was in Palanca during the first months at the borderline. They've provided that safety, and that helped the European Union to stabilize its situation at the eastern border of European Union. That's very helpful and important for the entire EU. So the fact how people acted in the most difficult times in the European spirit, and the fact that during the last elections, presidential elections and parliamentary elections, actually the politicians who want information and modernization of the Republic of Moldova, as well as its approximation to EU, and they've managed to win this power. And that's a sufficient argument for you to get involved and support and help. And moreover, Moldova is being led by the people who are worth being trusted, and this is the president as well as the European stable majority which is supporting that pathway. And this is about the pro-European government. There's also an openness in European Union family, because if European Union understands that this kind of stability shall be part of the borders if you're not surrounded by the countries who are stable, as close as possible to you, because the European Union understands that helping the Republic of Moldova is also in the interest of the European Union itself. So thereby, I would like to say clearly that the pathway of the Republic of Moldova is guaranteed and secured. We've managed during these 2 years to do a lot of things. Even the most optimistic of the European people, we do not believe it, but we've done it quicker compared with the other Eastern or Western European countries who joined EU. From May 2022, you've lodged the application for you, and in less than 4 months, by the end of June 2022, European Union provided the status of a candidacy country. In less than 4 months, actually, this kind of stage lasted for longer in Romania, Poland, or Czech Republic, and Slovak, Bulgaria, and the others. They needed more time than the Republic of Moldova. European Commission developed a list of 9 recommendations that were implemented in a positive manner by Republic of Moldova in such a way that the European Commission recommended the start of the negotiation, because some of the gaps, like in justice reform or deficiencies and shortcomings in the judiciary and the others, it cannot be done immediately overnight. I mean, the head of the prosecution in Europe mentioned the same. I mean, Romania needed a lot of months and years in order to fight corruption and see some results. But we've come to a situation when the former prime ministers and ministers were investigated, convicted, and also they've executed their punishment. The former prime minister of Romania did it, for example. It does take longer than we wish, but actually the direction is clear. In the Republic of Moldova, like it was in Romania, particularly in the justice reform sector during these years, a lot of good things have been done, unlike it was in the past. And European Commission recommends Moldova to go to the next step. But the European Parliament is not just supporting Moldova. Actually, we've requested from the very beginning, based on the 2 resolutions that were adopted in the Parliament of the EU. The first resolution was adopted in April of this year, and the second resolution was adopted in October with the overwhelming majority of the European Parliament. They requested that accession negotiation be started and that the decision be taken before the end of this year. So the last resolution that was adopted in October was adopted with the overwhelming majority, and this is important. More than 480 members of European Parliament said the following: They said yes to starting the accession negotiation with Moldova. Only approximately 40 said no, and 40 of the European members abstained. All the parliamentary groups, pro-European groups, do support the accession of Moldova to European Union. The votes that were against have come from some nationalists, Eurosceptics. And I can tell you the following, because they're very noisy. Sometimes they are not so polite, but they would not be able to influence the decisions of European Union, because the Republic of Moldova can build on the pro-European overwhelming majority of European Parliament in its pathway. And so the vote was 80%, and this is absolutely sufficient, and that's positive and okay. Next year we will have elections both in the Republic of Moldova, as well as elections will take place in the European Union. So these elections are very important. People are asking when Moldova will join EU. The sincere, the frank answer is that nobody might know, but that would depend on the rhythm and on how the reforms will be implemented in Chisinau. It's very good that the President of Moldova is actually putting the year of 2030 as a horizon for accomplishing this. It might take place quicker or longer. It doesn't matter, but we have that particular perspective, and we do not want to prolong this 30 years of negotiation. That's an objective, and it's very good that we have that particular perspective. But nobody can give us an acknowledgement or confirmation now, but the velocity and that would depend on how quickly the reforms are implemented in Chisinau, as well as if Chisinau, Moldova would continue to be led by politicians who are credible, pro-European leaders, and then the negotiations can go quicker. And for example, you can imagine if Moldova had been led by Igor Dodon, of course the situation could have been different. It's important for those people who lead the Republic to be credible, trustworthy on European families, and that financial support that is providing by European Union to Moldova is 1.2 billion euros, is bigger than ever in the past. And now I'd like to speak about the elections of next year. They are very important. They're important in the Republic of Moldova. It's important that so the politicians, pro-European politicians and trustworthy be leading this country, because only trustworthy, a credible leader would be able to get the support of EU. Also, the elections in EU are also important. But I'm convinced that during next 5 years, European Union would be led, as it is being led now, it would be led by the pro-European political forces. Currently, the European Parliament has got a majority of the most important three political groups. The biggest political group is the political group that I belong to, and this is People's Party and the Solidarity, and Pass is a member of that. The second one is the Social Democrats group, European Social Democrats group. So these are the politicians that we might have different opinions on social issues or economic issues, but they're also pro-Europeans, and they also believe in European solutions. And also we have more common things compared with the extremists. And the third one is this moderate group, which was created based on the former liberal group and of the group of Macron, and this is also support and a friend of the path course of the Republic of Moldova. So these are three pro-European groups in the European Parliament. Even if they might have different political opinions on social, economic issues, they might have some subtleties viewed differently on policies and matters, but nevertheless they're united by the fact that they want to find joint solutions, and these three political forces would continue leading the European Union in the next 5 years, in the next term of office. And you might say that the Democrats are not the supporters and the friends of the socialists of the Republic of Moldova. There are three political groups that you can build on and use as supporters in the next couple of years. And the majority of the European Union leaders would be pro-European, and the support for Republic would not drop should the same kind of desire for integration in Moldova be as strong as it is now. In conclusion, I would like to say that we need to do a lot, and you as young people, and I am so pleased to see people of different age, and a lot of young people are present in the room, and you would be the most important beneficiaries of European Union integration process for Moldova. You have to be active, be engaged in the process, because we would need each of your powers. This process of European integration would mean that the Republic of Moldova shall be changed in-depth and profoundly, the entire process would matter. That would be a process by which the Republic of Moldova would gradually become member and party of several European projects. Now Moldova is part of internal market project, also participates in the big infrastructure project of European. You can access different categories of fundings, and young people have got access to different scholarships like Erasmus and the other programs. The entire process would change profoundly the face, the image of the Republic. Its attitude would be changed profoundly. It would then be able to adapt a lot of legislations and laws have to be done according to the standards of European Union, quality standards on the consumer protection. That would mean that the living standards would be brought in accordance with European standards for the people of Moldova. And this process of adaptation should be based on the European rules as well as taking into account the specificity of each country. Because neither in Romania everything was done like in Poland or in Bulgaria. I mean, everything was done accordingly. And we would need the civil society, the companies, the entrepreneurs, the press would have to be honest and say that this is how it has to be used in the Republic of Moldova and how the European legislation would be adjusted. It's important for you to convey the European message to everybody, everywhere in the Republic of Moldova, to the young people, to the elderly one, for people from towns and the villages, those people who speak Romanian as well as the ones who use as a native language, might speak maybe Russian or might speak Ukrainian. Tell them that the process of European integration of the Republic would generate benefits for everybody. Don't be disappointed if you're not able to convince everybody from the very outset, but if you manage to convince like a small portion, maybe a couple of young people from villages far from Chisinau, those people who don't know a lot of things as you do, if you manage to convince that the European path is the correct one, that matters. Your engagement, your work, your perseverance is to tell the truth about the European Union, about the European model. That would be very important. And doesn't mean that you have to go among the friends that think as you are and also in cities or towns. You have to go to villages, to all the communities, to all the corners of the country, in such a way that you have the broadest support for this European process. I would like to thank you for the invitation, and if you have some questions, I would be more than glad to answer your questions. Anna, thank you. Thank you for a very strong message, and that was a very good conclusion for all the discussions that we had today. You spoke about the young generation, their participation. We had a discussion, a session dedicated to things, how Republic of Moldova can be transformed into a country where young people would choose to come back or choose to stay in the Republic of Moldova. And since you've been talking about civil society and dialogue, it's very important that I have Julian and you, Adrian Lupușor from Expert-Grup. I would like to welcome you also. He was here during the entire forum. So please, if you have some concluding remarks by the end of this. Dana, thank you very much. Once again, I would like to thank Mr. Mureșan for joining us, for managing to come to this event, because we conceived it, we thought about it, to have it like a platform of discussion, like a broad platform of dialogue on the business and the state of play in the Republic of Moldova. And the EUROSFAT crossed the Prut River, and I believe that we'll be able to abstain and to hold this commitment and to get together at least once a year in the same format, and by which we would be able to get the voices of the politicians, of the business community, of the experts from the civil society all together, as well as European officials from Bucharest, as well as some other countries of European Union, because it's important, and that's a very good occasion to exchange opinions, as well as opinions be discussed, understand some of the processes better. And that's important for the Republic of Moldova at the stage of our development. This is important. That was a marathon of 10 hours of debates, and I believe that was the longest forum in terms of time and under such format. This is also a challenge for all of us, but I believe it's good to have this like that, and this is our wish. We want to communicate as much as possible, to be informed about all the issues and to understand that this is what matters a lot. At the end, I would like to extend my gratitude to the both colleagues from Expert-Grup, and we have supported this at IPRE, and my colleagues from Promolex and the others also supported it, and Soros Foundation Moldova, thank you very much for believing in this initiative, supporting this initiative, and Soros Foundation is supporting the new initiatives, and that's very good, and thank you for that. And also I would like to thank the European Union delegation in Chisinau, also being a very important and a trustworthy partner for us, for all the good initiatives that are also coming and initiated by the civil society. And the Civil Society for European Integration project is a project that is implemented together with the colleagues from the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung Foundation, who are also the partners of today, and our colleagues, together with the colleagues from Expert-Grup and the Institute Civilis, which is also another active organization in this field. Having said that, thank you to everybody for your participation, and the ones who follow us will go to Chadrlunga tomorrow at 11 o'clock. So we'll have an event organized in Chadrlunga, and on Thursday we'll be in Belts at 2 p.m. in the Nortec conference of the Oleg Rousseau University, State University from Belts, and then we would have Ambassador of Romania, Cristian Țurcanu, as a special guest speaker, along with the State Secretary of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Leuk, and then we would continue the same kind of format of discussion. Thank you very much to everybody.
Thanks a lot, Julian. Yes, we had a marathon yesterday, today in Chisinau, then Chadrlunga, then Belts. Well, you want a couple of concluding remarks. Well, I'm honored also to come with a short concluding remark. I would like to thank you, Mr. Mureșan, on behalf of the Republic of Moldova for the support provided by the European Union to the Republic of Moldova. And I frequently say that since I remember myself, since the Republic of Moldova acquired independence, our country has always received support and help on behalf of international partners. And I am willing to ever see the Republic of Moldova also to ever become a donor, a supporter. And I wish to see our country changing the page, becoming from a receptor into a provider of support. But this is possible only if we do our homework. We received a message yesterday in Hungarian, and I think I will deliver it here. We want to go into the EU. We are the ones who are longing to become members of the EU. The EU embraces us, will accept us, and we are grateful for that. But it's first and foremost for our own benefit. We want security, we want development, we want those who quit the country for some better living to get back. And this is only possible if we are part of the European family. What I personally wish, and maybe the majority, and that was said in Hungarian also, is that the process that we started this year to be a reversible one. We don't want to get back to the situation in 2016 when the Republic of Moldova rapidly transformed from a success story in a totally opposite status, in a full disappointment, not only for the population of the country, but also a disappointment for our foreign partners. Well, that's our task of the civil society, first and foremost. Not to tolerate the negative phenomena, not to hide them, to overtly display the problem and to correct this. Otherwise, we will again fall back into the regress as it happened in 2016, something we are not willing to. And I'm sure that if we step on the same, we will not have the third chance, because now we received a second chance, and it's so important that we are aware of this credit. That is why I encourage mass media, the civil society, the international partners to stay vigilant, to never support, to never encourage, to never agree with certain errors committed. You see, to err is human, but errors need to be rapidly corrected so as to avoid more difficult, more complicated situation. And as I said, we would like this pathway to be an irreversible process. For us, it's important for security to be ensured in our country. For Ukraine, it's also important that the security in the Republic of Moldova is guaranteed. And if we speak about Ukraine, let's recall, or let's mention an important thing that each of you must understand. Probably Moldova saved Ukraine. Should we have had a pro-Russian government today in Moldova, most probably the Republic of Moldova could have become a second Belarus in February 2022. Well, in these circumstances, I'm not sure Kiev would resist. If Kiev would be conquered, believe me, the situation of Ukraine and the situation of Moldova would be totally different today. So I like to believe that we saved Ukraine through our choice, and today Ukraine defends us. We are in an important interdependence with this neighboring country. That is why the security of Ukraine depends a lot on the situation in Moldova. And obviously, if we stay safe, it means that the EU will have at its border a confident, a trustworthy, serious partner. Well, in a nutshell, these were some of important aspects as we see them in Chisinau, and the organization I represent, we do not only monitor the activity during the electoral period, we also do the parliamentary scrutiny and monitoring. And we are also always present on the left bank of Dniester River, and we are aware of the problems happening there. And we would like the Transnistrian nation not to be abandoned, not to be regarded in a superficial manner. And I firmly believe that we can do a lot of good things together with the people back there. Let's not forget that those are our citizens. And besides the fact that they have same rights, they also should enjoy the same opportunities as on the right bank. So there is plenty of work to be done, but we must be aware that a lot is on stakes, depending on our effort and our attitude. Thank you a lot. So this is the conclusion, let's call it a day. And I would like to thank you for hosting us here, and we are looking forward to come back. Have a nice evening.
And all of them seemed painted by Bosch Hieronymus. It seemed to say in Philocade dictation, it's now sci-fi